know for some time. We're expecting to start, George, getting some results here. It's 8 o'clock now, but we talk so much about all the early votes that came in. So how long is it going to take to get those? They didn't count them before today, but they started processing them before today, essentially collecting all those memory cards, essentially opening the mail-in ballots and getting them ready. So essentially all they had to do tonight, George, was click a button and to count those votes. So we should start getting some of those results of all those early ballots, all those early votes that did come in, that record-setting 3.9 million. We should start getting those pretty soon that give us an indication. But yes, it's so critical here in these 4 counties how Joe Biden performs compared to how Hillary Clinton did. She lost the state, but that's why Democrats thought there was an opening, there was a chance, there was something here. They were making some inroads once they started doing a deep dive on the numbers from 4 years ago, George.
TJ Holmes, thanks very much. Georgia's neighbor, Tennessee, has just come in for Donald Trump. Tennessee and its 11 electoral votes will go for Donald Trump. Also, Donald Trump has now picked up the state of Indiana and its electoral votes. So it's still quite early in the night. We have to be patient. Every state that's gone has gone the way it was expected to go. 6 states for Joe Biden, 4 for Donald Trump. Long night ahead. We'll be right back.
Today, most sites are built and improved based on hunches and guesses. But maybe we just don't need to guess anymore.
The action, the adventure, and the originals. There's no limit to what you'll find. These are your worlds. So come on, dive deeper into the universes you love. Wherever and whenever you want them, you'll find them all here on Disney+.
Now could be a good time to have another baby.
Are you crazy? I'm in love with you. Now that I said it out loud, it does sound weird. Please stop.
You were so fine, I had to remind myself to breathe.
Let's do this.
How's your quarantine going?
Susan Powell was a young, beautiful mother. She just one night vanished.
Where is Susan?
July 29th, making sure that if something happens to me, our assets are documented.
Josh, did you kill your wife? And I'll never forget the first time that I met him. A chill just raced up through my spine. I just shook the hand of a killer.
Now, new details, stunning new interviews.
He ends up revealing the biggest bombshell.
What will happen next? The new 2020 event, Friday night on ABC.
Admit it. These days, what you need to know
Seems to change just about every day.
what is it that you really want to know, need to know,
To help you not just get through your day,
but to make the most of it. Feel smarter.
feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America in the afternoon?
GMA 3, what you need to know. Lunchtime at 1 Eastern, 12 Central and Pacific on ABC. It's all about you.
Your mom said, comb your hair. Your dad told you, smarten up. Your dog is judging you right now. And your best friend just called you crazy. We all need someone who'll pull no punches and give it to us straight. Now, imagine getting your news like that. No bull, no spin, just give it to me straight. Straightforward news, straight to the heart of the story. ABC News, straightforward.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir.
We have made it through another week together.
America's most watched program across all of television.
And we're back with our coverage on Election Night 2020, and we can say now that Mitch McConnell in the state of Kentucky has been reelected to the Senate. Mitch McConnell has been the Republican leader. Too early to say whether he'll continue to be the Republican leader, but we can say he will continue to be a senator. Mitch McConnell has won tonight. Let's take a deeper dive now at the state of Virginia. It's still too early for us to project about 26% of the expected vote in, and right now it appears, Tom Yamas, that Donald Trump has a sizable lead.
Yeah, it's still really early, as you mentioned. I want to
blow up Virginia here because it's a little smaller in our map. Here's part of the problem right now, why we don't have a good sense of what's going on. The D.C. suburbs, Alexandria, Arlington, that entire area, Fairfax, that's going to be 25% of the vote, and a lot of that so far we don't have in. But where Donald Trump is winning, he's doing really well, and he's actually overperforming in some areas. When we look at Henrico County, this was a county Democrats won pretty decisively 4 years ago. You can see 57 to 36. Tonight, right now, with 36% of the vote in, Donald Trump's on top. In the swing area, down here in the Hamptons Road area, Virginia Beach, Donald Trump barely lost 4 years ago. Tonight, he's up, and he's up big. But again, it's still very early in Virginia, Georgia. Still waiting for a lot of the vote to come in. You see a lot of these red counties. That's when Democrats won.
Tom Yamas, thanks very much. Now let's pull up Texas. Seemed to.
So we take a look at Texas. A lot of the vote not in yet. What we do have, of course, the most important county in Texas, the biggest county, Harris County right here. This is Houston, 56 to 42. He's matching Hillary Clinton so far. One of the big reasons Democrats thought this area was in play, that Republicans were vulnerable, is because Donald Trump underperformed from Mitt Romney, and he did it in an area here. I actually want to check one of these counties. Fort Worth, this is Republican territory right next to Dallas. This is Fort Worth. It's neck and neck with 80% of the vote in. That's actually very good news for Democrats. Democrats have to be very happy by that number. Just north in the suburbs of Fort Worth, Denton. This is also a Republican county, 45-52. But you can see right there, George, Joe Biden, he's building on Hillary Clinton, what she had. He's overperforming there. Still a lot of the vote out. You'll remember all of East Texas, that's going to be Trump country. The border is going to be more for Democrats. We'll be watching Austin, Bexar County, San Antonio, and, of course, the ring counties around Houston.
Okay, thank you. Marcus Moore is in Texas. And, of course, Marcus, Texas, one of those states where the early vote produced more than 100% of the 2016 vote with days to go in this campaign.
Yeah, George, that was really the major storyline heading into this election. More than 9.5 million people casting their ballots early here in Texas, and that, as you said, surpassed the 2016 vote entirely. And so certainly there has been a lot of enthusiasm heading into tonight, and the polls just closed here in Harris County and in most of Texas, but they are still open out to our west in El Paso. So, of course, few people know that Texas actually straddles two different time zones, and the votes are still being cast out there in El Paso. But we anticipate that in the next few moments, we will see the activity here at the Harris County vote headquarters pick up quite a bit. This is where those poll workers will be bringing in the various ballots from the polling locations, nearly 800 of them in Harris County alone, and they will be counting them here tonight, George. And so far, things have gone smoothly here. Only a couple of polling stations opened late because of technical difficulties, and so that has been good news. Also, the weather was perfect here, and both sides of this campaign, the Republicans and Democrats, encouraged by that, and certainly, clearly, when we talk about the voter turnout, it has been massive here in Texas, and it is the reason why Democrats feel like they can turn this historically red state blue, and of course, time will tell if that happens, George.
Marcus Moore, thanks very much. Matt Dowd, you're there in Austin. Texas has been changing. The question is, how fast?
Well, it has been changing. It was a state that Mitt Romney won by 16, then Donald Trump won by 9, and then Beto O'Rourke finished 2.5% behind Ted Cruz. And so it's been changing slowly. Donald Trump's has speeded that up somewhat. But I think one of the key signs is this is going to be a very close race. I mean, usually, George, when we're here, we've already called Texas and we're moving on. A Democrat hasn't carried Texas as president since 1976. Denton County, which Tom mentioned, I'll just say, and I looked at the data, Denton County is 98% in. That's a county that Hillary Clinton lost by 20 points. It's a suburban county that has been traditionally solid Republican. Donald Trump is only 7 points ahead in that county with 98% of the vote in. That shows what's happening in the suburban areas.
Okay, Matt Dowd, thanks very much. We can project another state for Donald Trump right now, West Virginia. West Virginia and its 5 electoral votes will go to Donald Trump. Only 10% of the expected vote in it, but that is a clear win tonight for Donald Trump. So let's take another look at the board. Right now you see Joe Biden has 44 electoral votes. Donald Trump has 42. We have a long way to go on this election night 2020. We'll be right back.
I've been quested to bring this one back to its kind.
You know this is no place for a child.
Wherever I go, he goes.
The Mandalorian, new season now streaming only on Disney+.
Wednesday night, get ready for
a con so big, so outrageous, never seen anything like it before.
Meet the Prince, pretending to be part of one of the world's richest royal families.
Living large.
But
holy cow, who is this person?
He stole approximately $8.1 million.
Where was all this money coming from? Buckle up.
Just the tip of the iceberg.
I'm Whoopi Goldberg. This is The Con.
All new and royally good. Wednesday on ABC.
Good Morning America tomorrow morning. Wake up to real-time answers, real-time results the morning after this historic election with the most powerful team in politics live. First thing in the morning, ABC. Good Morning America. With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir.
We have made it through another week together.
America's most watched program across all of television. ABC News honored winner for the second straight year with the Edward R. Murrow Award for overall excellence in television. More Americans choose ABC News, America's #1 news source.
What's the problem? No! Where is it? Hey, wait, did you find it? Please. Come on, please, come on!
Authorities have yet to find the error.
It doesn't work. Why? I don't know. He must know why.
Look at this. This.
Never mind. Look at it. Come on. Hey! No!
Huh. Right there. Buying lunch.
It works. Why?
So I got to tell you about this new thing, Grubhub Plus.
For $9.99 a month,
You get unlimited free delivery. Game changer.
you can use perks along with Grubhub Plus and save so much money on food. Without it, I'd probably starve.
Quarters in New York City. Here again, George Stephanopoulos.
We are back. It's 8:30, and these posts have closed in one more state, the state of Arkansas, but it's too early to project that state right now. Right now, it seems like Joe Biden has, we're going to go to the state of North Carolina right now, where Joe Biden is fighting it out with Donald Trump. Tom Yamas, what's the latest we have on that? It appears to be a Biden lead right now, but a lot of vote yet to come in.
Yeah, right. And a data point we want to talk about right now as we blow up North Carolina here is the early vote in. 78% we estimate will be early vote here in the state of North Carolina. And look at this, George. Joe Biden is up by 10 points, and that's important because we have to put that into perspective as we look at the rest of the state. He's leading in the early vote now. The president's team has said they're going to win on Election Day when people actually vote in person. But when we look at the research triangle, this is the areas of Raleigh and Durham. We're talking about Duke and UNC, all the universities right now. Joe Biden's overperforming from Hillary Clinton. This is 82% in. This is a great trend right now because for Joe Biden to win, for the Democrats to win in the state, they have to run up the scores in both the research triangle and the triad. These are communities that have pharmaceutical industries, they have tech industries, and they obviously have the universities. They want to run up the score there. Another key county we're watching here is New Hanover. Why are we watching this? Well, it usually mirrors how the state does, right? And a Republican, I should say a Democrat actually, hasn't won this county since Jimmy Carter. Joe Biden's up right now. It has a good mix of people that live here. You have upper middle class suburbs, you have retirees, you have military families, you have people who work in the entertainment industry. So this is a key county we're watching. It's incredibly important. The city is Wilmington. And for anything else, one of the reasons why we love this, it's a hometown of Michael Jordan, George. That's important, all right?
Okay. Lindsay Davis, you're keeping an eye on 3 counties in North Carolina?
Yes, that's right. These 3 counties that have the highest number of COVID cases right now all voted for Hillary Clinton in 2016. Also want to report there were 67 deaths in North Carolina from coronavirus on Tuesday. That's the highest number that they've ever reported. Everything that we measure in North Carolina is on its way up, talking about hospitalizations, positivity, cases, and deaths as well. Of course, North Carolina was famous for that dust-up, that infamous dust-up now between the popular Democratic Governor Cooper there in North Carolina when President Trump wanted to have the convention there, and cases started spiking at that time. Then he planned on moving it to Florida. The cases started spiking there, ultimately moved it back to North Carolina just for kind of the bare bones roll call. But North Carolina not going in the right direction.
Okay, Lindsay, thanks very much. And what did the exit polls say there, David?
Really interesting when you take a look at opinions of both of these candidates in North Carolina. Opinion of Donald Trump, 52% unfavorable there, underwater, obviously, from those numbers. When you look at Joe Biden, favorable, 49 to 47. And when it comes to handling the economy and COVID, 49% trust Donald Trump. Very close there, though, really negligible. But when you laser in on the pandemic, 51% say Joe Biden would be better moving forward. But a couple of key things, differences from 4 years ago. When you take a look at independent voters, right now, Biden is ahead 6 points with independents. Donald Trump was ahead by 16 points 4 years ago over Hillary Clinton. So Joe Biden right now with independent voters in North Carolina. Moderates broke for Hillary Clinton 20 points 4 years ago. They're breaking for Joe Biden by 34 points 4 years later. He's improved upon moderates. The suburban vote, this is interesting. Right now, Donald Trump ahead. Suburban votes 58 to 40%. That includes suburban women. going with Donald Trump 56% to 43%. And one last little note, given what we've heard from Tom and Lindsay, in Raleigh-Durham, 20% of the votes last time. Well, right now they're breaking 59 to 39 for Joe Biden. He's ahead by 20 points. Hillary Clinton was ahead 22 points with the exit polls 4 years ago. So he needs to make up some ground there if he wants to catch up to where the Democrats were 4 years ago.
Okay, Byron Pitts, you're there in Raleigh.
Well, George, I have to tell you, these vote numbers, early numbers, still early, make both campaigns nervous. The Trump people told us early on they expected to be down maybe 5 to 8 points. The Biden people said they expected to be up 10 to 15 points, and right now there's about a 9-point difference. North Carolina is vital to the Trump campaign. The president has visited this state 11 times in the last 3 months, Mike Pence 8 times, compared to Joe Biden twice, his running mate 4 times. And George, in Southern terms, for Joe Biden, winning North Carolina would be good gravy. It's an indication that he may do well in the Sun Belt states. But for President Trump, winning North Carolina is the full chopped barbecue platter with hush puppies. He needs to win this state. As one of his campaign people told us, George, they see North Carolina as their white flag state. If they lose this state early, that is a bad sign for what may come tonight.
He's got to win North Carolina. He's got to win Florida. Mary Bruce, the Biden campaign not giving up on North Carolina, yet they're still pushing the vote.
Not at all, George. In fact, we have been noticing on Twitter many Biden campaign aides urging voters to stay in line, saying, do not move, don't go anywhere. Your vote has to be counted tonight. In fact, both Joe Biden and Kamala Harris tweeting out, just stay in line. This is, of course, a critical state, and it's one where the Biden team believes when they look at their data, that it's a state where Donald Trump today has to overperform where he was in 2016. They say that Trump tonight has to win 62% of the election day vote to pull this off in North Carolina. And poring over these early results, these early exit polls, one of the figures that David just cited sticks out to me among moderates, which broke for Clinton by 20 points in 2016. Now today it's 65-29% for Biden. If that holds, that is the largest Democratic advantage in exit polls that we've seen in this state, George.
Mary Bruce, thanks very much. We just talked about Florida. Let's take another look at Florida right now. Now 91% of the expected vote in, and it does appear, Tom Yamas, that Donald Trump is opening up much more of a lead.
This does look good for Donald Trump right now. There are not a lot of places for Democrats to make up this vote. It is still very, very close. But, George, the story of the night is Miami-Dade County. Look at these totals right now. Again, Hillary Clinton 4 years ago, she comes out of Miami-Dade County with plus 300,000 votes, and she still lost. And tonight, if we look at it right now, the spread less than 100,000 votes. Republicans were successful in trying to tie Democrats and Joe Biden, even though he made it very clear publicly he's not a socialist. They were very successful, it appears, in maybe possibly doing that, tying him to that. It was the same thing that happened to Andrew Gillum 2 years ago. Everyone thought he was going to win the state. He was a popular mayor from Tallahassee, and he lost to Ron DeSantis. Speaking of Governor DeSantis, let's go to his county, Volusia County. This is a Trump barometer. President Trump is where he needs to be, 54%. That's exactly where he was 4 years ago. Another Trump barometer state, Fort Myers, Lee County. You look where he was 4 years ago, 58. He's at 59. So just do the math, George. He's winning where he won before, and he did better in Miami-Dade County. It looks like it could be his night. It's still early. We still got 9% of the vote to go here. But again, like I said, it's going to be hard for Democrats to make up the vote.
Rahm Emanuel, what do you make of that underperformance in Miami-Dade?
Well, I think probably the president's done what Tom just said, a really good job with the Cuban community, the Venezuelan community, Latin America as a whole, and Central America. And there's an underperformance there in the African-American area. But I would say one point if I could, to flip to North Carolina.
Okay, let's put North Carolina back up.
Is the Democratic counties, you're getting 84% reporting, yet only 62% reporting in the state. So this thing's going to tighten in a way. But I do think you see a trend across the country as you kind of extrapolate data that Biden is doing much better among both independent voters, white voters as a whole, and clearly suburban and senior voters, but not doing as well in the African-American vote.
I was going to ask Yvette about that right now. He seemed to have resistance, particularly among young African-American black men, all through this campaign.
You know, I think to start out, there wasn't a real strategy, right? That was the challenge. He couldn't quite confront, and we talked about this a lot on the program, he couldn't confront his past with the crime bill, Donald Trump was taking credit for criminal justice reform in certain places, particularly in Florida, as you remember, the reenfranchisement of former incarcerated people, and he just couldn't gain ground there. And I didn't see the strategy. There were a lot of organizations in certain states that were specifically targeting black men, but Florida was unfortunately not one of them. We should see those numbers be quite significant in places like Georgia, where there was a specific effort for black men in that state. So hopefully they will show up. But I think that was the challenge, his failure to really confront his past on criminal justice reform. You know, there was also some conversation about Kamala Harris's past there as well. And there was not a clear black male agenda, unfortunately, that was consistent throughout the campaign that may end up costing them.
George, three states, George, that I would tell you I'm seeing and hearing about. In Florida, from Republican leaders, I'm hearing there's just no place for Joe Biden to make up 220,000 votes, and that eventually we'll wind up calling Florida for Trump. Second, in North Carolina, the Trump campaign is very encouraged by the early vote numbers that they've seen, and they think, based on what happened today at the polls, and it's still happening, that they're going to be able to make it up and win narrowly in North Carolina. And lastly, in Pennsylvania, and we're seeing this all over, in Philadelphia, there has been a real underperformance by African-American voters in returning their mail-in ballots. They've been seeing this for about 10 days. They were hoping it would come and close tonight. They haven't seen that closure. So we're seeing that. We're also hearing about double-digit underperformance of African-American voters in the city of Cleveland. If those trends continue, all of those trends are very helpful to Donald Trump.
Byron Pitts, what do you make of that?
Yeah, George, you talk to black Democrats in North Carolina, it's a head scratcher, it's disappointing. Consider this, George, that North Carolina has the 7th largest black population in the country. In fact, there are more HBCU, historically black college university students in the state of North Carolina. So this is a state with an established black middle class in every major city in this state, but yet Biden isn't doing as well, or there hasn't been as much black support for him or enthusiasm. Consider this, in 2008, when Barack Obama won this state, one of only 2 Democrats to win here since 1976, 75% of the black vote came out for Barack Obama. For Hillary Clinton, it dropped down to 64%. And so it's always been curious concerning what would black turnout be for Joe Biden tonight. And George, it says a lot about the psychology of people. Certainly the turnout for Barack Obama was huge in huge for Barack Obama in 2008 because that spoke to pride and optimism. Make no mistake, the vast majority of black voters in North Carolina are not fans of President Trump. So in 2008, we saw the power of hope and pride. And now we're seeing if anger and frustration would be enough to energize black voters. And so far, it seems the answer is no.
I want to bring Terry Moran in on this as well. We saw a series of messages from the president on this whole issue. He talks about law and order. He also talks about to African Americans directly on issues of criminal justice, says that he's the best president for black Americans since Abraham Lincoln. At the same time that Joe Biden is going back to Charlottesville, calling the president a white supremacist.
Well, I think a couple of things are happening. One is that President Trump is clearly diversifying the Republican Party. It's hard to argue with that tonight, given the results in Miami-Dade County and what we're seeing if it pans out among black men. It could be that there's a gender divide in the black community that we haven't seen before, with black men more comfortable with President Trump's persona and maybe with his message of, get rich under me. And that is obviously something that every person would want, but maybe it more appealing. I think there's something else at work as well. Look, the Republican Party 8 years ago, after they lost to Barack Obama, had a big heart-to-heart talk with itself and said, we have to go and find voters in diverse communities. Donald Trump seems to have done that. And at least so far, that is one of the headlines of tonight.
We will be keeping an eye on it. Sarah Fagan.
Donald Trump competed for this vote in a way that no Republican has ever done so. When you look back at the Republican convention, every night in prime time, there were African-American voices on criminal justice reform, on the economy. And we shouldn't forget that. He deserves credit for that. And it appears that he is maybe not getting a lot of black votes, but maybe people haven't turned out tonight, and that in some way has had an impact.
Mary Bruce, what are you hearing from the Biden campaign about this phenomenon right now? Do they believe it?
It's a good question. You know, tonight they are being tight-lipped on that, of course, but it is interesting when you look at the trajectory of this campaign. Joe Biden is often accused of taking the black vote for granted. A lot of attention was paid, especially several months ago at the beginning of this pandemic. Biden on Charlemagne the God, his radio show, saying to black voters that if they don't vote for him, quote, you ain't black. That, of course, did not sit well with many in the black community, despite the fact that, of course, it was black voters, especially female black voters, that helped in many ways rescue Joe Biden's candidacy, helped deliver him this nomination, especially in the South. And Joe Biden has continued to face this criticism. You know, I think, of course, about the moment in our town hall in Pennsylvania just a couple weeks ago, a young black voter, Cedric Humphrey, stood up and asked Joe Biden, you know, what else besides saying, you know, you ain't black if you don't vote for me, are you going to do for the black community? Joe Biden gave him a very lengthy answer about his economic policies and how he plans to try and bridge some of the gaps that we see in this country. But I talked with Cedric after that, and he said that while, yes, he would be voting for Joe Biden, that it was going to be begrudgingly because he simply felt that Joe Biden was just the lesser of two evils. That's not exactly the kind of enthusiasm that may necessarily drive a lot of black voters, especially young black voters, to the polls. And, George, I can tell you, I also spent a fair amount of time this summer out in the protests in the wake of the murder of George Floyd. It was, again, a sentiment you heard a lot from young black voters saying that Joe Biden, they felt, just didn't get them.
Mary Bruce, thanks. Cecilia Vega.
Well, it has been a real juxtaposition from this White House over the last 4 years, George, when it comes to race relations, and speaking to communities of color. This has been a president who has been among the more inflammatory presidents when it comes to race and speaking to the African American and Latino communities than we've ever seen in our lifetimes. He retweeted a video that showed a racist baby. There was that supporter who yelled an epithet at a rally at an event down in Florida. You know, the list goes on and on. We mentioned Charlottesville. So I think we have to wait to see before we can declare whether President Trump has expanded ethnic communities in the Republican Party. I think time will tell on that. And you have said he has, when I mentioned the juxtaposition, you've got the things that the president has done, and then you've got the things that the president has said, which is that he has done more for African Americans in this country than any president since Abraham Lincoln. I think we will find out later tonight, tomorrow, down the road, whether communities of color in this country actually believe that and feel like this is a White House that has embraced them with open arms over the last 4 years.
Lots more vote to be seen. It's coming up on 8:47 here in the East Coast. Right now, Donald Trump has won 5 states, 42 electoral votes. Joe Biden, 6 states and 44 electoral votes. We'll be right back.
Good Morning America tomorrow morning. Wake up to real-time answers, real-time results the morning after this historic election with the most powerful team in politics live. First thing in the morning, ABC. Good Morning America.
This is what being live is all about. This is ABC News Live, the 24/7 streaming news source from ABC News. Breaking news, live events, streaming nonstop. Original breakthrough storytelling from ABC News, National Geographic, ESPN, and it's all designed differently for you to stream straight to any screen whenever you want.
ABC News Live.
Streaming everywhere, right to you. ABC News Live. It's that easy to go there.
Now could be a good time to have another baby.
Are you crazy? I'm in love with you. Now that I said it out loud, it does sound weird. Please stop.
You were so fine, I had to remind myself to breathe.
Let's do this.
How's your quarantine going?
Wednesday night, get ready for
a con so big, so outrageous, never seen anything like it before.
Meet the Prince, pretending to be part of one of the world's richest royal families.
Living large.
But
holy cow, who is this person?
He stole approximately $8.1 million.
Where was all this money coming from? Buckle up.
Just the tip of the iceberg.
I'm Whoopi Goldberg. This is The Con.
All new and royally good. Wednesday on ABC.
Susan Powell was a young, beautiful mother. She just one night vanished.
Where is Susan?
July 29th, making sure that if something happens to me, our assets are documented.
Josh, did you kill your wife? And I'll never forget the first time that I met him. A chill just raced up through my spine. I just shook the hand of a killer.
Now, new details, stunning new interviews.
He ends up revealing the biggest bombshell.
What will happen next? The new 2020 event, Friday night on ABC. With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir.
We have made it through another week together.
America's most watched program across all of television.
I've been quested to bring this one back to its kind.
You know this is no place for a child.
Wherever I go, he goes.
The Mandalorian, new season now streaming only on Disney+.
Coming up on 9 p.m. and these polls have closed in 26 states. Want to take a deeper dive now again on the state of Georgia. Tom, why don't you go up to the map here? Let's take a look at Georgia right now. 26% of the expected vote in right now. Donald Trump has a sizable lead.
Yeah, let's take a look at the absentee early vote right now. 78% of the total vote. And you can see right now, Donald Trump, again, breaking the conventional wisdom. We only have about 31% of that early vote in reporting, but he's up nearly 10 points in the early vote. That's good news for Donald Trump. So as we take a look at the map, you see a lot of these red counties. We're going to take a close look, George, throughout the night right here. This is Georgia's black belt. You know, the black belt cuts through several southern states. It's an area of high concentration of African-American counties, but they really haven't had turnout since President Barack Obama ran for president so many years ago. There's a lot of red counties in there. That's not great news for Joe Biden at this hour. We're keeping a close eye on places like Cobb. This is the greater Atlanta metro region. Joe Biden at 63% right now. He's really overperforming from where Hillary Clinton was. This is where Democrats need to win if they want to win the state of Georgia. I said this earlier. I'll say it again. It's so important. 50% of the vote is going to come from this area right here, Atlanta and the greater suburbs. At 43-56, Joe Biden has to feel pretty comfortable right now. A lot of the vote is out, but again, if he can win Atlanta, the metro region, and build off Hillary Clinton's lead she had 4 years ago, it could be a good night in Georgia.
I want to go to TJ Holmes. And TJ, I know I had read something that came in over the wire. I wonder if you have any more information on it. There seemed to be a voting issue in Fulton County, Georgia.
Yeah, so you remember earlier, Georgia, I told you things had gone smoothly here. Well, about that. Well, it turns out there was actually a pipe that burst at State Farm Arena, which caused a delay in processing ballots. Let me explain what that means. State Farm Arena is where the Atlanta Hawks play ball, smack dab in the middle of downtown Atlanta, which is in Fulton County. So you have the largest polling station, which is also in the largest county in this state, had an issue this morning with a pipe burst, a water leak essentially. So there was a delay in processing ballots there so they could clean up the area. Now, I talked to Fulton County. Their officials say this caused about a 2-hour delay. Talked to the Secretary of State's office. They say it was about 4 hours. So we could see a delay in getting some of those numbers of those ballots. It's important to note none of the ballots were damaged or destroyed. That is not what we're talking about. They just had to get the workers out of that area for a little while to get it cleaned up. And what we're talking about here is processing of ballots. So it just slowed down this process of getting those things ready to go and then tabulated. So we don't know how long that could take. Now, of course, Fulton County is a Democratic stronghold here, so not necessarily in question, some would argue, or much debate about how things could go. But if we have a close race, those numbers could be important as we move forward and could delay us, George, in the night in deciding or determining what the numbers are. And one more important note. We know that absentee ballots, talk so much about early voting and the absentee here in Georgia, set all of those records. Well, the state of Georgia tells us that 225,000 absentee ballots arrived today. So those could take several days to process. Again, all of this is only important if it turns out to be a really tight race when we're going to get some of those numbers, George.
TJ Holmes, thanks. Let's take another look at Ohio. 50% of the vote is in right now, and right now, Tom Yama's big lead for Joe Biden.
Yeah, this is really, really interesting. interesting because this would change the election and the race at this hour right now. The numbers are very good for Joe Biden. He's winning in all the areas he needs to win. Cleveland, Columbus, and Cincinnati. And if we go in a little closer, Cuyahoga County, one of the biggest counties in Ohio, you can see he's overperforming. It's the same story in Franklin, Columbus, the capital. Joe Biden at 76. He's up nearly 16%. But before Democrats get way too happy on this, I got to show you guys something. Let me click back on Ohio, go to the absentee vote here. Look at those numbers, George. 20%. He's up 20 points, nearly 20 points on the early vote. That's really important. That's maybe one of the reasons why Democrats look like they're doing really well in Ohio. That being said, though, I will say I'm looking at several counties, especially in this area up here near Toledo, the Rust Belt area. These are counties that President Trump flipped 4 years ago. Tonight, I can count 4 or 5. Joe Biden's on top.
Okay. Heidi Heitkamp, what do you make of what you're seeing in Ohio?
Well, I think it's great news for Joe Biden because it speaks to what's going to happen in Pennsylvania, in Michigan, all up in the Great Lakes. And I think that it doesn't surprise me. I think that one thing we haven't talked enough about is women suburban voters. And we're seeing them turn out in record numbers. We're seeing this kind of wave there that's going to change the outcome, I think.
Heidi Heitkamp, thanks very much. Coming up on 9 p.m. polls about to close in 14 more states. We'll be right back.
Coming up, we're tracking all the results, with polls set to close in 14 more states, including the pivotal battleground states of Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, and Texas, on ABC.
Welcome to Disney Plus. Are you ready? Drop in and explore. The action, the adventure, and the originals. There's no limit to what you'll find. These are your worlds. So come on, dive deeper into the universes you love. Wherever and whenever you want them, you'll find them all here on Disney Plus.
The reality is our country can collapse from within.
You see the white power movement on the march. Klansmen and neo-Nazis, skinheads, it's meant to incite war.
From the KKK to Oklahoma City to Charlottesville, the new documentary event special.
We just need to start talking about race.
Homegrown hate, the war among us.
This is a real wake-up call.
Streaming now on ABC News Live.
Wednesday night, get ready for
a con so big, so outrageous, never seen anything like it before.
Meet the Prince, pretending to be part of one of the world's richest royal families.
Living large.
But
holy cow, who is this person?
He stole approximately $8.1 million.
Where was all this money coming from? Buckle up.
Just the tip of the iceberg.
I'm Whoopi Goldberg. This is The Con.
All new and royally good. Wednesday on ABC.
forward.
Stand down.
I've been quested to bring this one back to its kind. If I can locate other Mandalorians, they can guide me.
This is no place for a child.
Wherever I go, he goes.
The Mandalorian, new season now streaming only on Disney Plus.
Good Morning America tomorrow morning. Wake up to real-time answers, real-time results the morning after this historic election with the most powerful team in politics live. First thing in the morning, ABC. Good Morning America.
Hello? This is Montana Highway Patrol. You're looking for a couple of missing teenagers.
That's right. Last seen in a red Focus.
The steering wheel is getting stiff. Lock the door. We're fine.
Got ourselves a predicament.
When the night has come.
What's the most innovative daily news podcast out there to listen to every day? Well, the Edward R. Murrow Awards say it's Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. Even the New York Times calls us a top news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, free on Apple Podcasts.
This is an ABC News special. It all comes down to this. The choices couldn't be more different.
We're never going to lock down again. We locked down, we understood the disease, and now we're open for business.
I'm not going to shut down the economy. I'm not going to shut down the country, but I'm going to shut down the virus.
Live from New York City and across the country, Election Night 2020. Now reporting, Chief Anchor George Stephanopoulos.
9 p.m. in the East, polls have just closed in 14 more states. We've said it so many times this year, 2020, it's a divided country. And at 9 p.m. in the East, it's a divided vote for president right now. Joe Biden has won 6 states. Donald Trump has won 6 states, 48 electoral votes for Donald Trump, 44 for Joe Biden. As we said, the polls have just closed in 14 more states. And we can project that that Joe Biden will win the state of New York, Donald Trump's former home state, 29 electoral votes there. Not a surprise there in the state of New York. We cannot yet call the state of Texas, and it's 38 electoral votes. It's a close race there right now with 65% of the vote in, 50 to 49 for Joe Biden. In Michigan, this is one of those key states in the northern tier of the Midwest that Joe Biden has to win if he's going to be president this time around. And what we're seeing right now with 12% of the expected vote in is that Donald Trump is ahead. And John Carl, this could be one of those areas in Michigan there where we're seeing that red mirage.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, Michigan's going to count its votes slowly. It's going to count in-person day of voting earlier. You're going to see more of that early vote counted later, which is going to be good for Biden and for the Democrats.
Let's go to Juju Chang in Michigan. Coronavirus has been such a big issue there in the state of Michigan. And of course, Governor Gretchen Whitmer, who has seen protests over lockdowns. And of course, President Trump went in there and took that on head on.
Absolutely, George. And what is happening in the Sun Belt is making the upper Midwest all the more important. And we're seeing that it was a fight to the finish here in Michigan. President Trump's final stop was in Grand Rapids in a sort of 2016 superstitious nod to his come-from-behind victory. But it was a squeaker, only 11,000 votes. And that's where he's doubling down on his base, energizing his base. In fact, there were 15 visits from President Trump or a family member or a major surrogate in the past 2 weeks. And they're very excited about their ground game here. And yet, Joe Biden is trying desperately to seal the cracks in the blue wall. And he did that in part by outspending President Trump dramatically here. $27 million in spending by Trump, $52 million by Joe Biden. And not only that, Kamala Harris has been energizing the African-American vote here in Detroit, as well as his not-so-secret weapon. President Obama campaigned with Joe Biden over the weekend to energize that all-American African vote. But what we're seeing in the exit exit polls is that crucial suburban vote, George. And what we're seeing is that began to shift in 2018. And Governor Whitmer, as you referred to, she issued some of the harshest lockdowns and ended up having a lot of blowback. There were those armed protests that you recall in that Capitol dome right behind me. And you see that it caused a lot of energy and anxiety on both sides of the debate. And what we saw is that President Trump began attacking Governor Whitmer. He referred to her as that woman from Michigan. And when I interviewed her, she said every time President Trump called her names, online hate and threats against her went up. And I think some of the suburban women I talked to reacted to that. The exit polling is showing that men favored President Trump in the suburbs, 56 to 42. But when you get a gender gap and you look at women, that number is the reverse, 55 to 44, more than a 10-point advantage for suburban women. And surely there are suburban women who still support President Trump and his economic policies. But when I went to the polls today, time and time again, the women I spoke to said they are tired of the fighting. They are tired of the name calling. One mom said to me, President Trump says and does things that if my kids did them, I would punish them. And when it came to handling of the pandemic, one lifelong Republican mom said to me, it brought out the mama bear in me, that when it comes to the health and safety of my kids, it made her turn away from the Republican Party for the first time and vote Democrat for president and vote for Joe Biden. How that will play out in Michigan, George, we'll see.
Juju Chang, thanks very much. The polls have also closed in the state of Arizona. I want to take a look at that right now. It's 11 electoral votes in play. This has become a battleground state as well. Longtime Republican state, but Joe Biden is putting up a fight there in the state of Arizona. Whit Johnson is there.
George, yes, Arizona, the polls are closing right now in Arizona, and we spoke to the Secretary of State not long ago, and she told us that they expect things to run pretty smoothly here on election night. They hope to release the first chunk of results about an hour from now after the polls close. They've been counting ballots in this state for 2 weeks already. The early vote, a big part of the story here. An estimated 85% of all of the ballots cast came from early voters. Of course, Democrats think they have the edge on the early vote. The Trump campaign thinks that they got the edge on the votes that will come out today. But as you mentioned, this is a traditionally red state. Democrats hope that they can turn this state blue in a presidential election for the first time since 1996. That was Bill Clinton. Before that, you have to go all the way back to 1948 and Harry Truman. But it's turning into a true battleground state. There are changing demographics here, a population boom, including one of the fastest growing Latino populations in the country, making up more than 30% of the residents here in Arizona. But another thing to consider, perhaps the biggest prize of the night here in Arizona, is the independent vote. 1/3 of voters here in Arizona describe themselves as independents, and that's something that we're going to watch here tonight as we start to get results. George.
Okay, Whit Johnson, thanks very much. We're getting more results now. We can project that Joe Biden is going to win the state of Connecticut. No surprise there. Of course, Joe Biden will win the state of Connecticut. You see him filling in the blue up there in the northeast right now. But more polls are closing, including in the state of Minnesota. That is a state that Donald Trump made a play for. His team has said that they believe they could flip that from blue to red this time around. Alex Johnson is there. Alex Perez is there, excuse me. Alex?
Hey, George. Yeah. So Minnesota really has become a sort of second-tier battleground state. Trump losing Minnesota by just 45,000 votes last time. That's less than 2% of the votes. So both campaigns have been spending a lot of time here in this state, both here just on Friday, because they really feel that these 10 electoral votes could go in any direction. Now, let's be clear. The state of Minnesota has not selected a Republican for president in about half a century. But this year, things are a little bit different. You can see this mural behind me here. You can see that's a picture of George Floyd. There are murals like this across the country. What happened here in May with the death of George Floyd really motivated and inspired people to become involved, particularly young people. And so we're seeing some of that here play out in this state, especially in the blue counties, in Ramsey County and Hennepin County. You see a lot of those young people coming out to vote. And I can tell you, in talking to some of those young people, George, they're not happy with either candidate. they don't like Biden and they don't like Trump, but they realize that they have only certain options in front of them right now at this point. Now, President Trump and his campaign really playing to the law and order message to a lot of people here in Minnesota. You might remember back when those protests first happened here at the beginning of the summer after George Floyd was killed, a police station was burned down to the ground. Several blocks here in Minneapolis were reduced to rubble. And so that message of law and order, of defending police officers and what law enforcement stands for is really resonating with a lot of people here. But then you also have that other side of people who want to see change. We've talked to a lot of people, George, who say racial equality, racial justice, those are the most important things that are motivating them when they head to the polls, when they cast their ballots today.
Okay,
George?
Alex, thanks very much. Let's stay in the Midwest now. Let's take a look at Wisconsin. 10 electoral votes at play. Of course, Donald Trump won there by 22,000 votes last time around. Deborah Roberts is there in Wisconsin. And we saw those both. We've seen this COVID surge in Wisconsin over the last several weeks. Also, protests in Kenosha over the summer where the president hit hard on that law and order theme.
That's exactly right, George. So it's been sort of a complicated mix here in Wisconsin. But I have to tell you, if there's a state that's going to cause a little bit of heartburn tonight, it will be Wisconsin. And that is because of absentee and mail-in votes. Usually about 6% of the votes would actually be handled that way. This time, about 60% of the votes, George, were done early, absentee, mail-in. And that means about 2 million votes now have to be handled. And unlike Georgia, which got a chance to prep some of those votes a little bit early, Wisconsin had to wait until this morning, 7 a.m. So they just got started processing all of those votes this morning. The Election Commission folks tell us it's probably going to be a late evening, but that does not mean that there are going to be problems. They are going to be working very hard. And as you said, the big problem is COVID. I mean, this state is getting slammed by the coronavirus. Almost 6,000 new cases, 52 deaths today. It is a big problem, and it is an issue that has been hovering over this state. So for that reason, a lot of people are just sending their votes in. We saw a woman dropping her ballot off this afternoon. The polls just closed, so they're going to be processing those votes overnight. And in Milwaukee, for instance, there are poll watchers there. Each party got 15 people standing around watching all of those votes as they come in. But so far, so good. The weather has been good. 2 weeks ago, there was snow. Today, there was sunshine. So at the very least, things seem to be moving fairly smoothly here in Wisconsin, but it may be a long night. George?
Okay, Deborah Roberts, thanks very much. We're just hearing now that we can project the state of South Dakota for Donald Trump. Again, not a surprise right there. South Dakota will go to Donald Trump tonight. So seeing the red states are filling in red, the blue states are filling in blue. All the battlegrounds still in play. One of the biggest ones right now, Ohio, the state of Ohio, 55% of the vote in. Tommy, it's getting a little closer now.
Yeah, a story is developing in Ohio. Let's take a closer look right now at this state. George, I looked at the map as it is right now, and we're still waiting for some areas to come in, including Akron and some of the suburbs outside of Cleveland. But looking at the map right now, the way it looks, it actually resembles more 2012 than it does 2016, and that's good news for Democrats right now. A lot of the swing counties that President Trump won 4 years ago, they have swung back for Joe Biden. One county that we're looking at right here, this is Delaware County, the suburbs outside of Columbus. This used to be a Republican bastion. You can see President Trump won it 4 years ago. Look at these numbers now, and we have 75% of the vote in. Joe Biden's doing really, really well. He's up, do the math here, 40. He's up 13% just in Delaware County. One thing I do want to note, and we've talked about this earlier, about whether it's a red or blue mirage. When we look at the early vote, Democrats are doing very well in Ohio with the early vote. Joe Biden on top 60% to 40%, so 20 points right there. But from the momentum and from the blue counties, from the big cities, Joe Biden is winning where he needs to be.
Okay, Tom, thanks very much to see you, Vega. As we've said, Ohio, a must-win for the president.
A must-win for the president, George, and our team is in touch with sources close to the president. And I got to tell you, we are hearing that the Trump campaign is becoming increasingly worried right now about what they are seeing in that state. They are working here in the White House in these war rooms where they are watching these returns come in, and they are becoming increasingly nervous about what they're seeing out of Ohio. One senior source telling our team it's much closer than it should be. They're kicking themselves, frankly, for not having gone there more. The Trump team did not hold any rallies in Ohio over 2020 compared to holding 5 in Pennsylvania just this past weekend alone. They had to cut ad spending there in the final weeks because of this cash crunch that they were that they've been facing in the campaign, foregoing millions of dollars in ads. And George, you'll remember this. It's a minor incident, really, in the grand scheme of the things we cover here in this White House, but worth pointing out on a night like tonight. Remember this controversy from just a few months ago where President Trump called for a ban on Goodyear, on the brand Goodyear, after he accused the company of banning its employees from wearing his MAGA gear. Goodyear is based in Akron, Ohio, George.
As is LeBron James, and he's been quite active in this campaign as well. Mary Bruce, I mean, we saw that Joe Biden at the last minute went from Pennsylvania, jumped into Ohio on the final day, hoping to make a play for this state.
Yeah, they believed that what they were seeing on the ground showed that this state was in play, that it was increasingly competitive, and that appears to be reflected in these numbers that we are seeing so far tonight. Biden's team is encouraged, very much so, by what they are seeing coming out so far. And I want to hit on a point that Tom was making about suburban women, because in these preliminary exit data, suburban women backed Trump by 9 points in 2016. But tonight, in this preliminary data, suburban women are narrowly backing Biden. That bodes well for Biden's team, not just in states like Ohio, but also as you look to those other critical Midwestern states like Michigan and Wisconsin, possibly even in Pennsylvania, as they try to rebuild that blue wall that Donald Trump smashed through 4 years ago. And it also speaks, George, to the power of women voters who tonight could determine the outcome of this election. They were critical to delivering Donald Trump the White House. Women voters tonight could be critical to taking it back.
Martha Raddatz, you spoke to a lot of them on the road this summer.
I spoke to a lot of them, and I can tell right now that there are a group of women I spoke to around those counties, around Columbus, Ohio, that Tom Yamas was talking about, who are very happy tonight. A group of women, several of them were Republicans, and they switched to Joe Biden. It was right on that character issue once again, character, chaos. Juju Chang talked about that as well. That's what those women were concentrating on. And let me channel the late Cokie Roberts here for a minute, George. This is the centennial of the 19th Amendment. Women have only had the vote in this country for 100 years, and as Mary said, they may determine that tonight. But you also want to listen to what Donald Trump has been saying to women, especially suburban women, which doesn't land very well with many of them. I'm also getting your husbands back to work. They want to get back to work, right? You know how many women are in the workforce. In 2019, 76 million women aged 16 and over were employed, George.
Martha Raddatz, you channeled Cokie well. We miss her tonight. David Muir, what do the experts say about Ohio right now?
Well, it's really fascinating about Ohio. I wonder if we're going to come back to what Heidi Heitkamp said earlier with President Trump sort of talking down the mail-in vote across this country in the weeks preceding the election, that perhaps this is what we're seeing unfolding in Ohio tonight, because the exit polling tells a different story. A lot of the issues that Joe Biden sort of laid out, he said, we got to take care of the virus first. The economy will come with it second. The Ohio exit polls show that they believe fix the economy, open the country first before the coronavirus. They prefer Trump to Biden handling the economy. They prefer Trump to Biden handling the pandemic. So given what we're seeing in the exit polls, and again, one of the other trends that we're also seeing is Donald Trump is not underwater with approval in Ohio. It's one of his strongest showings tonight in the preliminary exit polls so far. So this would show portends a good night for President Trump in Ohio. I do wonder if the get out the vote and the early voting campaign by the Biden camp, the push for an early vote, is actually helping them there significantly tonight.
A lot of vote yet to come in the state of Ohio, 51-47 right now. Nate, let's take a look back at your forecast and show everybody what happens if Ohio goes from red to blue, if Joe Biden happens to win.
So what I have here is if Trump wins Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, in which case it's a more competitive race, but Biden counters by winning Ohio, then that all of a sudden undoes those positive results for Trump. You'll see the numbers come up here. Biden's going to, I think, wind up here north of 99%, because if Trump loses Ohio, he's going to lose in all probability Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Minnesota, which are bluer states, and that makes for a losing map for him most likely.
And it really does show the importance right now, because you came into the night showing Donald Trump with about a 10% chance. So even if you give him those three key states we've been looking at in the Southeast right now, Georgia, North Carolina, and Florida, you flip Ohio and it turns everything around.
Right. So he has to win both paths, right? He has to win the southern path and hold the states that he flipped from Clinton in 2016 in the north. If he only does one, then it'll be close. It will not be a Biden landslide, but Biden would still be elected president.
It is so close right now. Nate Silver, thanks very much. We have to take another quick break.
Welcome to Disney Plus. Are you ready? Drop in and explore. The action, the adventure, and the originals. There's no limit to what you'll find. These are your worlds. So come on, dive deeper into the universes you love. Wherever and whenever you want them, you'll find them all here on Disney Plus.
Now could be a good time to have another baby.
Are you crazy? I'm in love with you. Now that I said it out loud, it does sound weird. Please stop.
When I see you were so fine, I had to remind myself to breathe.
Let's do this.
How's your quarantine going?
Susan Powell was a young, beautiful mother. She just one night vanished.
Where is Susan?
July 29th, making sure that if something happens to me, our assets are documented.
Josh, did you kill your wife? And I'll never forget the first time that I met him. A chill just raced up through my spine. I just shook the hand of a killer.
Now, new details, stunning new interviews.
He ends up revealing the biggest bombshell.
What will happen next? The new 2020 event, Friday night on ABC.
Admit it. These days, what you need to know
seems to change just about every day.
What is it that you really want to know, need to know?
To help you not just get through your day,
but to make the most of it. Feel smarter.
Feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America in the afternoon?
GMA 3, what you need to know. Lunchtime at 1 Eastern, 12 Central and Pacific on ABC. It's all about you.
Your mom said, comb your hair. Your dad told you, smarten up. Your dog is judging you right now. And your best friend just called you crazy. We all need someone who'll pull no punches and give it to us straight. Now, imagine getting your news like that. No bull, no spin, just give it to me straight. Straightforward news, straight to the heart of the story. ABC News, straightforward.
Good Morning America tomorrow morning. Wake up to real-time answers, real-time results the morning after this historic election with the most powerful team in politics live. First thing in the morning, ABC. Good Morning America.
Coming up on 920 in the East, that's what it looks like right now in the key state of Florida. 93% of the expected vote in, and Donald Trump has opened up about a 300,000 vote lead over Joe Biden. I want to go to Senator Rick Scott, Republican of Florida. You think this one is over in Florida?
Well, I predicted all along that Donald Trump was going to win Florida. He's right on the issues, and he's done an unbelievable job with the Hispanic vote. You can look at those Miami-Dade numbers and see how the state completely changed. This race completely changed when, Donald Trump put all that effort into dealing with the Castro regime, the Maduro regime, and it paid off with the Hispanic vote in our state. I won the Hispanic vote, and look, in the end, it's going to look like Trump did a really great job with the Hispanic vote.
Well, he was able to pull away by even more than you did in 2018, correct, so far?
Oh, absolutely. I've had very close races. But look, in Florida, we don't like high taxes. And Joe Biden's talked about the biggest tax increase in the history of the country. That doesn't go well. We like our law enforcement. We're at a 49-year low crime rate. The Democrats defunding the police didn't help Joe Biden. The economy is really important to Floridians, and Donald Trump is in a better position on that. And again, just doing what Donald Trump has done against the Castro regime and Maduro is just the opposite of what Obama and Biden did. So it's helping Trump a whole bunch in this state. I thought he'd have a big win. I put up an ad for him to get the vote out. They got the vote out today to make sure he's going to have a big win.
Senator Scott, thanks very much for your time. We can now project that Joe Biden is going to win the state of Colorado, and it's 9 electoral votes. Matt Gutman is there in Denver, Colorado. Matt, what do you make of it?
Hey, George, not a very big surprise here. Democratic candidates have won the past 3 elections here in Colorado. In the Senate, it's been 4 of 5, and not very unusual. This is something that has been forecast in the polls all along. I want to give you a sense of where we are. This is the polling station here in Denver, and what you're looking at looks like watching the paint dry. It looks boring, but all of these people are working within the system to count the ballots. It's incredible, the tenderness with which they are caring for each ballot. A lot of talk tonight about whether or not the elections are rigged, whether or not there has been fraud. I can give you a sense that here it is working like a well-oiled machine. George.
They know how to count votes by mail in Colorado. I've done it for a long time, Matt. Thanks very much. 9 states for Joe Biden, 7 for Donald Trump, 89 to 51 in the Electoral College. We'll be right back.
I've been quested to bring this one back to its kind.
You know this is no place for a child.
Wherever I go, he goes.
The Mandalorian, new season now streaming only on Disney+.
Wednesday night, get ready for
a con so big, so outrageous, never seen anything like it before.
Meet the Prince, pretending to be part of one of the world's richest royal families.
Living large.
But
holy cow, who is this person?
He stole approximately $8.1 million.
Where was all this money coming from? Buckle up.
Just the tip of the iceberg.
I'm Whoopi Goldberg. This is The Con.
All new and royally good. Wednesday on ABC.
Good Morning America tomorrow morning. Wake up to real-time answers, real-time results. The morning after this historic election with the most powerful team in politics live. First thing in the morning, ABC. Good Morning America. With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir.
We have made it through another week together.
America's most watched program across all of television. ABC News, honored winner for the second straight year with the Edward R. Murrow Award for Overall Excellence in Television. More Americans choose ABC News, America's #1 news source. straightforward. Good Morning America tomorrow morning. Wake up to real-time answers, real-time results the morning after this historic election with the most powerful team in politics live. First thing in the morning, ABC. Good Morning America.
Hello? This is Montana Highway Patrol. You're looking for a couple of missing teenagers.
That's right. Last seen in a red Focus.
The steering wheel is getting stiff.
Lock the door. We're fine.
Got ourselves a predicament.
When the night has come.
I've been quested to bring this one back to its kind.
You know this is no place for a child.
Wherever I go, he goes.
The Mandalorian, new season now streaming only on Disney+.
Live from ABC News election headquarters in New York City, here again, George Stephanopoulos.
9:30 now in the East, and we can project two more states now for President Trump. Donald Trump will win the state of Alabama. He will with 10% of the vote in. Of course, that is a strong Republican state. Big Senate race there as well. Republicans hoping to pick up a Senate seat there. Tommy Tuberville over Doug Jones. We don't have a projection on that yet, but we can say that Donald Trump will also win the state of North Dakota tonight. So he's picked up two more states there for the president. We see 89 electoral votes for Joe Biden, 63 for Donald Trump right now. And right now, let's pull up the state of Virginia. Take a look at what we're seeing now in the state of Virginia. 41% of the expected vote in. Right now, Tom Yamas, we're still seeing Donald Trump with a large lead, but only 41% of the expected vote in.
Yeah, George, it's a little strange. This is kind of interesting right now in Virginia. As you know, Democrats have been winning this state. Let's blow it up here. A lot of these red counties, the rural counties, as you go further west, you're going to get into coal country. But I want to blow this up here. This is the Democratic suburbs around D.C., this area right here. You have Alexandria, Fairfax, Arlington. These are areas where Democrats need to run up the score, and that's how they end up winning the state. Places like Fairfax, it's actually pretty close when you look at 4 years ago. Joe Biden's underperforming, and that's why I say the numbers are a little strange right now in Virginia. Prince William County, here's another thing. It's neck and neck. This was a county that Clinton clearly won 4 years ago. So it's sort of interesting when we look. I was trying to see if this was part of the early vote. Maybe Republicans came out to vote early there. Unfortunately, right now, all we have is that 57% of the vote is going to be early vote. We don't see who's on top right now, George.
Okay, Tom Yamas, thanks very much. Let's bring in Senator Tim Kaine. Tim, we were just hearing from Tom Yamas, so it shows we don't have a lot of the vote in. I take it you're feeling a bit more confident about your state?
Yeah, George, the AP called Virginia at 736 because of the early vote totals are so strongly Democratic. About 70% of the 2016 total got cast early, and we know who those voters are. Just by way of comparison, the AP called Virginia at 11 o'clock in 2008, at 1 a.m. in 2012, and at 10:30 in 2016. So calling Virginia 3 hours earlier suggests very, very strong night in Virginia. Mark Warner's won big. We feel good about our congressional races. And because Virginia is now heavily suburban, we think that also probably bodes well for suburbs in places like North Carolina, Georgia, Philly, Pennsylvania, Ohio, and the upper Midwest. So we feel really good in Virginia. We hope it sends a message and is an indicator elsewhere.
Of course, you were part of the Hillary Clinton campaign 4 years ago. What feels different to you this time around?
I mean, the tremendous surge of early vote. I mean, that shows not only people taking and, trying to protect themselves from COVID, but it also shows intense energy. And George, as you know, we know who the early voters are. We don't know how they voted, but if a Tim Kaine votes early, we can see, well, Tim Kaine has only voted ever in Democratic primaries. That's a Democratic vote. And we're seeing this really strong early vote in many states that gets often reported a little bit later, even if it comes in early. Early vote is strong. The early vote is disproportionately young people compared to 4 years ago. And then states that are battlegrounds that never have been, Georgia, Arizona, Texas, for gosh sake. We are competitive in states where it's very, very tough.
So you're feeling good about the whole night, not just your state?
Yes, absolutely.
Senator Kaine, thanks very much for your time tonight. We can project now the state of South Carolina is going to go to Donald Trump. South Carolina, strong red state. Donald Trump won it 4 years ago. He is going to win it again tonight. Janae Norman is in South Carolina.
Yeah, hey, George, we expected this. This is a state that hasn't voted for a Democrat for president since 1976. President Trump's support has remained steady, and exit polls showing that the president approval rating is about 55%. But one thing that we're watching big here is, of course, the Senate race here. It is a fierce battle, and Republicans are on defense. Few places is that more true than here in South Carolina. Think about this. Lindsey Graham, he is a household name, a 17-year incumbent in a Republican stronghold. He was expected to easily win re-election a few months ago, but now he is in the fight of his political life. He has been on TV, forced to essentially beg for donations to try to beat Jamie Harrison. Jamie Harrison at one point raised more than $57 million in just over 3 months. He is one of those candidates that Democrats are hoping can help them flip some red seats blue. So that is what we're watching tonight here, George.
Okay, Janae, thanks very much. We can't project that yet, but you just heard that chime. That means we can project that in Colorado, the Senate race in Colorado, former Governor John Hickenlooper is going to defeat Cory Gardner, the incumbent Republican senator. So that is a pickup for the Democrats tonight in the Senate. John Hickenlooper has defeated Cory Gardner, John Karl. Magic numbers in the Senate: 3 if Biden wins for the Democrats, 4 if he doesn't.
Yeah, and this was probably their top target to pick up. Cory Gardner tied himself quite closely to Donald Trump, actually tried to avoid comment whenever there was anything controversial. Hickenlooper, the former governor, of course, briefly ran for president, recruited to run for this seat. No surprise that this is the first pickup. They've got to pick up a few more.
Matt Gutman?
Just adding to what John was saying, Hickenlooper, two-time mayor, two-time governor of the state, beloved. He ran for president briefly, then decided to run for Senate. This is not a surprise, but as Janae was saying, this is a key state that the Democrats wanted to pick up to turn from red to blue. And frankly, this is a purple state that is leaning blue, George. And Cory Gardner didn't have much of a chance. He voted towards the GOP in the Senate 89% of the time in a state that we were saying is purple leaning blue. It was unlikely that he was going to win this. The polls had favored Hickenlooper all along, but this is one state, possibly another in the Rocky Mountain region, Montana, that could flip from red to blue tonight. George.
Matt Gutman, thanks very much. Mary Bruce, your day job is covering Capitol Hill, and I wanted you to pick up on what John Karl was just talking about there. Cory Gardner, one of those senators who, whenever President Trump got in a little bit of trouble, he disappeared.
Yeah, it was amazing how all of a sudden Cory Gardner would become very hard to find in the halls of the Capitol in those moments. Look, as John was saying, he was viewed as the most vulnerable Republican tonight. There are several others that Democrats are keeping a close eye on. And I have to say, George, Republicans know that there is a very real risk that they could lose their Senate majority tonight. In addition to Colorado, which we now know the result in, they're keeping a very close eye on Arizona. They feel very strongly, Democrats do, that they have a chance to defeat Martha McSally in that race. They're also feeling optimistic about possibly Iowa, Maine, and North Carolina. The Senate race in Georgia is now looming as a very real possibility, with actually 2 races there tonight, and both Republican senators at risk there. Democrats can see that they are likely to lose a seat in Alabama, Doug Jones's seat. That means if you go back to the math here, if they lose that seat, they would then need to pick up 4 seats. Democrats would if Joe Biden wins, because in that instance, Kamala Harris would then become the tiebreaker as vice president. If Donald Trump wins, that means the Democrats would then have to pick up 5 seats if they do lose that race in Alabama.
Mary Bruce, thanks very much. Let's take a deeper dive now at the state of Pennsylvania. We've been calling that the most critical battleground of the night tonight. 19% of the expected vote is in right now. Joe Biden has a large lead. And Tom, why don't you try to run through some of the key counties in Pennsylvania that we're going to be watching tonight?
You know, George, we were just looking at Pennsylvania a little closely, and the numbers are really all over the place. There's not really a narrative we can really talk about at this point. Look, for instance, I'll give you Scranton right here. Lackawanna, Donald Trump is on top in Joe Biden's hometown, and he's overperforming there for Republicans. We go just south, Lucerne County. This is Wilkes-Barre. This is a swing county that Donald Trump won 4 years ago. Tonight, Joe Biden's on top, but again, only 29% of the vote in. On the big cities where Democrats really have to win, Allegheny, Pittsburgh, you can see how high Joe Biden's there. That's the type of number Democrats want to make sure they can hold in Pennsylvania, not only in Pittsburgh, but also in Philadelphia. Let me open this up a little more as we get to Philadelphia and the suburbs. George, look, I don't want people to have a freak out here. 93%, that's obviously incredible, but there's only 9% of the vote in at this moment. Let me squeeze this down a little bit. We'll look at one of the suburb counties, the exurb counties around Philadelphia, where Democrats have to run up the score. Look, Joe Biden's doing good, but again, George, it's so early. There's nothing really to pull from.
Do we have anything from Erie County? And then I want to bring John in.
Yeah, Erie County, we have Donald Trump, barely won this. Just by a percentage point 4 years ago, but it was one of those swing counties that Obama won. And you can see right now, I mean, John, it's neck and neck, but 4% in. 4% in.
But I've got to say, if you go back to the Philly suburbs, Montgomery County, Delaware County, you see Biden with nearly an 80-point lead. It's 16% of the vote in. What's really important here, though, George, is, as I understand it, almost all of the vote that has been counted are people that voted today on Election Day. Pennsylvania didn't start counting
in those collar counties of Philadelphia.
Yes. This is day of voting, so they still have to count all of the mail-in vote. They didn't start opening the envelopes until today. That's going to take a long time. It's actually going to take several days. That mail-in vote is expected to really lean heavily towards Joe Biden. So I think it's interesting. It's still a small amount, no doubt, but I think that it's interesting already in the suburbs of Philadelphia.
Those used to be swing areas. Now they're trending deep blue.
I mean, early indication, again, 17% of the expected vote in, but it's day of vote.
We have some exit polls from Pennsylvania?
Yeah, Pennsylvania, when you compare it to Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania actually in the exit polls showed Donald Trump's worst performance so far tonight when it comes to his approval rating. Let's dive in here and see what the exit polls show us. Again, these are preliminary, but the exit polls, as we mentioned earlier in the night, do reflect both, as John Carl was mentioning, people who voted today and those who were voting early in person. As you can see, let's try to refresh that and see if the job performance comes up. 52% disapproving of Donald Trump and his performance. Whether or not to contain the pandemic first or rebuild the economy, you can see overwhelmingly they say we've got to take care of this coronavirus in the U.S. And they say that Joe Biden is the best to handle that. When you look at the economy, Donald Trump and Joe Biden neck and neck in Pennsylvania. The most important issue in Pennsylvania, the economy, pandemic, they're behind. It's interesting. Let's look at independents in Pennsylvania. Joe Biden owning independents so far as the exit polls are concerned in Pennsylvania.
Chris Christie, neighboring state of yours in New Jersey, always going to be an uphill battle for the president, but essential.
Listen, vital, has to have it. And I do think, though, that the things that we're seeing still, I think this is very early, but there's underperformance in Philadelphia, even though those numbers don't indicate it. That's what I continue to hear. And so I think they're still feeling like they can turn out their day of vote in a way that's going to make it very close. No one's predicting a win there yet that I've heard, but no one's bemoaning a loss yet either.
Rahm Emanuel, the Biden campaign probably spent more time, energy, money, focus on Pennsylvania than any other state.
There's no doubt about it. And the vice president, as you remember in your town hall, when a guy stood up and was, oh, I know you, you're a sheriff. I mean, he's got to feel like a precinct captain or a county exec. They look at these numbers, and I would say there's a regional thing that's starting to happen. You look at the Ohio number, you look at Pennsylvania numbers, they're early, but there are trend lines where Joe Biden is outperforming in the suburbs. He's outperforming among working class, and he's also outperforming in the rural areas, even though you don't count it. Just minimizing the losses is doing well. So he is doing really in those areas well. The vote total, in the sense of how many people show up in the suburbs versus working industrial areas versus urban, is going to be what's really interesting. Because I think the urban areas may not be performing to the kind of baseline of what people were expecting.
Yvette, are you seeing that across the country right now? The urban area is not performing as well.
That's not what we're seeing, and that's what I want to make sure I reserve comment until we see that. We're seeing a lot of, particularly in Ohio, Hamilton County, Cuyahoga County, Franklin County, huge turnout there. I mean, we're running not just on the presidential, but down ticket. We're winning all these races down ticket as well, and so I think we'll just have to wait and see. Some of those places, like Cuyahoga, for instance, people were still in line up until about a half an hour ago.
Those are
in
the
Cuyahoga County.
For tonight. Wait and see. And we're going to be doing that with every state all night long. Sarah Fagan, the Trump campaign was hoping after that last debate where they thought that Joe Biden made a blunder by talking about ending fossil fuels and the issue of fracking. They thought that could give them headway in western Pennsylvania and coal country in these final 2 weeks.
Yeah, and I think it probably will give him some headway. Whether he wins it or not, we'll see.
I think Pennsylvania, to me, is the best case of the mirage, the red and blue mirage. We don't know whether these are early votes, whether these are absentee votes, whether they're day of votes yet. And so, I would go back to something Nate Silver said, has been repeating over and over tonight. Wait till an entire jurisdiction is in before you get too excited.
I think we have to do that. There's no question about that. Eva Pilgrim, you spent a lot of time with suburban women in the state of Pennsylvania.
That's right, George. And specifically with moms, a lot of them telling me they usually avoid talking about politics amongst their mom groups. But this year, that just wasn't possible because so many of the things that are very political right now directly impact them and their children. In their text chains, you can see what some of those things are. They're talking about masking their children. They're talking about virtual learning. Are you sending your kid back to school? Should we go on vacation this summer? Those were all the discussions that they were having. And a lot of these moms telling me that, previously in other elections, they weren't really that plugged in. They've maybe voted in a presidential election prior, but this year they thought it was very important to vote. George?
Eva Pilgrim, thanks very much. Let's go to Nate Silver before we go to break. Nate, let's take one more look at your magical I shouldn't call it magical, your very scientific forecast there. And what happens if Pennsylvania flips this year, went to Donald Trump 4 years ago, goes to Joe Biden this time around?
So again, I'm going to make things a bit more suspenseful. Give Donald Trump Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, but then if you give Biden Pennsylvania, it's going to show us the numbers going up. We'll see where it calculates here in a second. It's not quite the same as Ohio because it's a little bit of a more purple state. But you see Biden's up to 91% despite losing the South. If he wins back Pennsylvania, they'd have to hold the Wisconsin and Michigan.
So that's really interesting. It kind of brings you back to where you were at the beginning of the night.
It narrows the range, right? If Biden wins Pennsylvania, things are not going to fall apart from in the Midwest. He's also not going to have any type of landslide victory. But it would bring the probability back. It would mean that you have a close election where Biden is favored, but it's this kind of wide range of possible outcomes.
Chris?
Just heard from Republican leadership in Ohio that Trump has now pulled ahead in Ohio and that they believe Trump will win between 1.5 and 2 points.
Right now, what we're seeing on our board right now is 64% of the expected vote in. Joe Biden just ahead by a little bit, but you're saying you're getting that from your sources right now inside Ohio. They're looking at the vote that they're still waiting on, and they believe, at least, we're not ready to say that, they believe that Donald Trump will win the state of Ohio. Have to take another quick break. We'll be right back.
Stand down.
I've been quested to bring this one back to its kind. If I can locate other Mandalorians, they can guide me.
This is no place for a child.
Wherever I go, he goes.
The Mandalorian, new season now streaming only on Disney+.
Friday nights, 9/8 Central. True crime, cinematic, real-life drama, stunning, the unthinkable. Follow the clues. The Hunt. True crime. 2020. Friday nights, 9/8 Central on ABC. With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir.
We have made it through another week together.
America's most watched program across all of television.
Wednesday night, get ready for
a con so big, so outrageous, never seen anything like it before.
Meet the Prince, pretending to be part of one of the world's richest royal families.
Living large.
But
holy cow, who is this person?
He stole approximately $8.1 million.
Where was all this money coming from? Buckle up.
Just the tip of the iceberg.
I'm Whoopi Goldberg. This is The Con.
All new and royally good. Wednesday on ABC.
Oh, look at this clear sky.
Hey, clear sky, guys. Made it through.
Change is difficult, but this is my home. This is where I want to be.
I love that town. I'm not going to bail on it.
It's a big deal. New beginning.
Rebuilding Paradise. Network premieres Sunday at 9 on National Geographic.
Hello? This is Montana Highway Patrol. You're looking for a couple of missing teenagers.
That's right. Last seen in a red Focus.
The steering wheel is getting stiff. Lock the door.
We're fine.
Got ourselves a predicament.
When the night has come.
Good Morning America tomorrow morning. Wake up to real-time answers, real-time results the morning after this historic election with the most powerful team in politics live. First thing in the morning, ABC. Good Morning America.
We are back now. ABC News election headquarters in New York, coming up on 10 p.m. in the east. There you see the electoral map. Joe Biden has won 9 states, 89 electoral votes. Donald Trump has won 10 states and 72 electoral votes. All the big swing states still in play right now. Let's take a look now at the state of Georgia, one of the key battlegrounds at the end of this campaign. 16 electoral votes, 46% of the vote in right now, and Donald Trump has a fairly sizable lead right now. Tom Yamas, what more can we say about where Georgia is right now?
Look, we can't stop talking about Georgia yet because it's still very, very early. And the reason why I say that is because look at Atlanta right now. We're still waiting for a lot of the vote to come out of some of these huge counties where Democrats are going to run up the vote. Joe Biden's doing well in these counties around Atlanta where he needs to win. He's building off Hillary Clinton's lead that she had here. He's expanding the map even further. The problem for Joe Biden is at the red counties, President Trump's base, and this is something we're seeing throughout the country, at least in some of the big battleground states. President Trump's base is showing up and they're voting. And a lot of this, you see all the red around here, almost the same as 2016. The blue counties are the same. What we have to find out, what we have to figure out is what the count is at the end of the night in the Atlanta counties. If Joe Biden can run up the score there, he can tighten this up. But President Trump has got to be happy with this number at this hour right now. But again, a lot of the vote out in Atlanta.
Lindsay Davis, what are you seeing in Georgia?
You know, Georgia is 6th overall when it comes to the total number of coronavirus cases in our country. I think that one good image is that Governor Kemp today dropped off his ballot in a ballot drop box because he's quarantining because he came into contact with somebody who tested positive on Friday, though it's worth noting that he also did take a rapid test and is subsequently tested negative. But look, we're seeing the same thing that we saw in North Carolina, where the 3 counties that are hardest hit by coronavirus, all are counties that voted for Hillary Clinton in 2016. We'll remember that Governor Kemp was criticized for trying to open up Georgia early, and he then had that lawsuit against Keisha Bottoms, the mayor of Atlanta, when she implemented that mask mandate, which he later dropped. But what's interesting is, black voters make up 32% of the eligible voting population in Georgia. And a lot has been said tonight about the black voters not turning up. And I do think that it's relevant to talk about the disproportionate effect on black and brown communities. Of course, black people make up 13% of the population, but 20% of the COVID deaths, 1 out of 900 black people have died as a result of coronavirus.
Okay, Lindsay Davis, thanks very much. Let's take another look at the state of Texas right now. Not expected to be a battleground this year, but it is close right now with about 76% of the expected vote in. Donald Trump has about a 2-point lead over Joe Biden right now. Tom, what stands out?
Yeah, well, what stands out for me, George, as I put Texas here in the middle of the map so we can see it a little bigger, absentee, basically neck and neck, George. Look at that right there. Democrats had to build a lead on the early vote, especially in a state like Texas, but Republicans showed up early as well, and they voted there in Texas. Look, a lot of red counties. Texas has been Republican for a very long time. Jimmy Carter was the last Democrat to win this state. Some things that are good for Democrats are around the Dallas County suburb areas, and we'll show you why. So Fort Worth, which is usually a Republican stronghold, let me clear this out here. Tarrant County, 49%. It's neck and neck. President Trump won this by almost 10 points 4 years ago. We go a little bit higher here to Denton County. It's the same story. President Trump underperforming there. But here's something that's interesting. In Houston, Harris County, the biggest county so far, it's essentially the same race as it was 4 years ago. Harris County, Houston, is an area where the Democrats have to run up the score even more if they have any chance of winning in Texas, because you go to one of these red counties, George, look at that, in East Texas, it's 3-1, and it's like that all across East Texas.
Matt Dowd is in Texas. Matt, it looks like John Cornyn is going to be returned as a Republican senator from Texas, but in the final days of his campaign, he started to break a little bit, uncharacteristically, from President Trump.
Well, I think he saw the numbers in Texas and the changing nature. He's catching up to the changing nature of the state of Texas, which, as we've talked about earlier, has gone from a solid red state to now, I think, a slightly red state. I think in the end, Biden's going to get really close in this state as I look at the numbers, very close, closer than any presidential candidate in 40 some odd years. But I don't think he's going to have enough. It's those last 2 or 3 points that are really hard, but he'll get really close. The other thing I'm going to say is what's played out in Florida is not playing out in Texas. So I think I'd counsel everybody to not interpret one place as meaning it's going to affect another place. The Hispanic vote here went really well for Joe Biden, much better than Donald Trump did here last time among the Hispanic vote. So I just counsel everybody that one state, Florida, may be about Florida, but it may not necessarily be about others.
What are we seeing, thank you, Matt, in the exit polls in Texas, David?
You know, similar to what Matt Dowd was saying, you know, some pretty decent exit polls for the president, though, who's looking at this, 55% approve. But to Matt's point on the Latino vote, which is significant, 59% went for Joe Biden, though I'll point out that Hillary Clinton had 61% 4 years ago. So Joe Biden still has some room to grow there if he's going to match her numbers.
Okay, coming up on 10 p.m. in the East, polls are going to close in 4 more states. We'll be right back.
I've been quested to bring this one back to its kind.
You know this is no place for a child.
Wherever I go, he goes.
The Mandalorian, new season now streaming only on Disney+.
Good Morning America tomorrow morning. Wake up to real-time answers, real-time results the morning after this historic election with the most powerful team in politics live. First thing in the morning, ABC. Good Morning America.
The reality is our country can collapse from within.
You see the white power movement on the march. Klansmen and neo-Nazis, skinheads, it's meant to incite war.
From the KKK to Oklahoma City to Charlottesville, the new documentary event special.
We just need to start talking about race.
Homegrown hate, the war among us.
This is a real wake-up call.
Streaming now on ABC News Live.
Another week in America, a country facing a new test now.
The Wuhan airport, almost no one here.
The last flight out of Rome.
This is the nursing home just outside Seattle. Dozens of people were just rushed off this cruise ship.
This is ground zero.
It is shut down.
Another ambulance just pulled out.
Now they're headed to the hospital.
Time is of the essence.
You can see the ship behind me.
This is the first time tests have been done here.
Morning, afternoon, evening, late night, 24/7. ABC News, there for you.
Welcome to Disney Plus. Are you ready? Drop in and explore. The action, the adventure, and the originals. There's no limit to what you'll find. These are your worlds. So come on, dive deeper into the universes you love. Wherever and whenever you want them, you'll find them all here on Disney Plus.
Now could be a good time to have another baby.
Are you crazy? I'm in love with you. Now that I said it out loud, it does sound weird. Please stop.
When I see you were so fine, I had to remind myself to breathe. When I see you.
Let's do this.
How's your quarantine going?
This is an ABC News special. America is voting in record numbers. So who will be your next president?
I'm the candidate of police officers, the middle class, law-abiding, hard-working American patriots, and others.
There will be no blue states or red states, just the United States. I'll work as hard for those who vote against me as those who voted for me, because that's what a president's supposed to do.
Live from New York City and across the country, Election Night 2020. Now reporting, Chief Anchor George Stephanopoulos.
Coming up on 10 p.m. in the East, and we have a long way to go on this Election Night 2020. That's where things stand right now. Joe Biden has won 9 states, 89 electoral votes. Donald Trump has won 10 states, 72 electoral votes, but all of the big battlegrounds are still out there right now. The polls have still just closed in 4 additional states. Let's take a look at that right now. State of Iowa, key state in the middle of the country, 6 electoral votes, key Senate race there as well. We cannot project a winner right there, but Kana Whitworth is on the ground for us in Iowa tonight, where she's focused on the rural vote. Kana.
Yeah, hey, George. So 75% of rural voters cast their ballot for Donald Trump in 2016. It was certainly the case here in Iowa. And this is a place where they are focused on the economy and job security. And 1 in 5 of those jobs is in agriculture. And some of those people are really hurting right now, particularly the farmers. Their crops were decimated by weather. First, they saw the drought and then the windstorm. They're battling COVID-19 and, of course, Trump's trade wars with China. Now, the federal government dumped $37 billion into aid to American farmers, but some that I spoke with here in Iowa simply said that's not enough. It doesn't make them whole, and their vote cannot be bought. One farmer in particular said he simply cannot overlook the lack of civility in the White House, and he cast his vote for Joe Biden. Now, it's important to note here that, of course, Donald Trump has a lot of support. He was made an honorary member of the Iowa Corn Growers Association, which is a big deal here. I also spoke with one farmer who said, finally, someone is standing up to China. He said, quite frankly, that is something that the Obama-Biden administration didn't do, and so he was happy to cast his vote, of course, for Donald Trump. And, George, as you mentioned, we have a really tight Senate race here. It is neck and neck. The Republican incumbent, Joni Ernst, pulling ahead in recent polls. She's trying to fend off her Democratic challenger, Teresa Greenfield. Now, some surprised that it's such a battle here for Joni Ernst. She's a rising star in the Republican Party, and Teresa Greenfield, relatively unknown. She describes herself as a businesswoman and a scrappy farm girl, but the Democrats, George, dumped $94 million into her campaign, trying to flip that seat.
Kana Whitworth, thanks very much. The polls have also closed in 3 more states. Polls have closed in the state of Nevada. 6 electoral votes in play. A lot of early voting in that state, but we cannot project a winner yet. Polls have also closed in the state of Utah. Again, a vote-by-mail state, but we cannot call that yet. 6 electoral votes. And the polls have closed in the state of Montana. 3 electoral votes, key Senate race there as well, but not enough vote in to make a projection yet. So we want to take another look now at one of the key states in that so-called blue wall for the Democrats, the state of Michigan. Right now, 23% of the expected vote is in, and Donald Trump, it appears, Tom Yamas, has a huge lead right now.
Yeah, okay, so spoiler alert, it's a little funky right now in Michigan, okay? Let me show you why. The big reason, George, is because we don't have the early vote yet, okay? okay? We don't have the early vote in yet, so we can't sort of work that into our numbers so far. But here's one reason why these numbers at this point don't make sense. Wayne County, you have Donald Trump on top, but there's only 3% of the vote in. Macomb County, which is one of those really key counties that President Trump won 4 years ago, the home of the Reagan Democrats, he's way up, but he's way up from where he was 4 years ago. So again, there's not enough vote in. We're going to be looking at places like Grand Rapids. This is Kent County, where President Trump won 4 years ago. But again, these are all areas that 2 years later, Gretchen Whitmer came in that blue wave, and she was able to turn those counties back to blue.
John Carl, of course, we saw all the polls leading up to the election day in Michigan. Joe Biden was leading consistently by anywhere from 5 to 10 points in that state. This could be one of those red mirage states.
Yeah, it's either the polling was way off and a lot of pollsters should be fired, or we're seeing a bit of a red mirage here. And remember, in the state of Michigan, there's a lot of mail-in voting, and the state, in most of the state, they don't even open the ballots until today. In some jurisdictions, they started opening them yesterday. It takes time. It takes a long time. They had warned us that the vote in Michigan is likely to take well beyond tonight. So I would expect, as that mail-in vote is counting, that's Democratic vote, that margin, those numbers change pretty dramatically.
Let's take a look at the state of Michigan, of Wisconsin as well right now. Let's pull that up. 30% of the expected vote in. A little bit closer there, Tom. More of the vote has been counted, but Donald Trump is slightly ahead.
Yeah, slightly ahead. This is one of the states he won. You know, it was very close here, 23,000 votes. We're going to be talking about Milwaukee. This is so important. 15% of the total vote. Joe Biden is where he needs to be, but he's got to bring that number up a little bit. We only have about 30% of the vote in, so he can catch up there. We're also going to be talking about the wow counties. This is Waukesha, Ozaukee, and some of the others, Washington as well. In Waukesha, President Trump won 4 years ago. This is actually a pretty good lead for him at 60% in. He's holding what he had 4 years ago. That's exactly what he has to do. Still not enough vote in. Like some of these swing counties I can take a look at here. Price, a tiny county, Donald Trump on top, building on his lead there, but only 12%. So it's a little hard to sort of pull data out of here. In Green Bay, Brown County, Donald Trump's sort of performing where he needs to be. But again, it's so little here. Kenosha, of course, we want to talk about as well because it had such a big role. We were talking about the social justice that swept across the country with the Jacob Blake shooting there. Donald Trump on top. He won this just barely 4 years ago. He has a big lead right now. But again, I just think that there still needs a lot of vote to come in.
While we're looking at the blue wall, let's pick up Pennsylvania again. Let's take a check back in and see where Pennsylvania is. At this point, 23% of the expected vote in.
All right, we got a lot more vote in here, George. So let's take a look. We'll start with Scranton, Joe Biden's hometown, Lackawanna County. President Trump on top right there. He's going to like those numbers. Joe Biden is not. Just south of that, Lucerne. This is Wilkes-Barre, PA. Joe Biden behind again there. He's doing better than Hillary Clinton. That's some good news, but President Trump still on top. And we got to talk about Philadelphia again. We're still waiting for a lot of the vote to come in here. Philadelphia, giant margins, but this is what John Carl was just talking about. George, we just don't have the vote in, only 9%. Those counties around, this is Bucks County. This is kind of one of Montgomery, excuse me. Let me see if we can find Bucks over here. Philadelphia, let's go over here. Yeah, Chester. Oh, we don't have Bucks yet. Chester's another big suburbs around the Philadelphia area. Joe Biden doing well there. So, I mean, look, George, 23%, and it's hard to kind of pull any kind of narratives at this point so early in the night. Pittsburgh, we'll look at this because this is where Joe Biden has to run up the score, and there he has at 80%. That's a great number for him, but only 15%. And George, it's tough at this hour.
It may be a little early to start to pull out narratives, but Emmanuel, let's try to do a little bit. This is looking a little bit right now like a replay of 2016.
Well, I'm not sure. The problem we have is you have so much early voting, and every state is different of when they count that. And so we're looking at counties, and you can extrapolate. I mean, you look at how close Ohio is. It's basically 6% right now, better than it was in 2016. But you look at, I think it's still going to come down to Pennsylvania. I think this entire election is going to be basically still what everybody thought going into it. But if you look at where Joe Biden was performing in Ohio, Akron, Toledo, Hamilton County, Cuyahoga County, Franklin County, you can extrapolate that that's very good news for both Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. But again, each state counts their early votes. Some of them count before the day of the polls close. And then in Pennsylvania, they don't start counting them. They have still got 3 more days of ballots to come in. So it's going to be very hard, but you do have trend lines that show a performance about working class, older voters, suburban voters, college-educated voters that
But
are
so
good.
far, we haven't seen, Chris Christie, any big surprises yet. We haven't called any of the battlegrounds at all, and this is going to take
It's
some
going to
time.
take some time. But, George, I think what we know now tonight, after 10 o'clock, is that the predictions that this was going to be a big Biden win are done. And really what this is going to come down to now is a few states, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Arizona. Everything I'm seeing, we haven't called anything yet, but Republicans are very optimistic in Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, and Iowa. And so it's really now
And Ohio.
And Ohio. So you're really coming down to Pennsylvania, Arizona, and get Ohio to a place where everybody is comfortable. So no one was predicting that 24 hours ago. They were predicting 330 votes for electoral votes for Joe Biden.
As you're talking, I just got some news in my ear, and I want to pull up the state of Arizona because this is potentially big news right here from the state of Arizona. 70% of the expected vote is in from Arizona. There was so much early vote in that state. More than 90% of the 2016 vote came in before Election Day. And one of the things you see right there is that Donald Trump is now losing the 70% of the expected vote into Joe Biden, 55-44. Tom Yamas, let's take a dive.
Yeah, George, at this hour, this is a major story and a major development. Not all the vote is in right now, but Maricopa County, this is going to be 3/4 of the total vote in all of Arizona. Joe Biden is on top. 4 years ago, this was a county, let me show you, 4 years ago, this was a county that President Trump won. It was tight, but that Joe Biden has this lead right now is very encouraging news for Democrats. We're going to go to the Democratic stronghold now of Tucson, Pima County. This is where Look at this number, George. I mean, these are the kind of numbers that Joe Biden would want in some of those other battleground states with 80% of the vote in. I'm going to go to this county right here, Yuma. President Trump barely won this. This is a border county. You have conservative agricultural families, but you also have the Latino vote there as well. President Trump looks like he's doing well. He's building on the lead he had 4 years ago. But again, Maricopa County, and Maricopa really, it's a reflection of America. You have big cities like Phoenix. You have medium-sized cities like Scottsdale, agricultural. You have the universities, the tourist areas. Joe Biden's looking at this number right now, and it's going to make him very happy.
David Muir, what do the exit polls say about Arizona?
A couple of things coming out of Arizona right now that are really interesting. First of all, independents outnumber Democrats and Republicans in that state, so let's go right to that. 52% of independents, according to the exit polls, are going with Joe Biden. And when you go down some of these numbers, President Trump's job performance, 53% disapprove of his handling of the job as president. The opinion of Trump, 54% have an unfavorable view, so underwater and more so than many of the states we've looked at so far. Look at Joe Biden. 50% favorable. And when you start getting into some of these key areas, COVID, Joe Biden has the edge in handling COVID. The economy, though, is Donald Trump's strength, it appears, in Arizona, at least according to the exit polls. Got a 3-point lead there, but still very close. One more key area, George, Hispanic and Latino vote. Joe Biden with 63% of the Latino vote tonight in Arizona.
According to the exit polls. John Carr, we know there are national trends at play here, but Arizona has been a deep red state. Yep. But as what Tip O'Neill used to say, all politics is local as well. John McCain, the late Senator John McCain, a target of Donald Trump for years. Sidney McCain endorsed Joe Biden. Jeff Flake, former senator from Arizona, Republican conservative, endorsed Joe Biden.
They both endorsed Sidney McCain, spoke at the Democratic convention, and those attacks on John McCain were relentless. He resisted taking the flag down to half staff when McCain died. None of that played well in Arizona. But I do want to have a note of caution on Arizona. Arizona is the reverse of what I was saying about Pennsylvania and Michigan. Arizona is where they're counting. They've been counting the early vote for weeks. So as the day-in vote comes in, I expect Arizona to get a lot closer. And I think Governor Christie made an important point here. This is going to be a long night, and we're going to
be a long week.
It could be a long week. We're going to need patience. I don't see Joe Biden running away with any of those states in the Sun Belt. We'll see what happens in Arizona, but we're going to be waiting on Pennsylvania. We may be waiting on Michigan and Wisconsin.
George,
go ahead.
One interesting thing from Michigan Republican leadership that just came in the Senate race. In the vote by mail that's been counted so far, and it's about 25% overall counted, Senator Peters is winning by about 20 points in the vote by mail. But on the election day voting, John James is winning by 22 points. So what they're looking at least in the first 25% of the vote, is that it's going to be a very close Senate race in Michigan. We don't know yet what will happen, but there's not a blowout there, and it's doing exactly what John was talking about in Arizona. You know, it's splitting very heavy Democrat on the vote by mail, but very heavy Republican, 22 points on voting today.
The Arizona, I just got a report from the Biden campaign. The Arizona vote by mail is outperforming their ex-model by 70,000 votes. They expected 150,000 margin. They got a 220,000 margin.
Okay, let's go to Nate Silver then and take a look at, Nate, let's look at your forecast and show what happens if the state of Arizona, red in 2016, goes to blue in 2020.
And again, we're going to give Trump Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, where he's probably the favorite at this point. But again, if Biden wins Arizona, then he's going to shoot up to, I think, around 70-some% here. It's not as important for him as Pennsylvania. It's not a Midwestern state. Actually, more than that, 75%. But, you know, Trump has to hit, like I said, all his marks, and Arizona is one where he would much prefer to have won.
Okay, Nate Silver, thanks very much. Coming up on 10:15 here in the East, we have to take another quick break. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Disney Plus. Are you ready? Drop in and explore. The action, the adventure, and the originals. There's no limit to what you'll find. These are your worlds. So come on, dive deeper into the universes you love. Wherever and whenever you want them, you'll find them all here on Disney Plus.
Now could be a good time to have another baby.
Are you crazy? I'm in love with you. Now that I said it out loud, it does sound weird. Please stop.
When I see you were so fine, I had to remind myself to breathe.
Let's do this.
How's your quarantine going?
Susan Powell was a young, beautiful mother. She just one night vanished.
Where is Susan?
July 29th, making sure that if something happens to me, our assets are documented.
Josh, did you kill your wife? And I'll never forget the first time that I met him. A chill just like raced up through my spine. I just shook the hand of a killer.
Now, new details, stunning new interviews.
He ends up revealing the biggest bombshell.
What will happen next? The new 2020 event, Friday night on ABC.
Admit it. These days, what you need to know seems to change just about every day.
What is it that you really want to know, need to know?
To help you not just get through your day,
but to make the most of it. Feel smarter.
Feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America in the afternoon?
GMA 3, what you need to know. Lunchtime at 1 Eastern, 12 Central and Pacific on ABC. It's all about you.
Your mom said, comb your hair. Your dad told you, smarten up. Your dog is judging you right now. And your best friend just called you crazy. We all need someone who'll pull no punches and give it to us straight. Now, imagine getting your news like that. No bull, no spin, just give it to me straight. Straightforward news, straight to the heart of the story. ABC News, straightforward.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir.
We have made it through another week together.
America's most watched program across all of television.
Back here at ABC News Election Headquarters in New York around 10:18 Eastern Time. And we want to take another look at the state of Ohio right now. 72% of the vote is in right now. And Tom Yamas, Donald Trump has pulled ahead now of Joe Biden in the state of Ohio.
Yeah, George, we're going to need a neck brace for Ohio. I told you earlier in the night it was looking like 2012, the map. Now it's looking like back to 2016. Donald Trump has gained control of Ohio. He's swung back a lot of those counties that were looking blue, places like Wood, Ohio, this county just south of Toledo. Toledo there. You can see Donald Trump on top. He's actually doing a little bit better. But the big question is the 3 C's, Cincinnati, Columbus, and Cleveland. This is where Democrats are going to have to run up the vote. All the votes not in Cuyahoga County yet, and Joe Biden is doing really well there. He's overperforming. It's a similar story in Columbus. 66% of the vote is in, but he's up 10 points from where Hillary Clinton was. And Cincinnati, Hamilton County, this used to be Republican stomping grounds. It switched over with Obama, and tonight Joe Biden has a very significant lead there. George, the story is this. He's going to have to run up the vote in the big cities. The rural counties are sticking with Donald Trump tonight.
Well, that seems to be the question, that the margins are good in the cities for Joe Biden, but are enough voters coming out for him?
We've seen significant turnout in the 3 Cs. I mean, not just early vote, but on Election Day. I mean, they were predicting at about 2 o'clock in Hamilton County, we were at 60% of our total registration number, which is a really, really, really big deal. And they were projecting to beat 70% of our total registration number, which doesn't happen all the time. I think the big thing is these urban centers, they're counted slower. That's where most of the votes are, and they'll come in later. And I think they will make the difference, particularly because he's overperforming Hillary Clinton by so much, which means that the work is working, that the message is getting out to those folks.
The other big question, Matt Dowd, might be, are Donald Trump's voters coming out in record numbers as well?
I think that's clear. I think it's even if you look at the total numbers that we think are going to be cast, it's definitely true. It was true in Florida. It looks like Donald Trump is going to get more votes in Florida this year, not only percentage-wise, but more total votes by far, by hundreds of thousands that he did last time. So it's absolutely clear. I disagree on part of this. It's not as if the African-American vote's not turning out and there's a problem. They're turning out. But the counter to that is Donald Trump's supporters are turning out even in greater numbers than they did in 2016.
Okay, let's take a look at John Carl.
I mean, you just have to say, look at those rallies that he did. He did 17 rallies over the past few days. He did something like 27 over the past week. They always, the Republicans talked about their turnout operation. They talked about how they had invested in it for the past 3.5+ years. So, I mean, clearly we are seeing increased turnout in some of those areas, rural areas. There's no question about it.
Okay, let's take another look at the state of Georgia. 52% of the vote. Expected vote is in right now, and Donald Trump has quite a wide lead with that 52% of the expected vote, Tom Yamas.
Yeah, I know, George, but this race is far, far from over, and I'll explain why right here. We've been talking about the state of Georgia and, of course, the state of Atlanta. The city and the ring counties around it, so important. About 50% of the vote is going to come from there. Right now, the spread, if you look at it on top here between Trump and Biden, you're looking at about less than 400,000 votes, right? The problem with that is in DeKalb County in Atlanta, there's about 250,000 votes that Hillary Clinton got 4 years ago. Here in Gwinnett County, we only have 17% of the vote in, but Hillary Clinton ran up the score there, too, with 150,000 plus. So there's a lot of the vote out in the Atlanta metro area that could help Joe Biden. The story for Donald Trump, counties that he swung, counties like this, tiny little counties like this. I'll give it back over to you.
Give it back to me. We have a Senate projection right now. It's in the state of Alabama. And Tommy Tuberville is going to be the next senator from the state of Alabama. Republican, former Auburn football coach, defeated Senator Doug Jones, a Democrat who was seeking his first full term. Of course, he won a special election in 2017. John Carl, the president had a lot of personal interest in this race.
He did. This was Jeff Sessions' seat, and Jeff Sessions left the seat to become Donald Trump's attorney general and to become Donald Trump's hated attorney general. And when Sessions tried to get his seat back, the president endorsed Tommy Tuberville and worked very hard, actually, to get Sessions to lose. Not a surprise that Doug Jones is losing here. This was really a once-in-a-lifetime situation that brought Doug Jones, a Democrat, representing Alabama in the Senate.
So, Mary Bruce, one pickup for the Democrats, one pickup for the Republicans. We're back to where we started.
Exactly. We are back to ground zero essentially here tonight. If you look at the math, then, in order for Democrats to be able to flip the Senate, they now need a net gain of 3 seats if Joe Biden wins. Again, that's because Kamala Harris would then become that tie-breaking vice presidential vote. If Donald Trump wins, then they would need a net gain of 4 seats tonight. Democrats, though, of course, are very optimistic that they can still tonight gain the majority.
Coming up on 10:30, a long way to go on this election night 2020. We'll be right back.
requested to bring this one back to its kind.
You know this is no place for a child.
Wherever I go, he goes.
The Mandalorian, new season now streaming only on Disney+.
Wednesday night, get ready for
a con so big, so outrageous, never seen anything like it before.
Meet the Prince, pretending to be part of one of the world's richest royal families.
Living large.
But
holy cow, who is this person?
He stole approximately $8.1 million.
Where was all this money coming from? Buckle up.
Just the tip of the iceberg.
I'm Whoopi Goldberg. This is The Con.
All new and royally good. Wednesday on ABC.
Good Morning America tomorrow morning. Wake up to real-time answers, real-time results. The morning after this historic election with the most powerful team in politics live. First thing in the morning, ABC. Good Morning America. With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir.
We have made it through another week together.
America's most watched program across all of television. ABC News honored winner for the second straight year with the Edward R. Murrow Award for Overall Excellence in Television. More Americans choose ABC News, America's #1 news source.
Welcome to Disney Plus. Are you ready? Drop in and explore. The action, the adventure, and the originals. There's no limit to what you'll find. These are your worlds. So come on, dive deeper into the universes you love. Wherever and whenever you want them, you'll find them all here on Disney Plus.
The reality is our country can collapse from within.
You see the white power movement on the march. Klansmen and neo-Nazis, skinheads, it's meant to incite war.
From the KKK to Oklahoma City to Charlottesville, the new documentary event special.
We just need to start talking about race.
Homegrown hate, the war among us.
This is a real wake-up call.
Streaming now on ABC News Live.
Wednesday night, get ready for
a con so big, so outrageous, never seen anything like it before.
Meet the Prince, pretending to be part of one of the world's richest royal families.
Living large.
But
holy cow, who is this person?
He stole approximately $8.1 million.
Where was all this money coming from? Buckle up.
Just the tip of the iceberg.
I'm Whoopi Goldberg. This is The Con.
All new and royally good. Wednesday on ABC.
The world may feel out of your control, but your happiness doesn't have to be. Learn the secrets to happiness. Listen to the 10% Happier podcast, free on Apple Podcasts.
Tomorrow, with the most consequential election of a lifetime finally here, wake up to real-time answers, real-time results with the most powerful team in politics, live on Good Morning America.
Live from ABC News election headquarters in New York City, here again, George Stephanopoulos.
It is 10:30 in the East. Polls have closed in 44 states, and it is a close race so far. Joe Biden has won 10 states, 93 electoral votes. Donald Trump has won 12 states, 83 electoral votes. Not a surprise yet. Right now, that is a rerun of the 2016 map. We can add 2 more states right now, though. Joe Biden's going to win the state of New Hampshire, and it's 4 electoral votes. Donald Trump had fought pretty hard there. They thought that was one of those states they might be able to take back in 2020, but it was not to be. Joe Biden will win the state of New Hampshire, and it's 4 electoral votes, but Donald Trump will hold on to Louisiana, and it's 8 electoral votes. No surprise there. Blue state stays blue, red state stays red. So let's take another look at those key states up in the northern tier of the country: Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, the so-called blue wall. Right now, that's where things stand. Michigan with 33% of the vote in, Donald Trump has a lead. Wisconsin, 35% of the vote in, Donald Trump has a lead. Pennsylvania, 31% of the vote in, Donald Trump has a lead. John Carl, the question there is that a red mirage or is something different happening here?
I mean, in all of these states, first of all, they're going to take time to get final results. All of these states are states that do not process mail-in vote as it comes in, which is the opposite of what we see in Arizona, the opposite of what we see in Florida. So we always knew there was going to be a bit of a red mirage factor here. As they open up those ballots, as they process that, those are going to be more Democratic votes. Those numbers will change. The question is, how much will they change?
Okay, that's an important point right there. I want to come to Pennsylvania in a minute, but right now we're just getting some results in from the state of Nebraska, and Donald Trump has won not all of the votes yet in the state of Nebraska, but he has won 3 of the 5 votes in the state of Nebraska. That's the overall state vote. Nebraska, one of those states that splits their electoral votes also among congressional districts. Tom Yamas, why don't you explain that?
Yeah, okay, so let's take a look at Nebraska right now and follow along with us because it gets a little complicated. As George mentioned, Nebraska splits its electoral votes. Here is the beautiful state of Nebraska right here. We're going to show you 2 counties right here. This is Sarpy, a conservative county that makes up the 2nd congressional district. Donald Trump should be on top right now, and he's not. He won this county 4 years ago, and that's good news for Joe Biden because just above this is Douglas County, and it's like the numbers are reversed here, George. Hillary Clinton won this 4 years ago. This is Omaha right here, right? And Democrats usually always win this area, even though Trump pulled off the win in the congressional district 4 years ago. It was because of that other county. The numbers are inverted right now. Still very, very close here. To give you an idea of the size of this county, it's essentially like this. it is minuscule. But if the race were to come down, and I don't want to say it, but you know what it is, if it were to come down to 269, whoever won that one county, that tiny little county, Nebraska, those would be the most important Americans right now on the planet.
That turns it into a 270, 268. We also have.
Something I want to say to them right now.
I can't believe you don't already have their number.
Hello, can you hear me there?
I don't. You should have their number. That's malpractice, bro.
I have their emails.
We do have another state to call right now. The state of Utah is going to go to Donald Trump. Again, not much of a surprise right there. Donald Trump is going to win the state of Utah, and it's 6 electoral votes. Even though that's the home of Mitt Romney, of course, is the only Republican senator who voted to convict Donald Trump in the impeachment trial. Let's go back now to the state of Pennsylvania. David Muir, you had some exit polls from Pennsylvania.
Yeah, it's really interesting. This is just to pick up what John Carl was saying, is that these blue wall states are going to take days possibly for us to find out who actually won in these states. The Secretary of State in Pennsylvania warned us in the last couple of days that it could take till the end of the week until we know Pennsylvania. But there are some numbers here that I would think the Biden campaign would be very happy with. When you take a look at suburban voters in Pennsylvania, Donald Trump with a small edge there, according to the exit polls, 2 points ahead of Biden. But when you remember that he was 8 points ahead in the final tally over Hillary Clinton, 2 points is an improvement for Joe Biden. And you can see where he got the improvement from. When you break it down, Donald Trump still has overwhelmingly done well with men in the suburbs, but look at this among women. This is where the gender gap presents itself. In Pennsylvania, at least, we've seen this in other states, too, coming in. 53% of suburban women going with Joe Biden. One other thing here that was really interesting is the independent vote coming in from Pennsylvania. According to the exit polls, obviously, and these are all still preliminary, 53% of independents are going with Joe Biden. That's a flip from 4 years ago. 4 years ago, Donald Trump won independents in Pennsylvania 48-41. Now Biden ahead by, what is that, almost 10 points in Pennsylvania.
According to the exit polls, we'll see if it holds up as the real results come in right now. We want to take another look at the state of Minnesota as well. Again, that was a state that President Trump had hoped he might be able to flip, like the state of New Hampshire. Right now, 36% of the expected vote is in, and it appears that Joe Biden has a big lead. Let's go back to Alex Perez in Minnesota.
Yeah, George, and what we're seeing is that Joe Biden has a huge lead in Hennepin County, the most populous county here in Minnesota. We're seeing 93% of the vote coming in from Hennepin County, about 70% of that vote right now going to Joe Biden. Those are the kinds of numbers that Democrats want to see here in Minnesota. You know, Obama, there were 19 counties that Obama won that Hillary lost to Trump back in 2016, and the Democrats are hoping they're going to be able to win back those so-called pivot counties. Now, the important vote, the rural areas, the Iron Range, the other part of the state, we still don't know the exact numbers from that area. That part of the state typically looks better for Republicans, typically went for Trump, so we will have to wait a little bit later in the evening to figure out those numbers. But right now, Hennepin County, Ramsey County, the populous areas of this state looking good for the Biden campaign. George.
Alex Perez, thanks very much. Let's take another look at North Carolina right now. We've got the state of North Carolina with 89% of the expected vote in. It's a very close race right now. Donald Trump at 50, Joe Biden at 49. Tom Yamas.
Yeah, so we have just one county that we have no data on right now in North Carolina. The race is very, very close. We're looking at a spread of about 40,000 votes. This is Granville County right here. This is a swing county. President Trump won it back for Republicans 4 years ago. There's about 15,000 votes for Republicans, 15 to 20,000 votes. That could affect the score. I mean, this is such a close race. This was a state that President Trump outright won 4 years ago, and yet right now it's a nail-biter. A lot of the swing counties, President Trump has been able to hold on, especially in the southern part of the state on the border of South Carolina. But Charlotte, this is Mecklenburg County. This is where they wanted to hold the RNC, Republicans, hopefully to drive out some voters there later on in the year. That didn't happen because of COVID. Joe Biden's doing exactly what he has to do here. He's driving up the votes. So to win in North Carolina for Joe Biden, he's going to have to do that there and in Wake County as well. We're still waiting for some of the vote in there, but you can see Joe Biden is building on that Hillary Clinton lead in those counties. If he can keep doing that, there might still be enough vote out there, but President Trump right now on top with about 40,000 votes.
Byron Pitts, what are you hearing in Raleigh?
Well, George, I can tell you that at this point, the Democrats in the state are getting nervous. The expectation was that they knew they would have an early lead, but they thought it would be big enough that they could hold off a Republican surge. They were looking for a double-digit lead when the numbers came out. It was only 9 points. And since that time, steadily as each half hour has passed, you've seen the President Trump gain ground, and eventually he's taken the lead. And the sense is that the Democrats may be running out of time. And George, it's still early, right? I mean, North Carolina could go either way. But at this point, one of the things that we can see is that hard work can outwork money. In this state, for instance, in the Senate race, the Democrat outspent the Republican 2-1. And in TV advertising, the Trump campaign spent in TV and radio ads. The Trump and the RNC spent $41 million. Biden and the DNC spent $56 million. And that cash difference at this point doesn't seem to be a sufficient difference for the Democrats in a state in which they felt good going into the night that they might have a comfortable lead that they could hold on to. But to this point, the Republican strategy to start close and then finish strong seems to be the direction that we're going in, George.
Byron Pitts, thanks very much. We have another call to make, another projection to make in the state of Kansas. Donald Trump is going to win the state of Kansas. Again, that's a strong red state, has always been. 6 electoral votes. He won by 21 points back in 2016. Donald Trump will win again. I want to bring in Senator Chris Coons now, Senator of Delaware, close friend and advisor to Joe Biden. It looks like we're in for a very long night, Senator Coons, maybe even several days of this to go on. Is this really going as you expected tonight?
Well, George, we had a record early turnout. 100 million Americans voted early, whether in person or by mail. And as we're hearing from all over the country, we had record turnout in many states. So I'm optimistic. When there's record turnout, often that means Democrats win. And I'm hopeful that Joe still has several paths to 270 and towards being our next president. I think his message all along that he and Kamala Harris can bring our country together, can move us out of this deadly pandemic and the mess that Donald Trump's bungled mishandling of the pandemic has gotten us into, has connected with voters and moved people to the polls. I've been checking in with local elected officials, colleagues in the Senate, labor leaders in several states, and I'm still optimistic about a number of key states that haven't come in yet.
But so, I mean, let's talk about that a little bit more. You say he still has several paths. It looks like Donald Trump, we have not projected yet, but is on track in Florida towards a win. That was a must-win for him. Are we really heading back to the point where Joe Biden has to win all those 3 key blue wall states, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, still holding out hope also in Arizona?
Arizona, I'm optimistic about, given what I'm hearing from a number of elected officials and local organizers there. And I think that means there's several different paths. It doesn't all come down to Pennsylvania. But I'll remind you, George, part of why Joe was a great candidate from the outset is he's someone who was born and raised in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and Claymont, Delaware, has always been close to the people of Pennsylvania, and I think has run a terrific race in Pennsylvania, as well as in Michigan and Wisconsin and Arizona. Those are states I'm optimistic about this evening.
Senator Coons, you still think we're going to hear from Vice President Biden tonight?
I'm hopeful, but not certain. You know, I think we need to remember that elections aren't called on election night. They may get projections from the news, but in the end, elections in the United States are decided by states and counties, and it's often days after election night when all the votes are counted. And given that we had 100 million cast early by mail and in person, we need to make sure every vote is counted before we ultimately reach a decision about this election.
And an important reminder, no question about that, Senator Coons, thanks very much for your time tonight. I want to go back to Cecilia Vega at the White House. What more are you picking up now, Cecilia, about whether or not President Trump will speak?
Actually, we just asked an aide when the president will speak, and we were told that they didn't know. We are sort of relying on what Kellyanne Conway told you at the beginning of the evening, that he will, in fact, address the nation at some point. I got to say, I'd seen some photos from some photographer friends of mine here, colleagues in the White House who were in the room where the president's supporters are gathering in the East Room of the White House, and it looks very much like it is a room where he will speak. There is a podium. There are teleprompters up, so I would not be surprised if we hear from him at some night. And just in terms of a quick mood check, George, you know, they've got, again, these 2 war rooms here on the grounds of the White House where aides and campaign staffers are feverishly monitoring these returns coming in. We've been told that the president has been going between the residence and these rooms and touching base regularly with aides, so they're keeping him up to speed on that front. But the mood check here is they're feeling extremely confident by what they're seeing. Those North Carolina numbers they like very much, and that's giving them some more confidence in states like Arizona and Nevada as we watch those numbers rolling over the course of the evening.
Cecilia Vega, thanks very much. ABC News can now project the Democrats are going to retain the House of Representatives. Not a surprise here. Democrats went into the night with a healthy margin in the House, but we can now say the Democrats will keep that margin. Mary Bruce, that means likely that Nancy Pelosi, who I think had not spoken to President Trump in over a year, will return as Speaker.
That certainly does seem to be the case, George. We know that they have had this incredibly fraught relationship. There is still that fraught relationship continuing. I think specifically about the fight over COVID relief, which continues to be ongoing, even given the state of this pandemic. The two of them still, the two sides have not been able to come together and pass a COVID relief bill in these last recent weeks. It seems that certainly is not going to happen anytime soon. And yet Nancy Pelosi will continue. If Donald Trump continues to be president, Nancy Pelosi will continue to be his foe on Capitol Hill.
Okay, Mary Bruce, thanks very much. Take one more look at the board here. 95 electoral votes for Donald Trump right now, 93 for Joe Biden. That is because we have just added the state of Kansas for President Trump as well. And Terry, as we look at that 95 to 93 at 10:44 on the East Coast, 270 winners. As I said, it looks like we're doing a little bit of a replay right now of 2016 with all those big battleground states still out there. America about as divided as ever. Terry Moran?
Yes, I'm sorry, George, I was looking at something else. But it does look that way, and it looks like it comes as a surprise to Democrats who thought they had the wind in their sails. But it turns out, I think one of the reasons the polls have been so battered is that Donald Trump represents a realignment. The pollsters don't understand a post-Donald Trump America, it seems to me. He wasn't a Republican, he was a nationalist. And that is something that this country hasn't seen. Other countries have. We've seen nationalists seize the loyalty of people who are looking for a different economy, a different culture than the Western cultures are trending, and they keep returning populist nationalists to power. Donald Trump is that person. I think it does come as a surprise, certainly to pollsters and to many Democrats as well. There's a lot of things, however this race comes out, for Democrats to do when it comes to the white working class and the working class among many of the minorities as well.
Thank you, Terry. Another state has just gone to Joe Biden, Illinois, and it's 20 electoral votes, solid Democratic state, won by Hillary Clinton in 2016 by 17 points. Rahm Emanuel, your home state.
What's interesting, right there it is. I'm going to drop it the same way he's going to drop about New Jersey. Here's what I would say when you look at the whole map. Every state right now that we're seeing is performed to actually what was expected, except for Arizona. That's the only one that's outperformed, that is different than what happened in 2016.
Well, but that's an important distinction. You say to 2016, not necessarily to the wealth of polls we saw coming into this election.
No, that's what I was going to get to next. I appreciate the lead-in right there.
Congratulations.
We should really take this on the road. I think it's really going. But what's happened is what people. There's basically when the dust gets settled, you'll see Joe Biden is overperforming in certain areas and underperforming from a vote total. But when you look at the polling, what some of the expectations and people have right now, just on election night, is they saw things happening in North Carolina, Georgia, et cetera. Still could happen. But what's happening is really it's going to come down to 4 states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Arizona.
And perhaps Arizona.
And maybe Georgia.
Well, I did some quick back-of-the-envelope math, and it looks to me like Trump would have to get between 65 and 70% of what's outstanding to win Arizona. It's not impossible, but that's a really tall hurdle. And we've seen repeatedly in this campaign where the president is underperforming with seniors. Certainly, COVID hit Arizona very hard, and this could be an example of what we're seeing, where the COVID crisis is actually having a disproportionate impact in Arizona compared to other states.
And if that's the case, then he's got to pick up Michigan or Wisconsin, in addition to holding Ohio and holding Pennsylvania.
Right.
If he loses Arizona.
John, I'm going to go to you on this because this is where the Nebraska 2nd Congressional District comes into play. If Joe Biden wins Arizona, wins Michigan, and wins Wisconsin, but loses Pennsylvania,
you get to 269, and that's a tie. And the way the tie is broken is it's broken in the House of Representatives, but it's not the majority of the House of Representatives, which the Democrats control. Every state's congressional district gets a single vote. And the Republicans control more congressional districts, more state delegations than one vote. By one. They have 26.
If Joe Biden wins that 2nd Congressional District in Nebraska, 270
right.
to 268.
And by the way, we call it, I mean, it's got a nickname. It's called Obama-ha, because Obama won it when they started splitting the Delaware. So, it is a district that I would say Biden is favored to win.
You do not look at this person and ever think of the word patience, but I'm actually going to advocate it. This is going to be a long week. It's going to take a while. It's going to come down to four to five states, and that's what's going to happen.
I was going to say we have a very competitive congressional race going on in NE2. Carr Eastman and Don Bacon, and as you know, this is a rematch. Progressives and Democrats came together to support Carr Eastman. So if it comes down to that, I think we might win it.
Okay, we got to take a quick break. We'll be back.
George.
ABC News, straightforward.
Stand down.
I've been quested to bring this one back to its kind. If I can locate other Mandalorians, they can guide me.
This is no place for a child.
Wherever I go, he goes.
The Mandalorian, new season now streaming only on Disney+.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir.
We have made it through another week together.
America's most watched program across all of television.
Hello? This is Montana Highway Patrol. You're looking for a couple of missing teenagers. That's right. Last seen in a red Focus.
The steering wheel is getting stiff. Lock the door. We're fine.
Got ourselves a predicament.
When the night has come.
Wednesday night, get ready for
a con so big, so outrageous, never seen anything like it before.
Meet the Prince, pretending to be part of one of the world's richest royal families.
Living large.
But
holy cow, who is this person?
He stole approximately $8.1 million.
Where was all this money coming from? Buckle up.
Just the tip of the iceberg.
I'm Whoopi Goldberg. This is The Con.
All new and royally good. Wednesday on ABC.
Oh, look at this new sky.
Hey, clear sky, guys. Made it through.
Change is difficult, but this is my home. This is where I want to be.
I love that town. I'm not going to bail on it.
It's a big deal. New beginning.
Rebuilding Paradise. Network premieres Sunday at 9 on National Geographic.
Friday nights, 9/8 Central. True crime, cinematic, real-life drama, stunning, the unthinkable. Follow the clues. The Hunt. True crime. 2020. Friday nights, 9/8 Central on ABC.
Welcome to Disney+. Are you ready? Drop in and explore. The action, the adventure, and the originals. There's no limit to what you'll find. These are your worlds. So come on, dive deeper into the universes you love. Wherever and whenever you want them, you'll find them all here on Disney+.
What's the most innovative daily news podcast out there to listen to every day? Well, the Edward R. Murrow Awards say it's Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. Even the New York Times calls us a top news podcast worth listening to. So if you like getting behind the biggest news stories of the day, inside all the details, the backstory, and what will happen next, then listen to Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. It's like no other news podcast out there. Even the critics agree. Listen free on Apple Podcasts.
Good Morning America tomorrow morning. Wake up to real-time answers, real-time results the morning after this historic election with the most powerful team in politics live. First thing in the morning, ABC. Good Morning America.
And we are back at ABC News Election Headquarters. That's what you see right there, the map. 11 states won by Joe Biden, 113 electoral votes. 16 states won by Donald Trump, 108 electoral votes. Exactly the states 4 years ago the Democrats and Republicans won. There has not been a switch yet in any of the key battlegrounds. We're still looking at a lot of states. We can project now that Donald Trump, as you see up there, has won the state of Wyoming, and it's 3 electoral votes. Solid Republican state, no surprise there again. And we can report in the Senate, Lindsey Graham will hold on to his seat in South Carolina. Faced a fierce, surprising challenge from Jamie Harrison, who raised tens of millions of dollars in the final weeks of this campaign. It wasn't enough to put him over the top. Janae Norman in South Carolina.
Yeah, George, Jamie Harrison spoke not long ago conceding the race to Lindsey Graham, a hard-fought race that Lindsey Graham hadn't originally anticipated. As you just mentioned, Harrison raised record-setting amounts of money, and he pushed this idea about the New South, hoping a surge of black voters and growing diversity in this historically red state could help propel him to victory. But Republicans remained optimistic that conservatives would choose Lindsey Graham. That's one thing the state's GOP chair talked with me about earlier today. He said demographics are not ideology, demographics are not philosophy. He told me it is conservative ideals that have given Republicans a majority here in South Carolina, and that has helped Lindsey Graham in recent weeks, even though he has changed his stance on Supreme Court nominations in an election year by supporting the nomination of Amy Coney Barrett to the Supreme Court. He has been able to tout those conservative values, and that has helped him a lot. He struggled more this time around with women and independent voters, with women seeming evenly split between Harrison and Graham, and independent voters seeming to lean toward Harrison. But in the end, Graham pulled this one out. He will hold on to his seat, and that will certainly help Republicans as they remain optimistic in maintaining a majority in the Senate.
Janae Norman, thanks very much. John Carr, I want to go to you. One of the reasons Jamie Harrison was able to raise so much money is that Lindsey Graham become such a target of progressives and liberals, gone from being the best friend of John McCain to basically Donald Trump's biggest supporter in the Senate.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, there was when Obama first got elected, I think he was Rahm Emanuel's best friend. I mean, he was the Republican you like to work with. He was, but he hitched himself. He hitched himself to Donald Trump thoroughly and totally. After calling Trump a racist, he attacked Trump in the most vicious terms during that Republican primary and turned right around. And Jamie Harrison was able to raise presidential level money in a Senate race, but not enough to win in South Carolina.
No, and Mary Bruce, Lindsey Graham was such a key player in the confirmation of both Brett Kavanaugh and Amy Coney Barrett to the Supreme Court.
He is the chairman of the powerful Judiciary Committee. Lindsey Graham just got a very big win in the confirmation of Amy Coney Barrett, but it was yet another example of the really just astounding 180 that Lindsey Graham has done in recent years. Of course, he came out in the end of Obama's term saying he would absolutely never consider a Supreme Court nominee this close to a presidential election. He went back on that promise, of course, leading the charge on the Hill to get Amy Coney Barrett confirmed. Lindsey Graham has really gone from being one of the president's opponents, one of his fiercest foes, to being his absolute top ally on the Hill. I can tell you, anyone who covers Capitol Hill knows in Washington, if you want to know what the president is thinking, you go and find Lindsey Graham in the basement of the Capitol. And he is not hard to find, because often it works the other way around, too. If he wants the president to know what's happening on the Hill, he often comes and finds us to telegraph through the media. It has been just a remarkable run for Lindsey Graham, and I think it was one of the reasons, of course, why you saw Jamie Harrison raising so much money. Lindsey Graham was pummeled in this race by ads for his flip-flopping on his positions. And when it comes to the president, Jamie Harrison raising that astounding $57 million. That is presidential level money, but ultimately not enough. Lindsey Graham, it appears, will continue to be the president's top ally, closest friend on Capitol Hill.
Mary Bruce, thanks very much. Chris Christie, now the Senate battle is going to come down to North Carolina, Iowa, and Maine.
Yeah, and the Republicans have to win 2 of the 3 there. And I think they're in good shape to do it. I continue to hear from North Carolina Republican leadership. They're getting more and more confident as the night goes on that Tom Tillis is going to win a narrow race there and that the president will win the electoral votes. And in Iowa, spoke to a couple of Republican leaders there who think that Joni Ernst is going to be in good shape tonight.
We are going to keep an eye on it. We're going to be back in just a minute. Some of our stations are going to go to the late local news right now, but our election coverage continues in just a moment.
Welcome to Disney Plus. Are you ready? Drop in and explore. The action, the adventure, and the originals. There's no limit to what you'll find. These are your worlds. So come on, dive deeper into the universes you love. Wherever and whenever you want them, you'll find them all here on Disney Plus.
This is what being live is all about. This is ABC News Live, the 24/7 streaming news source of ABC News. Breaking news, live events, streaming nonstop. Original breakthrough storytelling from ABC News, National Geographic, ESPN, and it's all designed differently for you to stream straight to any screen whenever you want.
ABC News Live.
Streaming everywhere, right to you. ABC News Live. It's that easy to go there.
Now could be a good time to have another baby.
Are you crazy? I'm in love with you. Now that I said it out loud, it does sound weird. Please stop.
You were so fine, I had to remind myself to breathe.
Let's do this.
How's your quarantine going?
The reality is our country can collapse from within.
You see the white power movement on the march. Klansmen and neo-Nazis, skinheads, it's meant to incite war.
From the KKK to Oklahoma City to Charlottesville, the new documentary event special.
We just need to start talking about race.
Homegrown hate, the war among us.
This is a real wake-up call.
Streaming now on ABC News Live.
Susan Powell was a young, beautiful mother. She just one night vanished.
Where is Susan?
July 29th, making sure that if something happens to me, our assets are documented.
Josh, did you kill your wife? And I'll never forget the first time that I met him. A chill just raced up through my spine. I just shook the hand of a killer.
Now, new details, stunning new interviews.
He ends up revealing the biggest bombshell.
What will happen next? The new 2020 event, Friday night on ABC.
Live from ABC News election headquarters in New York City, here again, George Stephanopoulos.
It is 11 o'clock in the east, 8 o'clock in the west. The polls have now closed in 48 states, and we can now project 3 more states for Joe Biden. In the west, California, 55 electoral votes. Won by Hillary Clinton by 30 points back in 2016. Joe Biden will win its 55 electoral votes in 2020. He will also win the 7 electoral votes in the state of Oregon, and he will win the state of Washington as well, and it's 12 electoral votes. You see that entire Pacific coast. No surprise there. It is going to go to Joe Biden. So right now at this hour, Joe Biden has 187 electoral votes. Donald Trump has 114. Again, right now it is a complete repeat of the 2016 map. All the big battleground states are still in play, and one of the key ones, this could be a new state in play for 2020, is the state of Arizona. Let's take a state at that. It's been a long-time Republican state. But right now, with 75% of the expected vote in, Joe Biden has a lead over Donald Trump. Tom Yamas.
Yeah, so, George, the first data point I want to show our viewers right now is on the early vote. We've talked so much about the early vote now, but you need to talk about this number if you talk about Arizona at this hour. Joe Biden with a 10-point lead in the early vote, and that's so important because if you look at his lead right now overall, it's by 10 points as well. So where is Joe Biden winning? He's winning in the biggest county. This is where he needs to be. 3/4 of the vote's going to come from right here. And you can see he's up 10 points from Hillary Clinton 4 years ago. One of the things Joe Biden did here, he spent big. He went to Maricopa County and he spent $17 million. Democrats looked at the map after 2016. They saw that Donald Trump had underperformed from Mitt Romney. Kyrsten Sinema comes in a Senate race 2 years later and she wins. And we got to talk about Tucson as well, Pima County. So you can see here, Joe Biden is on top. He's overperforming there. And we haven't talked about this a lot tonight, George, but that's the home of Mark Kelly. He's on top too. His range, 10 points as well in that Senate race against Martha McSally. Some people said this could be a reverse coattail effect.
Of course, Mark Kelly, former astronaut, husband of Gabby Giffords, the congresswoman from Arizona who was, of course, tragically shot back in 10 years ago. I want to go to Whit Johnson in Arizona. Whit, what are you hearing there?
George, I can tell you the Biden campaign is feeling really good about these early results and what they're seeing, although this is very much what they expected early in the night. Remember, we had the huge early voter turnout here. About 85% of the ballots were cast early. Democrats knew that they needed to take an early lead. But on the flip side, Republicans were counting on today. The Trump campaign told us that they had data that showed them that they would outnumber Biden supporters at the polls on Election Day by a ratio of 4 to 1. And George, I can tell you just talking to voters here, Trump has strong support, especially among independents as well. David was talking about the independent vote being so important in Arizona. We spoke to 3 self-proclaimed independent voters who voted for Obama previously, but this time voted for a second time for President Donald Trump. And one of them actually split the ticket. And you might be hearing quite a bit about that here in Arizona. He voted for Donald Trump, but also voted for the Democrat, Mark Kelly, for the Senate. 2 years ago in 2018, 150,000 voters in Arizona voted for the Republican Ducey, but also voted for the Senate Democrat Kyrsten Sinema. So we've seen that independent spirit here in Arizona. Again, this is maverick country, and in the spirit of John McCain, the voters here like to give the thumbs up or the thumbs down on the individual candidates they like and the issues they care about. But I don't want to forget about that Senate race, too, because it is huge. This is one that Democrats have really been eyeing across the country. You have the astronaut Mark Kelly against the combat pilot Martha McSally. Kelly has maintained an edge in the polls, and if he were to win, this would be the first time that the state of Arizona would send 2 Democrats to the Senate since 1953. That's about 68 years. And I can tell you, George, again, this is that Senate seat that belonged to John McCain. His wife, Cindy, endorsed Joe Biden. But the voters we spoke with throughout Arizona here over the past couple days didn't care much about any of the endorsements.
Whit Osmond, thanks very much. Let's go to Cecilia Vega. 2 big issues in Arizona, COVID and its impact on the Latino community.
COVID impacted on the Latino community, and of course we've been talking about this for so long now. This is a community that has been hit disproportionately hard. Some experts say that this is a community that has been devastated by COVID. George.
Okay, we now are going to hear House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is coming out to speak to the cameras, and we're going to see her right now.
Thank you for joining us. I know that transportation is always challenging in this time of coronavirus, but thank you for joining us virtually here this evening so that I can praise you for retaining our House Democratic majority. Under your leadership, Madam Chair, we have held the House, and now after all the votes are counted, we'll see how much better we will do than that. We are in a situation where some of the states have just said we're not counting anymore until tomorrow morning, and of course the West Coast has not chimed in yet, so there's more to come. Our race this time was all about health care. This was Vote Your Health. We had that in the last election. Our For the People agenda was we're going to lower health care costs by lowering the cost of prescription drugs, preserving pre-existing conditions. It became the issue of the 2018 election under the leadership of the policy committee that Madam Chair was a co-chair of then, carrying that message into this election because it is of concern to the American people. It is amplified by the coronavirus. So our purpose in this race was to win so that we could protect the Affordable Care Act and that we could crush the virus, that we could stop the spread of it, that we could reward our workers who risk their lives to save lives and now might be losing their jobs, and that we can put money in the pockets of the American people. So I'm very, very proud of the fact that tonight, relatively early, we are able to say that we have held the House. It is something quite spectacular because
there's House Speaker Nancy Pelosi claiming victory in the House tonight. Democrats will retain control of the House. Cecilia Vega, sorry about that. We interrupted you. Finish your thought on Arizona.
Thank you, George. I appreciate that. We were talking about COVID and the impact on Latino communities, and as we've seen in polling heading into today, COVID is among the top issues of concern as Latinos head to the polls, as well as the economy and healthcare. But what we saw time and time again from President Trump in multiple visits to this state, and he made very many, and this campaign, the Trump campaign particularly, was heavily focused on Arizona. This is a state they do want to win. They were focused, one of the messages that they kept hitting over and over again was immigration because of the state's location along the border there. And he talked about the wall repeatedly and repeated the mistruth that Mexico is paying for the wall. Mexico's not paying for the wall. American citizens are paying for the wall. And as we've seen in the polling heading into today, immigration is very far low on the list of issues that are important to Americans heading into Election Day. And when you talk to Republicans in Washington and on Capitol Hill specifically, they get very frustrated with the president's continual focus on this issue because it's not one that is necessarily a winning argument for their base heading into the election. They wanted to see him expand that conversation in states like Arizona to focus on COVID, to focus on the economy, but immigration was a message that he drilled in on time and time again.
Cecilia Vega, thanks very much. Lindsay Davis, it's a recurring theme of the night. This election defined in many ways by the pandemic.
Sure. You know, going into tonight, I think that one big question that loomed large was how were Americans going to respond to this increase in infections? Were they going to see that as a failure of the Trump administration and then vote for Joe Biden, or were they going to stick with the president despite the surge? 1,000 people died today of coronavirus, and yet when we're looking at the map, we really don't see that much has changed as far as the way people generally, we haven't again heard from the battleground states yet, but we haven't seen a lot of change from how people cast their votes in 2016. There really couldn't be much more daylight between these two candidates as far as how they've said.
Well, I want to take that to Jen Ashton because, Jen, we've seen all through this campaign such different visions on how to handle the pandemic from Joe Biden and from Donald Trump as the entire country, basically, more than 42 states are in the grip of this second wave.
Absolutely, George. And we heard Dr. Deborah Birx in an internal White House memo citing that we're going into the most dire period of the pandemic to date. She is expecting to see 100,000 cases a day in the next week. And we have seen different approaches. We've seen different approaches when it comes to testing. We have seen some missteps. We've seen a series of broken down communications and mistrust in the biggest and most powerful public health organizations we have, the CDC, the FDA, the World Health Organization. And to circle back to the state of Arizona, to pick up on what Cecilia and Lindsay have said, we have seen from the beginning of this pandemic, while it did not start the racial and ethnic disparities that exist in medicine and healthcare, it certainly put them under a spotlight. And when you look at the state of Arizona, one population, George, that we have not heard that much about, American Indians and Alaskan Natives, there is a disproportionate effect of this pandemic, this virus. They represent 4% of the Arizona population, 12% of deaths. This is a population, George, that 30 to 40% of residents do not have running water in their homes. So when you talk about battling this virus, it's not just about the vaccine and therapeutics. It's very widespread.
David Muir, what are we seeing in the exit polls about all this? We have national exit polls.
We do now, yeah. That's right, George. And just to pick up on Lindsay's point that there could not be more daylight between President Trump and Joe Biden in how they put themselves forward as how they would deal with this pandemic moving forward. Joe Biden saying, I can't flip a switch and fix things, but we do have to address the virus before we can address the economy. But look at this. This is the first time we're going to be able to do this, 11 p.m. Eastern. So if containing COVID, the pandemic, was the way you voted today over rebuilding the economy, and look at this, 51% to 42% in the exit polling. When you break that down, Joe Biden, 80% to Donald Trump's 18%, if the most important issue to you was containing COVID-19. Now, if the most important issue was opening the country, getting the economy going again, it's almost the complete opposite, 76% with Donald Trump, 22% with Joe Biden. And among independents, we're seeing this tonight, the breakdown. Joe Biden leading among independents in the national exit polls, 55-40, and among women in the country, Joe Biden 56% to Donald Trump's 43%. We look at men. 49% Donald Trump, 48% Joe Biden. And what we're seeing so far in these states with such close races is that not only is the country divided, but many of these key battleground states are divided right down the middle.
No question about that, Martha Raddatz. COVID is something that came up consistently in all your travels across the country.
It sure did, George. But I have to say that I was surprised when I crossed the country, and it was almost like people are done with it. It was very blue state, red state. They were wearing masks in blue states. They were not wearing masks en masse in red states. So people would talk about it. But I think in so many ways, there are so many bigger issues, especially to the Trump voters. I mean, we have to remember, they're voting for an incumbent now. In 2016, it was, we don't want to vote for a Washington guy. He's something new. He's a businessman. But they're voting on his record now. And that record is COVID. That record is the economy. That record is immigration and race relations. So they've made a decision, those Trump voters, that they like what Donald Trump has done in these last 4 years, including COVID. I mean, Trump voters I have talked to and said things about COVID. I mean, one voter in Texas who's a very strong supporter had a mask on. He said he only wears it when he goes into certain establishments so he can get into them. But his mask said, "This is dumb." And today he told me, Dr. Fauci, everything he says is wrong. So that message is resonating in those areas, too. But you go through Ohio. I was especially surprised in Ohio. There were so many people out, not social distancing. And this is in Columbus, in a very crowded area. They had masks, but most of them were pulled down. But they were not social distancing. And they were just out. They just wanted to be out and try to forget about COVID.
Martha, thanks. Heidi Heitkamp, you certainly see that in the Dakotas.
Well, I think what's happening is people have bought into herd immunity. It's the only way to control it. It's not something that you're going to get over until you get through it, and they don't want to disrupt their lives. And so they know someone who's died, but, they were old or they were this. And what is really puzzling to me is that we are so willing to make old and disabled people kind of the victims here, and then just accept it. And you're seeing that in these vote totals. You're seeing it in the behavior, especially in red states. They don't want to change their lives. They don't think that changing their lives will change the outcome of the coronavirus.
Heidi Heitkamp, thanks very much. Let's take another look at the state of Ohio right now. We've now got 85% of the expected vote in the state of Ohio. And Donald Trump now appears to be pulling away 53-45 in that state. Chris Christie, that's what you were hearing from the state about an hour ago.
It was. It's what I was hearing from GOP leadership. They said that as this progressed in the evening, he was going to open up a more substantial lead. And George, I'm hearing the same thing in North Carolina, that both Tom Tillis is now leading by more than a point over Cal Cunningham, and the president is leading by just less than a point over Joe Biden in North Carolina. And that's been a steady progression through the evening to, chip away at that, and they feel very confident in North Carolina, again, that both those are going to go that the way Ohio has gone here for Trump and for Tillis in the Senate.
Let's pull up another look at North Carolina right now. If we can pull up the North Carolina map, we've got 95% of the expected vote in North Carolina. Very close race right now. Only about 70,000 votes separating Donald Trump and Joe Biden. Tom, what can we look at on where the outstanding vote still is?
Okay, so let's look at the major counties here, because that's what Joe Biden needs to win if he wants to pull off an upset here. We're looking at Mecklenburg County, the biggest county. This is the Charlotte area. Right now, Joe Biden overperforming. He's 3 points higher from where Hillary Clinton was just 4 years ago. Donald Trump slightly down in Mecklenburg, but that's 95% of the vote in. Not a whole lot more votes going to come out of there. Wake County, the same story. Look, Joe Biden is doing well. He's improved in these cities around states like North Carolina. Let me look at one more area real quick right here. This is Guilford County. This was a county that the Trump campaign thought maybe they could improve on. It's pretty much the same of where it was 4 years ago. But George, as I look at this map, it's pretty much the same. Joe Biden is running up the score in the cities, but around the rural counties, even some of the swing counties that he took from Democrats 4 years ago, he's on top, and he's still winning. These counties down here on the border with South Carolina, Robson, this is one that we were taking a close look at. He's actually doing much better there. So in the rural areas, it looks like the Trump team has been able to drive out their voters.
Okay, Tom Yamas, thank you very much. We're going to take another quick break. We have a long night ahead. We'll be right back.
I've been quested to bring this one back to its kind.
You know this is no place for a child.
Wherever I go, he goes.
The Mandalorian, new season now streaming only on Disney+.
What's the most innovative daily news podcast out there to listen to every day? Well, the Edward R. Murrow Awards say it's Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. Even the New York Times calls us a top news podcast worth listening to. So if you like getting behind the biggest news stories of the day, inside all the details, the backstory, and what will happen next, then listen to Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. It's like no other news podcast out there. Even the critics agree. Listen free on Apple Podcasts.
Wednesday night, get ready for
a con so big, so outrageous, never seen anything like it before.
Meet the Prince, pretending to be part of one of the world's richest royal families.
Living large.
But
holy cow, who is this person?
He stole approximately $8.1 million.
Where was all this money coming from? Buckle up.
Just the tip of the iceberg.
I'm Whoopi Goldberg. This is The Con.
All new and royally good. Wednesday on ABC.
Good Morning America tomorrow morning. Wake up to real-time answers, real-time results the morning after this historic election with the most powerful team in politics live. First thing in the morning, ABC. Good Morning America. With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir.
We have made it through another week together.
America's most watched program across all of television. ABC News honored winner for the second straight year with the Edward R. Murrow Award for overall excellence in television. More Americans choose ABC News, America's #1 news source.
Back now at ABC News Election Headquarters in New York, coming up on 11:20 in the East. I want to bring in Nate Silver right now. Nate, as we've been talking about so far, every state that has been projected so far tonight has gone exactly the same way as it went in 2016. As you look at all the data, and you've seen more data than probably anybody else in the country, has anything surprised you tonight?
I mean, obviously Miami-Dade County in Florida, and the big question is that indicative of a polling error in other parts of the country, or is it isolated to South Florida? The fact that Biden has won New Hampshire, for example, might make you say, well, actually, it's part of Florida, but maybe not a problem elsewhere. The fact that Arizona looks okay for Biden. So, look, it's going to be a long night. I think we're in a scenario now where we're talking about this might take days to get resolved. But still, how much is that an isolated incident in Florida versus a national polling problem kind of like we saw in 2016?
Yeah, and we still don't know how the popular vote is going to come in. Of course, we expect to see millions and millions of votes coming in from the Pacific West Coast, especially California.
Yeah, I mean, Biden will probably win the popular vote, but that doesn't make you president. And so, you know, I mean, look, it feels a little bit like 2016, but also a bit like 2018, where Florida went very badly for Democrats, but they had a good night in the end of the day. The fact that in different corners of the country, the fact that New Hampshire went for Biden and Arizona looks okay for Biden would give Democrats quite a bit of hope, I would think. But, you know, if they lose Pennsylvania, then we probably have a second term for Trump. So it's going to take a long time to know what happens in Pennsylvania, what happens in Wisconsin, what happens in Michigan. We'll know more about Arizona probably by, 2 or 3 in the morning tonight. But it's going to be a while here.
Well, and we should just emphasize that. We said it at the beginning of the night. We'll say it again right now. We have to have patience. We have to wait until all the votes are counted. We know it's going to take some time to count the votes in Pennsylvania Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin, it is looking increasingly clear that we are not going to know who the next president of the United States will be tonight, and we're just going to have to be patient as we go through this process in the coming hours and perhaps the coming days. Let's take another look at the state of Georgia right now. 67% of the expected vote is in, and Tom Yamas, Donald Trump appears to have a fairly healthy lead right now.
Yeah, we're talking about 340,000 votes, and I want to show you one data point right now because this is interesting. Donald Trump actually winning in the early vote in the state of Georgia. So we talked about the spread, almost 400,000 votes. Donald Trump's holding what he needs to hold. The swing counties he took from the Democrats 4 years ago, he's winning again. Places like Peach County. We wanted to look at Peach County because, as you can imagine, they got peaches there. But it also has a good breakdown in the state. They have 50% white, 44% African-American. It's a place that Donald Trump won 4 years ago, and he's holding on to the same lead. But this was a county that Barack Obama also won. The big question, George, and this is maybe for other people on the panel, but the big question is, can they find those 300,000 votes in this area? That's what's going to need to happen, because in the rural areas, in northern Georgia, southern Georgia, the Piedmont area, Donald Trump is winning. His people are turning out. Are those 300,000 votes still there? We're going to have to wait and see. If we go into some of these counties, you know, like DeKalb, there's only 24% of the vote in. And Joe Biden, he's doing better. But the question is he doing well enough to drive out all those numbers and drive them up in a big way? I don't know if 3 or 4 percentage points is going to do that. He's going to have to come up much higher.
Okay, Tom, thanks very much. We should also say we now know that in the Senate race, one of the Senate races in Georgia, Reverend Raphael Warnock, the pastor of Ebenezer Baptist Church, will be in a runoff with the Senator Kelly Loeffler right now, Republican Senator Yvette Simpson. That could be quite a barn burner on January 5th.
We are ready to go to battle for that seat, and we're super excited about the fact that Raphael, who is a newcomer, has been able to do so well against two pretty well-known Republicans in the state. And so we predicted that this would go to a runoff. Our folks are ready, and we hope to take that seat.
And a very good possibility there'll be a second runoff on the same day.
Exactly.
Of Georgia. Yes. Let's pull up now Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. Of course, those are those key blue-tier states. Blue wall for the Democrats was taken away by Donald Trump in 2016. Right now, 44% of the expected vote in Michigan. Donald Trump is ahead. 52% in Wisconsin. Donald Trump is ahead. 45% in Pennsylvania. Donald Trump is ahead. John Carr, we're going to repeat this again right now. This is not necessarily unexpected.
Yeah, this is not unexpected. Remember, the mail-in vote, which we expect to be overwhelmingly Democratic, didn't even start counting. The process didn't start counting until today. So I fully expect that Biden's numbers will increase as it goes on, and not just tonight, but over the coming days. I mean, in Pennsylvania, they have told us that Friday is the very earliest. In fact, Pennsylvania will still accept absentee votes that come in as long as they were postmarked by today until Friday. So this is going to take some time. But George, looking into some of the details here, particularly in Michigan, I see signs that should be concerning to the Democrats. I see Donald Trump performing in these early returns quite well in places like Macomb County, which he won last time. He seems to be potentially putting up numbers bigger than he did 4 years ago. And also in Kent County, Grand Rapids, which is where he held his very last rally of this campaign.
Juju Chang is in Michigan. Juju, tell us more about what you're hearing about how the counting is going, how long it's going to take.
Well, George, it will definitely be a marathon nail-biter here, but at least in Michigan, not as marathon as projected. The Secretary of State Benson said a short time ago in a press conference that she believes it will be fully tabulated within 24 hours. Now, they originally said they wouldn't be done until Friday, but a lot of that has to do with the fact that yesterday, unlike the other upper Midwestern states, they had 10 hours to process. They had an army of volunteers come in, hand open envelopes, check signatures, so that at 7 a.m. this morning, with a double the number of speed counting machines, they were able to get to work, and they believe they're getting to work much faster. That said, they are also seeing record turnout in Detroit. I spoke earlier to the NAACP's Reverend Anthony, and he said that they had 100 lawyers fanned out looking for voter intimidation, and what they ended up doing was spending a lot of time getting out the vote, bringing souls to the polls, as the Reverend told me. But at the same time, Republicans are also incredibly enthusiastic about their ground game team. The party chair, Laura Cox, told me that they had 9 million voter contacts during this season, that every time they were out canvassing, they never saw any Democrats, and they cannot tell you enough about the enthusiasm that they see and they viscerally feel every time there are these giant rallies, so many of which took place in the battleground state of Michigan. And George, don't get me started on the lawn signs, but you see them all over. You know you're in a battleground in these suburbs when there's a Biden sign on one side, the Trump signs on the other. I went to a Trump volunteer meeting, a packed room, and the organizer said, how many of you have had your lawn sign stolen or vandalized? And almost the entire room's hand went up. It says something about just how tense the battleground is here out in the suburbs, George.
It sure does. I want to go to Mary Bruce right now. Mary, you picking up any concern in the Biden camp, picking up what John Carl was saying about the way the votes are coming in Michigan and how they're coming in?
The read from inside the Biden campaign right now is urging caution and patience. They say, look, they are feeling fine, and that is because this was expected. They knew that many of these key states, especially the blue wall states, were going to take some time. That said, there has been a bit of a shift in tone. Given the real enthusiasm, the real confidence that we were hearing from members of the Biden team heading into tonight, now you hear more the words hopeful, optimistic, but they were really bullish earlier in the night. Now, not so much of that. But, George, I have to tell you, behind me, they have started to bring in the cars here to this drive-in rally. If I'm really trying to pick at the tea leaves here, not sure what that means about whether we may or may not see Joe Biden later tonight. But, of course, he sort of changed his tune there, saying he may actually not speak until tomorrow.
But perhaps they will be ready for him to speak. We're going to keep an eye on that. And, of course, we're going to be here as long as the votes are being counted tonight. We're going to take another quick break right now. Election 2020 coverage continues right now. Joe Biden has 187 electoral votes. Donald Trump 114 electoral votes. It's a close one.
Welcome to Disney Plus. Are you ready? Drop in and explore. The action, the adventure, and the originals. There's no limit to what you'll find. These are your worlds. So come on, dive deeper into the universes you love. Wherever and whenever you want them, you'll find them all here on Disney Plus.
Now, when it matters most, the straightforward facts. ABC News is America's #1 news. #1 in the morning, #1 in the evening, and the #1 show on all of television. #1 in late night versus the competition. #1 in politics versus the competition. The #1 daytime talk show. And #1 in streaming news. Most trusted, most watched. ABC News is America's #1 news.
Now could be a good time to have another baby.
Are you crazy? I'm in love with you. Now that I said it out loud, it does sound weird. Please stop.
You were so fine, I had to remind myself to breathe. Let's do this.
How's your quarantine going?
Admit it. These days, what you need to know
seems to change just about every day.
What is it that you really want to know, need to know?
To help you not just get through your day,
but to make the most of it. Feel smarter.
Feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America in the afternoon?
GMA 3, what you need to know. Lunchtime at 1 Eastern, 12 Central and Pacific on ABC. It's all about you.
Live from ABC News election headquarters in New York City, here again, George Stephanopoulos.
And we're back here at ABC News election headquarters in New York, 11:30 here in the East. And as we said, it's going to be a long night, a lot more counting ahead. It could spread over the next several days. And so that makes me want to bring back our legal team, our ballot watch team. I want to bring in Kate Shaw and Dan Abrams right now. And Kate, we just talked about Pennsylvania. We've had this Supreme Court ruling on how and whether and when ballots can be counted in Pennsylvania. It could prolong this process. Could be more challenges ahead.
That's right. So actually, the Supreme Court has now twice had a chance to weigh in on this question of whether ballots that arrive between today and Friday can be counted under Pennsylvania law. Both times the court turned back challenges brought by Pennsylvania Republicans that would have cut off, the return date at today on Election Day itself. So right now, those ballots are going to be counted, but they're being segregated because the Supreme Court actually left wide open the possibility that it might take another look at this case after the election. And we don't know yet. And it's important, I think, to note that Justice Amy Coney Barrett is now in place, and there's a question about whether she might participate, which would, of course, give an additional vote when the court comes to considering this late arriving ballots question.
Yeah, I want to bring that to Dan Abrams as well, because, Dan, we all remember 2000 Florida. If it's close, that adds another layer of complication as well if you have recounts and have to have the ballots counted again. So first you have the challenges to the existing ballots and then the possibilities in a close race of recounts, and the court's getting involved in that.
Right. We've said in our room here, the legal room, we're only relevant if this thing is close. This thing is now close. And so as a result, the lawyers are all on speed dial. There's no question that there are going to be some form of legal challenges. We don't know exactly how real they will be, how significant, but Pennsylvania could become critical here. And as you point out, not just with regard to the 3 days of ballot counting, because there may not be that many votes in those 3 days. I think you could argue that the more critical question is going to be exactly how they're counting the variety of votes, the signatures matching, et cetera. And I think that those could be the critical questions here, even more than that 3-day window.
Okay, and Terry Moran, we saw how that played out in Florida in 2000.
We did, and one of the big questions here is how much will this conservative supermajority that is now in the Supreme Court defer to state Supreme Courts that find under state constitutions that these ballots should be counted, or will they reach into those states and federalize the question, decide it for themselves?
Okay, many questions ahead. We'll see if we get to them. We're going to take another quick break, and we'll be right back.
Wednesday night, get ready for
a con so big, so outrageous, never seen anything like it before.
Meet the Prince, pretending to be part of one of the world's richest royal families.
Living large.
But
holy cow, who is this person?
He stole approximately $8.1 million.
Where was all this money coming from? Buckle up.
Just the tip of the iceberg.
I'm Whoopi Goldberg. This is The Con.
All new and royally good. Wednesday on ABC.
Good Morning America tomorrow morning. Wake up to real-time answers, real-time results, the morning after this historic election, with the most powerful team in politics live. First thing in the morning, ABC. Good Morning America. With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir.
We have made it through another week together.
America's most watched program across all of television.
Susan Powell was a young, beautiful mother. She just one night vanished.
Where is Susan?
July 29th, making sure that if something happens to me, our assets are documented.
Josh, did you kill your wife? And I'll never forget the first time that I met him. A chill just raced up through my spine. I just shook the hand of a killer.
Now, new details, stunning new interviews.
He ends up revealing the biggest bombshell.
What will happen next? The new 2020 event, Friday night on ABC.
What's the most innovative daily news podcast out there to listen to every day? Well, the Edward R. Murrow Awards say it's Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. Even the New York Times calls us a top news podcast worth listening to. So if you like getting behind the biggest news stories of the day, inside all the details, the backstory, and what will happen next, then listen to Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. It's like no other news podcast out there. Even the critics agree. Listen free on Apple Podcasts.
Live from ABC News election headquarters in New York City, here again, George Stephanopoulos.
And we are back. Let's take a look at the electoral map right now. So far, Joe Biden has won 14 states, 187 electoral votes. Donald Trump has won 17 states, 114 electoral votes. So far, at least, according to ABC News, every state that Hillary Clinton won in 2016 has been won by Joe Biden. In 2020, same goes Donald Trump, repeating his wins in the red states. the big battleground states still out there right now. Let's take a look at some of them, starting with the state of Florida. And there, with 94% of the vote in, Donald Trump has a relatively healthy lead, Tom Yamas.
Yeah, he does, George. And I think when we look at Florida at this hour, it's really just some simple math, and I'll walk you through it. When we talk about the vote difference right now, plus 5 million, so huge turnout in Florida. We have to acknowledge that. We're talking about a 400,000 voter gap, right? I told you 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton comes out of Miami-Dade County with a 300,000 plus advantage. What happened tonight? Let's go to Miami-Dade County. And look at this, George. We're talking about less than 100,000 difference right there. This entire state, you could bank it on this one county right here. Republicans were able to make inroads with voters there. Donald Trump, even though he lost, he actually won.
Okay, Dave Amir, what are we seeing in the exit polls in Florida?
A couple of the really key things, George. Let's laser in on the Latino vote in Florida. As you can see, look at this. Joe Biden got 52% of the Latino vote to 47% for Donald Trump. If that number holds and bears out at the end of the night, that's a significant number for Donald Trump, not only with Cuban Americans, but perhaps gaining on some of the numbers we saw 4 years ago with the Latino vote. And look at this. We asked seniors, particularly in the I-4 corridor and other parts of Florida, whether or not they'd been affected by the pandemic. They were concerned when they would be able to hug their grandchildren, as Lindsay Davis talked about earlier in the evening. 52% of seniors in Florida, according to the exit polls tonight, supported Donald Trump to 47% for Joe Biden.
Okay, let's take a look now at the state of Arizona. Pull it up right there. Still 75% of the expected vote in, 54-45 right there for Joe Biden. A big lead there. We say that Mark Kelly also has a lead there. Not much new coming in the count yet, Tom. But we do expect more tonight.
Yeah, not yet. But one more data point we haven't talked about yet. It's a county that's sandwiched in between Maricopa and Tucson, right? Pinal County right here. This was the county that swung the biggest for Trump 4 years ago, was where he was most popular. And look at his numbers down. He's down 7 points right there. In a very tight race, in a very tight election, you can't be down 7 points anywhere. It's just one sign. But the big headline, George, so far coming in, 77% of the vote in, and Joe Biden is up in a very big way in Maricopa County. This is Phoenix. This is Scottsdale, Mesa area. He's doing very well right there. This is the surprise of the night so far in Maricopa County. Look, Donald Trump had underperformed from Mitt Romney. Democrats thought Republicans were vulnerable there. They went in, and right now they're on top.
Okay, let me bring in Nate Silver back again as we pull up and look in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania again. Those states still coming in. Let's talk about the possible paths now for Biden and Trump, very similar to what we saw, first of all, in 2016.
Yeah, so if we can speculate a bit. So what happens if Donald Trump wins Florida, wins Ohio, wins North Carolina, but then Biden wins Arizona? We actually think it's a decent map for Joe Biden. He's about an 85% favorite. There is also a chance of electoral college tie. But Trump, if he loses Arizona, he could actually win Pennsylvania and then get to 269 or 268. That would not be enough. It could come down to the 2nd Congressional District in Omaha, Nebraska, or the one in upstate Maine. So if Arizona goes Biden, that really reverses not all the bad news Democrats got earlier in the evening, but makes Trump an underdog again.
Well, and then, let's picking up what John Carl was saying about Michigan. Again, this is pure speculation at this point, but we're just trying to figure out what different maps might look like. If the Democrats win Arizona, Joe Biden holds Pennsylvania, but Donald Trump gets Michigan, they have only 16 electoral votes to Pennsylvania's 20.
Pennsylvania is bigger, and 20 votes in Pennsylvania versus 16 in Michigan or 10 in Wisconsin, that can make a difference some of the time, right? There's a lot we don't know. Nevada could be in play, probably not. Georgia, I think, is not going to be called tonight. So there are other scenarios, but we are looking at a lot of photo finishes, and in a photo finish, Arizona becomes a pretty important state.
You mentioned Nevada, and I wonder, Tom, if we can I'm talking to the control room right now. Can we pull up Nevada and take a look at what we're seeing in the state of Nevada right now? They're going to take time because they have all the early vote, and we just don't have anything coming in on that yet. So let's go back to Wisconsin. Deb Roberts, I want to go to you in Wisconsin right now. What are you hearing about the possibility of when the count will be continued there and when it will be finished?
George, I got to tell you, there's good news, bad news. The good news is it seems to be going very well. All of those absentee mail-in ballots, about 2 million of them, they're being processed very well. The Wisconsin Election Commission head, Megan Wolf, said that they're processing very well. But then she said she probably will give another news conference about 11:30 in the morning. So I'll probably be here right on time for Good Morning America. Now, the one thing that is sort of interesting, and you've talked a lot about this tonight, is those ballots probably will reflect a very tight race. Wisconsinites seem to just have this love-hate or like-hate relationship with the president. On the one hand, they just don't like him. More than 50% think that he's not doing a good job. 56% don't like how he's handling the pandemic. I talked to a guy in line today, and he said he would have swum through a lake of alligators to get there to vote because he wanted to support Biden, and he just didn't like where the country is going. But then I spoke with another voter who said, I'm worried about health care, and this is in a state that is dealing with the COVID virus. But then he said, I think I'm going to support the president, or I just supported the president. So Wisconsinites are very mixed here, and I think it's going to be a long night, a long morning. And, you know, the polls show that Biden is up, but it's going to be very, very tight here. I think Wisconsinites just aren't sure what they think. The president's been here 6 times. Joe Biden came here 3 times. He was here in Kenosha last night. He projects strength, and they seem to like that in spite of the fact that they don't like him.
Deb
George?
Roberts, thanks. Let me go to Eva Pilgrim in Pennsylvania for the same question. What are you hearing about how the count is going, how long it's likely to take?
Well, sort of like what Deb just said. Some good news and some bad news. They say that the counting is going smoothly. Originally, they thought that we would have the majority of those mail-in ballots counted by Friday. But we just heard a little bit earlier tonight from the Philadelphia City Commissioners, and they were saying that, you know, they originally thought that they were going to be able to do about 32,000 ballots an hour. That's just not happening. They're saying right now they're doing about 10,000 per hour. They've done about 75,000 votes, mail-in ballots so far tonight. They've estimated they have about 350,000 to count. We're supposed to hear from them again at about midnight to give us an update. That's the next kind of ballot drop number that we're expecting to hear from them. But here's the thing. It's just going to take a long time. I've heard you say this tonight repeatedly, George. People are just going to have to be patient. This is a slow process. Here in Pennsylvania, I mean, there's like 2.5 million mail-in ballots that came in. This is a state that's never done early voting for all voters that wanted to take advantage of it. This is a first-time process, and it's going to take some time. The governor spoke earlier tonight asking everyone to just have their patience. They are doing the best that they can. People are working around the clock, as we're seeing here in Philadelphia, but it is going to take time. They want to make sure this count is accurate, George.
Which is the most important thing for them to do right now. Eva Pilgrim, thanks very much. We can project 2 more states right now. The state of New Mexico is going to go to Joe Biden. State of New Mexico, and it's 5 electoral votes. Hillary Clinton won it by 8 points in 2016. Joe Biden will win it tonight. And the state of Idaho, it's 4 electoral votes. No surprise there. Going to go to Donald Trump. He won the state by 32 points in 2016. I want to go to the table right now. And Sarah Fager, let me start with you. We're coming up on midnight now on the East Coast. Is the night going as you expected? What's the surprise? What should we be looking for ahead?
I think the night's going better than I expected.
For Republicans?
For Republicans, yeah. I mean, I was in the camp where I thought Joe Biden was going to win this, and it is far from clear that he's going to win this election. And the president seems to be doing much better in the upper Midwest. Now, again, we don't know exactly what vote is in. It may be heavily election day vote. But, you know, clearly in some of those counties, the president is overperforming, and even overperforming what he did in 2016. So I think this is going to be a nail-biter.
Rob?
I think the way I look at it is every state to date has performed like they did, not changing. There wasn't really a move in the sense that some people thought there was this tailwind coming, except for Arizona. And the only state that's flipped so far is Arizona.
It hasn't flipped yet.
It hasn't flipped yet, but
it's going to tighten considerably.
It's going to tighten, but I'm going to go out on a limb then, given it's midnight, it's way past my bedtime, and say that those are numbers that are hard at this point for the president to break. That said, we have big numbers in Atlanta and Metro Atlanta, big numbers in the metro areas of the upper Midwest that are out. It's going to come down to those 4 states to make the determination, and we are going to be here every night Friday. So I look forward to seeing you every night. I mean, so we're going to be here right through, and I'm going to sit next to you, so we're going to be there. But it's going to be a while here, and I think what the problem is, what was your baseline is going to determine your mood. And it says if you thought this was going to be a big tailwind, you go, oh boy, that was disappointing. As Nate said, the truth is, it hasn't been. It's actually, the states are doing exactly what they did.
It's also looking very good for Republicans to control the Senate. Joni Ernst is ahead. Tom Tillis is ahead. It's not done in North Carolina. The Georgia senators are ahead. If you go to a runoff, especially, if Biden does pull this off, you're likely to keep control of the United States Senate. People like a split power, and we will see at least one runoff in Georgia.
You don't want split power.
No, we don't. We want to take the whole darn thing, of course. I think a couple of big picture things I'm seeing is that the strategy to flip Republicans to Democrat didn't pan out. And so now we're all hoping that enough Democrats came out, particularly in urban centers and some suburban areas, to really carry the day. And I think that was the big surprise aha, I think, for a lot of us who were expecting, particularly with what happened at the convention and Lincoln Project, that all these Republicans were going to flip. But we're seeing Donald Trump win in big margins where he won before. So are there enough Democrats, particularly in these areas where we're seeing Joe Biden actually overperform Hillary Clinton in 2016? Will that be enough to carry the day?
Donald Trump's overperforming Donald Trump. And that's part of the problem for Democrats right now. And for Rahm to say the evening's gone about as expected, it's not what I was hearing about 6 hours ago. Okay, so what we're seeing is that the president is enormously competitive in Wisconsin, where he was not supposed to be competitive according to the polls. He's competitive in Michigan, where he was not supposed to be competitive according to the polls. And he's winning in Florida and winning in North Carolina. And so, I think it's going to come down to Pennsylvania. At the end of the day, I think if the president wins Pennsylvania, he's going to be reelected. And if he doesn't, he won't.
Matt Dowd.
Well, I'm going to go along with Rahm on this one, because look at every single state and look at the polls. Really, if you fundamentally look at the polls, they're basically been in alignment, give or take a point or two, been in alignment with what we saw. We will soon find out a divergence from that. And my guess is the first divergence from this is Arizona. And once Arizona diverges, I've looked at the data, it's almost impossible for Donald Trump to come back from where he's behind with what's left in there. And the other thing to look at is Michigan. Michigan is not as close as it looks right now. If you look at all of the numbers, all of those numbers that are in are almost all election day numbers. It's almost no absentee, which the Democrats were supposed to overperform in. And I still think North Carolina, there's a lot left to count, and there's a lot of mail left to count in North Carolina. So that race I don't think is over yet. But the first state that we see that switches is likely to be from Donald Trump to Joe Biden. And that's the most significant thing we're waiting on.
Heidi Heitkamp.
I totally agree with Rahm and with Matt, but I think the story that we haven't talked about tonight, which is the popular vote. How much is Biden going to win the popular vote and still see this enormous challenge in the Electoral College? And that's going to reignite all of that dialogue again. If this is a 5-point win in the popular vote, I think that there's going to be a lot of challenges in this country holding the country together.
7 out of the 8 last elections won by Democrats in the popular vote. John Carr, you get the last word here.
Well, I think there are dangers out there for Joe Biden in Pennsylvania by looking in Ohio. I want Tom, if he can pick up 2 counties that border Pennsylvania in Ohio, Trumbull and Mahoning. In both these counties, Donald Trump seriously outperformed what he did 4 years ago. Now, that's in Ohio. Ohio's one state, but right on the other side, key counties in Pennsylvania.
We are going to be watching it all day, all night, perhaps all week long. We'll be right back.
This is what being live is all about. This is ABC News Live.
Neighborhoods are underwater.
24/7 streaming news source, ABC News.
There it goes.
Imagine breaking news, live events as they happen, streaming live, non-stop, straight to you. Imagine instant, incredible access to the most compelling live video.
That's a grenade.
Original, on the edge, breakthrough storytelling from ABC News, National Geographic, ESPN, all the most innovative storytellers, all designed differently for you to stream straight to any screen whenever you want, free. And imagine the most celebrated, epic live events and moments, all playing out right before your eyes.
See those flames behind me?
Go there now.
Put this fire out right now.
With ABC News Live. Think of it as your live streaming adrenaline rush.
Just look at all of the smoke here.
Real, raw,
Welcome
live.
to the Columbus Zoo.
No matter where the next step takes us, we're taking it.
It's frightening.
And go deeper inside the groundbreaking exclusives from the campaign trail only ABC News gets. Behind the scenes, exclusive access.
Take you inside for an extraordinary tour here at ABC News Live. This is it.
It's time to go there, be there, experience it, live on the scene. Maybe that's why, in just 1 year, ABC News Live is already America's #1 live streaming news. And imagine this, it's free.
Wow.
Watch ABC News Live right now and anytime, streaming on Roku, Hulu, Facebook, and abcnews.com.
ABC News Live.
Streaming everywhere, right to you.
It is coming up on midnight here in the East Coast. Let's take a look at the map right now. Right now, Joe Biden leading in the popular vote. He's got 50%, about 56 million votes, 56 million plus to Donald Trump's 48%. In the Electoral College, he's won 15 states, 192 electoral votes, 18 states for Donald Trump, 118 electoral votes. I want to bring in our political director, Rick Klein, right now, because, Rick, we've been saying it, but now let's put some meat on the bones on this. This is going to be a long night. We are not going to know who the next president is tonight. It might be well into tomorrow or beyond before we do. Tell me everything you know from the key states that are still out there. Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Georgia, North Carolina, about where the vote is, how long it's going to take.
Yeah, George, it's overwhelmingly likely that we're well into overtime in those states, particularly Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. We know that there's a lot of outstanding vote. In Georgia, it's primarily the urban counties. We've had some counting issues there, and we know that at some point they're going to basically have to resume tomorrow. And in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, election officials have been telling us for weeks that they're not going to be ready to have a complete vote count. In Wisconsin, we're expecting more information overnight. In Pennsylvania, though, it's going to be several days. I think it is now fair to assume that we're into an overtime scenario with several states on the line. I think North Carolina may be a little bit different, but the other four, they're all big states, George, are now very likely to head into tomorrow or beyond.
And we should also explain it generally takes more time, not always, but it generally takes more time to check, verify, count a mail ballot than it does one made at the ballot box.
Exactly. You have to go one by one, and it's one of the ironies of this surge in early voting that it may actually force election officials to take a lot longer on the back end. They've been preparing for this for weeks. They have been warning about this possibility, and it is now a probability, or even more than that we're talking about having to wait a while to get this complete and accurate count. We know that at least on the Democratic side, they're starting to talk about lawyers. They're setting up an infrastructure to fight in the courts if necessary. But for now, we're going to wait for quite a while on the vote count. And keep in mind that in those three states, those upper Midwestern states, we're still looking at primarily day of vote, election day vote, which we know from all of the polling and all the indications that heavily favors Donald Trump. So the Biden campaign is hoping to close that.
And again, you can't say this enough. I mean, we're also looking deep into where the vote is coming from. But both campaigns always expected the day of vote in those three states to favor Donald Trump.
Precisely. We knew that Joe Biden built up a lead in just about every state with any kind of early vote. Going into Election Day, the question was, can Donald Trump overcome that? And he has overperformed his margins in a bunch of states, and he has just about hit the expectations. There's a range of states, George, where it's almost uncanny, where talking to Democrats and Republicans both, they knew there were numbers that Donald Trump had to hit to be competitive, and he's there almost to a 1/10 of a percentage point.
Dan Abrams, thank you, Rick. Dan Abrams, we talked about this moments ago. You guys are getting more relevant by the minute. Just walk people through what to expect in the coming hours and days.
Well, look,
I don't think anything in the coming hours apart from preparation, right? I think that what you're going to see in the next few hours is the legal teams gathering and sort of playing it out as to all the various possibilities that could occur. What happens if there's a fight in Pennsylvania? What happens if there's a fight in Michigan? What are the laws in Wisconsin? What are the recount laws? I mean, that's the first place we got to be looking at right now, which is the automatic recounts. For example, in the state of Pennsylvania, if it's within half a point, there's an automatic recount that will take place in the state. Those are going to be the first round of sort of legal issues. Round two is going to be, okay, now there's been a recount. Let's get down to the very specifics of ballot by ballot. But we're not there yet. So there's no question the lawyers are on hold. The lawyers are preparing. The lawyers are learning the laws, particularly in those 3 states. I'm sure they already know them, but they're going to be brushing up on the laws in those 3 states as they prepare for what could be litigation, getting down to the point of ballot by ballot in some of these states.
That's the point I wanted to bring to Kate Shaw. Remember back in 2000, it was Justice Scalia on his own who actually stopped the counting in the state of Florida.
That's right. And obviously that's a nightmare scenario, that it all comes down to one state, and there's the possibility of the Supreme Court intervening in a state process, right? Remember, elections are typically run at the state and local level, right? That is the sort of design of our system. So it was, I mean, unusual doesn't even begin to capture it for the Supreme Court to essentially halt the state process in Bush versus Gore, and then ultimately, essentially, to hand the victory by, stopping continuing counting to George W. Bush. So I don't think anyone, I think probably most, John Roberts, the Chief Justice, wants to see a replay of that this time.
Kate Shaw, thanks very much. We're going to take another break. Some stations are going to leave us now for late local news. For the rest of the country, our coverage continues.
Stand down.
I've been quested to bring this one back to its kind. If I can locate other Mandalorians, they can guide me.
This is no place for a child.
Wherever I go, he goes.
The Mandalorian, new season now streaming only on Disney+.
Good Morning America tomorrow morning. Wake up to real-time answers, real-time results the morning after this historic election with the most powerful team in politics live. First thing in the morning, ABC. Good Morning America. With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir.
We have made it through another week together.
America's most watched program across all of television.
Wednesday night, get ready for
a con so big, so outrageous, never seen anything like it before.
Meet the Prince, pretending to be part of one of the world's richest royal families.
Living large.
But
holy cow, who is this person?
He stole approximately $8.1 million.
Where was all this money coming from? Buckle up.
Just the tip of the iceberg.
I'm Whoopi Goldberg. This is The Con.
All new and royally good. Wednesday on ABC.
Oh, look at this clear sky.
Hey, clear sky, guys. Made it through.
Change is difficult, but this is my home. This is where I want to be.
Love that town. I'm not going to bail on it.
It's a big deal. New beginning.
Rebuilding Paradise. Network premiere Sunday at 9 on National Geographic.
Hello? This is Montana Highway Patrol. You're looking for a couple of missing teenagers. That's right. Last seen in a red Focus.
The steering wheel is getting stiff.
Lock the door.
We're fine.
Got ourselves a predicament.
When the night has come.
What's the most innovative daily news podcast out there to listen to every day? Well, the Edward R. Murrow Awards say it's Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. Even the New York Times calls us a top news podcast worth listening to. So if you like getting behind the biggest news stories of the day, inside all the details, the backstory, and what will happen next, then listen to Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. It's like no other news podcast out there. Even the critics agree. Listen free on Apple Podcasts.
Live from ABC News election headquarters in New York City, here again, George Stephanopoulos.
It is midnight here in the East, and we are here at ABC News election headquarters in a very tight race for president right now. Let's take a look at the map. Joe Biden has won 15 states, 192 electoral votes. Donald Trump has won 18 states, 118 electoral votes so far tonight. Every state that Joe Biden won was won by Hillary Clinton back in 2016. Every state that Donald Trump is winning tonight, he won in 2016 as well. Let's take a look at the state of Virginia right now. Let's pull that up. Hillary Clinton won it 4 years ago. Right now, with 75% of the vote, of the expected vote in, Joe Biden is leading, is behind Donald Trump there. Actually, you skipped ahead to Texas. Let's stay on Virginia for a second. 75% of the expected vote is in, 52-46, Joe Biden over Donald Trump. Tom Yamas.
Yeah, okay, so, George, right now, Virginia, we take a look at the map, and it looks a lot like 2016 looked like, right? Joe Biden, the Democrat, on top. What finally happened here? Because at the beginning of the night, remember, I was telling you about the suburbs around D.C. where a quarter of the vote's going to come in. Well, the vote is now in, and you can see Joe Biden is up with big numbers, 76.7, overperforming in counties like Fairfax. Let's take a look at Alexandria, Prince William County, 63%. So he's winning where he needs to be. That vote has come in. And also other areas that were kind of tight, places like Virginia Beach. Donald Trump on top there right now, which is a good sign for the president because it was razor thin just before that. We look at Chesapeake. This was a swing county before. Now it's swung back to Democrats. Look, Virginia wasn't a big story. People thought it was going to go for the Democrats. The votes come in outside of D.C. It's going for Joe Biden. Right now it is. Let's pull up Texas now. Let's pull up the state of Texas. Stay up at the board right now. Let's see how much of the vote is coming in. 88% of the expected vote is in right now. And Donald Trump's starting to pull away. Yeah, he is, George. And something really interesting about Texas. John Carl and I were just talking about this. If you look at some of the big counties like Harris County, Houston, so Joe Biden in Houston, the biggest city, he's basically doing what Democrats did 4 years ago. I'm going to give it back over to Tom. You got to do that because we are now projecting that Donald Trump will win the state of Ohio. Donald Trump will win the state of Ohio tonight. It's 18 electoral votes, excuse me, go to Donald Trump. He won it 4 years ago. He will win it again tonight. Chris Christie, I guess that's not a surprise, but still an important win.
Really important because there was no way for the president to win without Ohio. And as we know, no Republican president has ever been elected without Ohio. So, you know, when you talk about a must-win state, when you got that much history behind it, it's a must-win state. So he pulled it off. It took a little longer than we all thought, but he pulled that one off, and it allows him to continue in the game. The question, Yvette Simpson, now is what is that going to tell us about what happens in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania?
Well, you just don't know. Let's remember that Ohio was the one state in that area that didn't flip in 18. So I don't want to cast aspersions about what might happen. So Ohio was red for Trump, and then it was red again. We lost statewide in Ohio for a lot of reasons. We didn't win any of the congressional races that we were fighting in 18. But Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, they all flipped presumably in the midterm. So I still hold out hope for those other three states, even though unfortunately my home state of Ohio did not come through today.
Rahm Emanuel, Donald Trump is getting out his vote.
Yeah, I mean, so we can start to extrapolate certain information, and that is that Donald Trump is in the race of Donald Trump versus Donald Trump's beating 2016 Donald Trump. And while the numbers, and we keep showing how Biden is beating Hillary, but the total vote is not showing up at the right now in areas that Democrats need. So when DeKalb County is still out in Georgia and other areas, what is your expectation for that vote? And so far, while he may be winning 65, 35, et cetera, the totality of the vote is not matching the totality of Trump's vote in Trump's area in areas, except for, I do want to keep coming back to, we have had a state flip. Only one state has flipped, and it's flipped towards Biden. And so we got to keep that in mind at this area.
You keep saying that. I have to keep reminding our viewers that we have not yet projected Arizona going.
That is true. We have not projected it, but if you look at the math, it's hard to see how it does it. That is fair, but that is the only state that is so far, and it's up by 9.5 points.
What are you learning from Ohio?
From Ohio, I mean, obviously the president won by the same margin tonight as he did in 2016. And when you look, to a point John Carl made, which is you look at Western Ohio. Now, that is a good sign for Donald Trump in Pennsylvania. I'm hearing on the ground in Pennsylvania African-American turnout down in Philadelphia, and that fracking issue did, in fact, hurt Joe Biden in Pennsylvania, that you see big turnout in those areas for Donald Trump.
And what are you seeing, David, in the exit polls from Ohio?
A lot of really interesting things coming in on Ohio. First, let's take a look at the suburban vote in Ohio. 52% of it went to Donald Trump, and then you do the breakdown, which really illustrates the gender gap, but it's huge. With women, Joe Biden won with women in the suburbs of Ohio, 53 to 47. But look at men. The gap is huge. 59% with Donald Trump to 39% in the exit polls for Joe Biden. On handling the economy, 56% with Donald Trump, well over 42% for Joe Biden. Job performance, 54% approve of the job performance from President Trump. Contain COVID, rebuild the economy, almost evenly split. But look at this. The opinion of Donald Trump, 51% unfavorable, but even higher for Joe Biden, 52%. This was really interesting, George. First-time voters, Donald Trump wins them, 54% to Joe Biden. It's what you said earlier, George. Donald Trump is getting out his voters. And on independents, Joe Biden with an edge, but certainly not enough to make up the room for those.
That trine right there, that means that we have another state to project, and it is the state of Virginia. It is going to Joe Biden. It's 13 electoral votes. Again, not a surprise, but now it's been officially projected by ABC News. Joe Biden will win the state of Virginia. The blue states are filling in blue. The red states are filling in red right now. Let's go to the state of Wisconsin. Take a look at that. This is one of the states that Joe Biden will have to flip if he wants to be the next president of the United States. 64% of the expected vote is in right now. Donald Trump is in the lead, Tom.
Okay, so I'd like to acknowledge the gentleman from New Jersey on this one. About half an hour ago, you said the Trump campaign was feeling good about Wisconsin, and they should be. We still only have 64% of the vote in. But, George, there were 23 counties that swung for President Trump 4 years ago. I did some quick math. I was counting them. He's up in almost 20 of those pivot counties. So let's look at Milwaukee, because this is where most of the votes are going to come from right now. Only 36% in. Look at Joe Biden's numbers, though. Underperforming from 4 years ago. He's got to get that number up. And let me bring this up over here, because we're talking about the WOW counties. These are the suburb counties around Milwaukee. And they're called WOW because of their initials. First, Ozaki here. Donald Trump at 53%. We look at what he did 4 years ago. He's slightly under. Let's go over here to Waukesha, 61%. He's holding steady. And over here, Racine. This is a really interesting county. This is a county that went twice for President Bush, twice for Barack Obama. President Trump barely won it 4 years ago. He's on top in a big way. And we have to talk about Kenosha, because it's interesting what's happening here. Half the vote is in, right? But Donald Trump barely won this 4 years ago. There was huge protest because of the shooting of Jacob Blake, social unrest in the streets. It got national attention. Donald Trump right now is up here in a major way. This is not good for Democrats. Like I said, those swing counties aren't going for Democrats right now. One more county I want to talk about, Sauk County. Obama had this. It swung for President Trump 4 years ago. It was very tight. He's up there as well. We also like Sauk County because it's the home of the International Clown Hall of Fame.
John Carl?
I have a very important point to make about Wisconsin, and that is this notion of the early vote. What we are told so far in Wisconsin, there's 64% of the vote in statewide. The percentage of early vote that is in Wisconsin right now, we estimate to be 0. They have not begun counting the early vote in Wisconsin. So, yes, it's looking good for Donald Trump right now, but that will change dramatically as they open those envelopes, they do the work, the slow counting of counting the mail-in ballots.
I want to bring Terry Moran in for more on that. You have more information on this, Terry?
That's right. So Wisconsin has one of the most decentralized systems for counting mail-in ballots in the country, but we are told, ABC News has been told repeatedly by officials throughout the state, that they expect those big counties to be counted in full by early tomorrow morning, 4 or 5 in the morning Central Time. And so we should have a better picture of those votes that John Carl is talking about by early tomorrow morning.
Forgive me, I might have missed you say the percentage. How many of those by 4:35 tomorrow morning?
100%, according to what officials in Wisconsin are telling ABC News. That they should have Milwaukee County, they're telling us, by 5 a.m. Central Time. Brown County, which is Green Bay, sometime around the same time, before dawn tomorrow morning. So Wisconsin should be known, at least as far as the county is concerned, by tomorrow morning.
That could be one of the first of those blue wall states to come in. Deborah Roberts, what more are you hearing in that from Wisconsin?
Well, you know, George, very much what Terry was just saying. The one thing that still has to be done here is that those absentee and those mail-in ballots still have to be counted. And all the elections officials around the state are saying that they just have not gotten to them yet. We're hearing, as Terry said, 5 a.m. for Milwaukee, 4 a.m. There's a state law that these officials cannot go home until those absentee and mail-in ballots are counted. So they fully expect to have them counted. They say they're deliberately working on these overnight, could very well be into the wee hours of the morning. And to John Carl's point, 2 million of those ballots around the state. So they could make a significant impact on the numbers that you're seeing right now. And again, Wisconsin is always very, very tight. But it is interesting that President Trump won Kenosha by just 200-plus votes last time. And at this point, he seems to be doing very, very well here, the site of those protests and so forth. Apparently, his message of strength, he was here a lot in Wisconsin. Apparently, that message seems to be resonating. But those absentee and mail-in ballots, I think, are going to tell us a lot. And we won't know that until the wee hours of the morning, if not maybe late tomorrow.
Sarah Fagan.
Well, you know, we know the absentee and early vote in Wisconsin is about 57% of the vote. And there is a lot out. But looking at modeled data, it looks like Trump would lose that vote as it's on its own by only 5 points. That is going to make, I mean, that to me means Wisconsin's going to either be very close or it's going to move to Trump.
Mary Bruce, what are you hearing from the Biden campaign on that?
Well, George, they continue to stress, as they have in the days leading up to this, that they believe that the early vote has gone overwhelmingly to Biden. And that means that they still are optimistic, still are confident. In fact, a Biden campaign official just tweeted that we are going to win. They still are confident, even though, of course, we are at this waiting period, this intense waiting period, constantly urging everyone to be patient here. But we have to remember that the early vote we still don't have a good sense on in so many of these critical states. That blue wall, yes. Would they have liked to win Ohio? Yes. But they still said that what they saw there were glimmers of encouraging news, especially when you look at the margin by which Biden was doing in suburban women. They see that as a good sign for Joe Biden, especially when it comes to Michigan, Wisconsin, potentially Pennsylvania. They are urging us to be patient as all of these other states come in. I can tell you the supporters behind me here are still holding out hope, very enthusiastic. There's just a lot of cheering and applause and honking because that is how we hold an election night rally in this pandemic. The Biden team here, when they called Virginia, they are now blasting out results here on the screens behind me. But the Biden team, cautious, but still feeling very confident, George.
Bruce, thanks very much. Nate Silver, I want to bring you in right now. Just give us a sense, as you're poring over all the data coming in right now, of what you're looking at, what you're thinking, what possibilities are most present in your mind.
I mean, the easiest way for Biden to win is to hold Pennsylvania. We won't know that for a while, and also flip back Wisconsin and Michigan when you have more early votes counted, more mail vote counted. But there are other states in play. The New York Times has a model that has Georgia being very competitive once all votes are counted there. Arizona looks pretty good for Biden. I think it would be premature to call it at this point. But, you know, it's not a map where you necessarily have, or a night when you have a neat narrative. It's not quite 2016. It might wind up being 2016. It's not quite 2018 yet. We're somewhere in between.
Can you tell yet whether the popular vote is going to come in fairly close to where most of the national polling averages was? I think you had it, between 8 and 9% at the end?
Our best guess is that Biden's going to underperform by somewhere on the order of 2 or 3 points, but he might win by 5 or 6. It's a very early guess, but it's regionally correlated, right? So in Florida, Biden has a bigger disadvantage of that. He's going to lose Florida by several points, we think, in the end. In Arizona, he might hit his numbers or beat his polls potentially. In New Hampshire, he's very close to his polls. So it's very regionally driven, and the question is what happens in Pennsylvania, where he was ahead by about 5 points. If you had a Florida magnitude polling error there, then that would be a photo finish going to the court, frankly.
Nate Silver, thanks very much. We have to take another quick break.
Welcome to Disney Plus. Are you ready? Drop in and explore. The action, the adventure, and the originals. There's no limit to what you'll find. These are your worlds. So come on, dive deeper into the universes you love. Wherever and whenever you want them, you'll find them all here on Disney Plus.
Now could be a good time to have another baby.
Are you crazy? I'm in love with you.
Now that I said it out loud, it does sound weird.
Please stop.
You were so fine, I had to remind myself to breathe.
Let's do this.
How's your quarantine going?
Susan Powell was a young, beautiful mother. She just one night vanished.
Where is Susan?
July 29th, making sure that if something happens to me, our assets are documented.
Josh, did you kill your wife? And I'll never forget the first time that I met him. A chill just raced up through my spine. I just shook the hand of a killer.
Now, new details, stunning new interviews.
He ends up revealing the biggest bombshell.
What will happen next? The new 2020 event, Friday night on ABC.
Admit it. These days, what you need to know
seems to change just about every day.
What is it that you really want to know, need to know?
To help you not just get through your day,
but to make the most of it. Feel smarter.
Feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America in the afternoon?
GMA 3, what you need to know. Lunchtime at 1 Eastern, 12 Central and Pacific on ABC. It's all about you.
Your mom said, comb your hair. Your dad told you, smarten up. Your dog is judging you right now. And your best friend just called you crazy. We all need someone who'll pull no punches and give it to us straight. Now, imagine getting your news like that. No bull, no spin, just give it to me straight. Straightforward news, straight to the heart of the story. ABC News, straightforward.
Just after 12:15 here on the East Coast, that's where the map stands right now. Joe Biden has won 16 states, 205 electoral votes. Donald Trump has won 19 states, 136 electoral votes. You see that familiar red and blue. Every red state was won by Donald Trump in 2016. Every blue state was won by Hillary Clinton in 2016. So far, a repeat. The big battleground still out there right now. We're going to talk to the former governor from perhaps the most critical state in the country right now, the state of Pennsylvania, Ed Rendell. Thank you for joining us right now. And Governor Rendell, can you just give us a sense of where you think things stand in your home state right now?
Well, I still think Joe Biden's going to carry Pennsylvania, George. The vote in the 5-county area, which is about 40% of the vote in the state, is astounding. In Philadelphia, this is just the same day voting. It's 254 to 36. In Delaware County, 46,000 to 7,000. In Montgomery County, 110 to 36. And the mail vote, if the mail vote splits, Democrats have voted 1.6 million. Republicans have voted only 550,000. I think Donald Trump will be down in the mail vote about 900,000 votes. So I don't think he can carry Pennsylvania, although he's doing better than most of the polls reflected.
What's your sense of how long it's going to take in your state?
Well, they're going to start counting the mail vote right after midnight there. I guess they just started. And they're going to go for a few hours, then they're going to pick up in the morning. My guess is it could be done by Thursday night. but it could carry on into Friday morning.
Right. You took some time during the primaries. It took an awful long time for Pennsylvania to finish counting.
Well, that was our first experience with mail voting. We've only had absentee voting, and you have to either be disabled or out of the county to vote absentee. So this was our first experience with mail voting. We weren't well prepared. We're better prepared this time, but it's just too many, 2.4 million votes can't be counted because in Pennsylvania, the law is, unlike Florida and North Carolina, the law is that you can only count absentee votes starting at 7 o'clock on the day of the election.
We've heard some reports from the Republican side that Democrats are underperforming in Philadelphia and that they believe, at least, that the president is overperforming, doing quite well in western Pennsylvania, in part because of that fracking issue. You seeing any danger spots for your side in Pennsylvania?
No, the Republicans made a mistake. They said that by 3 o'clock there weren't very many people voting. Well, that's because the early voting was so great in Philadelphia, and there were lines around the block twice at 7 in the morning.
Okay, so you're still confident. You believe Joe Biden will win, and you think we'll know by Friday or before?
Probably either late Thursday night or early Friday morning. And I think he'll win by about 3.5 points.
Ed Rendell, thanks very much. Tara Moran, you have some more information on this as well?
I do. So the count in Pennsylvania, as Governor Rendell just said, goes county by county, and they do anticipate not wrapping up tonight, but it could take a couple of days. On the issue of fracking, George, I spent some time in western Pennsylvania, both the last election and this one, around Beaver County, just outside of Pittsburgh, where Shell is building a gigantic plant because fracking has just transformed that whole part of the state. As you know, as anybody who's been there, those towns which were really beaten down after the disappearance of the steel industry have lifted up. It was hard for us to broadcast from there because the trucks were rumbling by so much. You can feel the economic activity that fracking has brought to that part of Pennsylvania, and in talking to people, how much it means to them. And they were genuinely concerned about what a Joe Biden administration
So they
would
didn't
mean.
buy his denial that he would ban fracking?
They did not. I don't think they like the sense that he dipped his toe in the water at all. Because it has lifted up communities that have been ground down almost into despair, and now it's a boom land right now.
Okay, John Carl, what else are you picking up right now?
Well, I'm looking at Georgia. I mean, Georgia, I think, we're still showing a lead for Donald Trump, but looking at where the vote is still yet to come in, all those areas around Atlanta, DeKalb County, not much of the vote in at all. So I think that Georgia could get a lot more interesting.
So Georgia could take some more time. North Carolina,
yes,
she could take some more time as well. Matthew Dowd?
I think we're headed to a map that I agreed with Nate that looks a lot like a marriage between 2016 and 2018. And the early part of the evening went to the Republicans in 2018, and the latter part of the evening went to the Democrats. And one of the things, I know we keep coming back to this, is Arizona. Remember, late in 2018, it took days till we found out there was a United States senator a Democratic senator from Arizona. So I think we're in that. I think I'd also caution people to examine counties that are only half reported as if it matters to what it was before.
That's a great point, but I just want to put one more question to you. You say basically emerging, and Nate said the same thing, of 2016 and 2018. Since 2018, we've had an impeachment, a pandemic, 20 million Americans unemployed, the president getting COVID, a second surge, and nothing changes?
And that's what, I mean, George, that's exactly what it looks like. And you take a look at Donald Trump's job approval number over that entire expanse of his presidency, it's been at the same almost exact number for 4 years.
Matt Dowd, thanks very much. We have to take another quick break. As you've just heard, it's going to be a long night, a long week. Stay with us.
Good Morning America this morning. The real-time answers, real-time results. Now, the morning after this historic election night. Breaking new details with the most powerful team in politics live on ABC's Good Morning America. With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir.
We have made it through another week together.
America's most watched program across all of television.
Hello? This is Montana Highway Patrol. You're looking for a couple of missing teenagers.
That's right. Last seen in a red Focus.
The steering wheel is getting stiff.
Lock the door. We're fine.
Got ourselves a predicament.
When the night has come.
What's the most innovative daily news podcast out there to listen to every day? Well, the Edward R. Murrow Awards say it's Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. Even the New York Times calls us a top news podcast worth listening to. So if you like getting behind the biggest news stories of the day, inside all the details, the backstory, and what will happen next, then listen to Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. It's like no other news podcast out there. Even the critics agree. Listen free on Apple Podcasts.
Razor Crest, stand down.
I've been quested to bring this one back to its kind. If I can locate other Mandalorians, they can guide me.
This is no place for a child.
Wherever I go, he goes.
The Mandalorian, new season now streaming only on Disney+.
Welcome to Disney Plus. Are you ready? Drop in and explore. The action, the adventure, and the originals. There's no limit to what you'll find. These are your worlds. So come on, dive deeper into the universes you love. Wherever and whenever you want them, you'll find them all here on Disney Plus.
Now could be a good time to have another baby.
Are you crazy? I'm in love with you.
Now that I said it out loud, it does sound weird.
Please stop.
You were so fine, I had to remind myself to breathe.
Let's do this.
How's your quarantine going?
Susan Powell was a young, beautiful mother. She just one night vanished.
Where is Susan? July 29th, making sure that if something happens to me, our assets are documented.
Josh, Did you kill your wife? And I'll never forget the first time that I met him. A chill just like raced up through my spine. I just shook the hand of a killer.
Now, new details, stunning new interviews.
He ends up revealing the biggest bombshell.
What will happen next? The new 2020 event, Friday night on ABC.
Admit it. These days, what you need to know
Seems to change just about every day.
What is it that you really want to know, need to know,
To help you not just get through your day,
but to make the most of it? Feel smarter,
feel better.
feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America in the afternoon?
GMA 3, what you need to know. Lunchtime at 1 Eastern, 12 Central and Pacific on ABC. It's all about you.
Good Morning America this morning. The real-time answers, real-time results. Now, the morning after this historic election night. Breaking new details with the most powerful team in politics live on ABC's Good Morning America.
Your mom said, comb your hair. Your dad told you, smarten up. Your dog is judging you right now. And your best friend just called you crazy. We all need someone who'll pull no punches and give it to us straight. Now, imagine getting your news like that. No bull, no spin, just give it to me straight. Straightforward news, straight to the heart of the story. ABC News, straightforward.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir.
We have made it through another week together.
America's most watched program across all of television.
Election Night 2020 on ABC continues. Here again, George Stephanopoulos.
12:30 here in the East, and let's take a look at that map. 16 states won by Joe Biden, 205 electoral votes, 19 for Donald Trump, 136 electoral votes. We're calling it election night. We are going to be more honest with you in the coming hours and start calling it election week. As you've heard in the last several hours, we're going to take some time now to count Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. We don't know how long that's going to take. A lot of early mail vote is out there yet to be counted. That's what it looks like right now in those three states. Only 53% of the expected vote in Michigan, 70% in Wisconsin, 61% in Pennsylvania, but there's a lot of counting left that we expect coming in at varying times, starting in the next several hours, but could spread out over the next several days. So, of course, we're going to keep an eye on those three states. But right now, we want to take a look also at the state of Arizona. The state of Arizona right now, you've got about 76% now of the expected vote, and it's creeping up slowly. Right now, Joe Biden is leading 54 to 45. So, Tom Yamas, not a lot of new information coming in just yet, but a bit.
No, but a big number here. George, 4 years ago, President Trump wins Arizona by 100,000 votes. Tonight, right now, with 76% of the vote in, he's behind by 200,000. The big story is Maricopa County. This has the city of Phoenix, city of Scottsdale, 54 to 44. He's up by 10 points, overperforming from Hillary Clinton here. The biggest county. You know, Democrats thought Arizona was in play for several reasons, one of them being President Trump underperformed from Mitt Romney, but also the changing demographics. You have a lot of Californians coming in, also a growing Latino population as well. In places like Yuma County, if we see where the race stands right now, President Trump doing pretty well there. They have large agricultural families that are more conservative, so he's overperforming in that area. But when we go to Tucson, Pima County, this is the Democratic stronghold. Joe Biden exactly where he needs to be, overperforming and driving up the vote there.
And John Carl, let's talk a little bit more about the importance of Arizona. The reason Arizona is so important, if Joe Biden is able to flip the state of Arizona, it's not enough for Donald Trump to win the state of Pennsylvania or win the state of Michigan. He's got to find something else.
He needs Pennsylvania or Michigan plus. He could win Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. He could win Michigan and Wisconsin, but it's not going to be
Nevada's still hanging out there in some way.
Nevada, they count so slowly. We just have no idea what's happening in Nevada, but possibly. But really what they were going to need is Nevada plus New Hampshire they were targeting, and New Hampshire we've called for Joe Biden. So really what it would mean is that he's going to have to win, that Donald Trump would have to win two of those three blue wall states.
Rahm Emanuel, the Joe Biden campaign, did they think it would be coming down? And it's not down to it yet because we still have had so much vote out there in the blue wall to the state of Arizona.
No, I mean, they went there and they thought they had a shot there because of the trend lines you could see. And you have a lot of people not from California, from Illinois, other states that have moved in there. I will say one other thing. if this flips, you've cautioned me to be more careful about it. This is the final revenge of John McCain. This is the guy that he wanted to flip on the ACA. He said he was not going to do it. And you have Cindy McCain, also Jeff Flake, the former senator. So you have and he was up 100,000. He's down 200,000 right now. I know we're not allowed to call it, but those trend lines do not look good for him. And Arizona, to be honest, was kind of trending polling-wise where North Carolina and Georgia were. And this has gone better than expected, given the spread is now 10 points when they were talking about a 2-point race.
Chris Christie, when you talk to your sources in the White House, your allies in the White
House, leadership, who are saying, given the vote that is out in Wisconsin and the results as they stand now, they feel very confident about Wisconsin. So the approach is going to be Pennsylvania plus Wisconsin. They're also not giving up on Michigan yet. And I think one of the things we're missing tonight, I know a few people have said this around the table a bit tonight, but I want to really emphasize it. The Biden people thought they were going to have to beat 2016 Donald Trump. And what they're now realizing tonight is he has grown his base. He has found voters that didn't vote in 2016 that are now voting for him in 2020. And I will tell you, the last rally that he had in North Carolina, the campaign told me that 20% of the people at that rally did not vote in 2016 at all. And if you go to a rally and stand 5 or 6 hours and wait to see the president, you're voting for him. So I think that's the thing, the Biden campaign, if it goes against Biden, they have grown their numbers above where Hillary was, but they haven't, maybe if they lose, they haven't grown them enough to beat the 2020 Donald Trump.
Deja vu for Democrats, Yvette?
You know, I want to reflect really quickly on what the governor said about 2016. I've been thinking about this a little bit, and I'm curious about whether the issue of race is the reason why Donald Trump is actually picking up new folks and holding folks. I would love to see any exit polling around, certain areas where there's been a lot of racial resentment, where the law and order message is playing really, really solid there. And I'm curious about whether that is the key, whether or not we lost.
Both ways, doesn't it?
Well, I mean, it depends. Was our message stronger? Was it better, or was his message stronger or better? Are his folks now more motivated? We've actually seen his folks be way more animated, way more out there when we think about what we expected to happen today as it relates to polling locations, when we think about the stand by, stand back, and stand by. I'm curious about the role that race is playing and the fact that we're not seeing the type of change that we expected to see, particularly after 2018 Trump hours.
One of the things we've seen is the Republicans were touting before Election Day the places where they had seen increases in registration.
Yeah, I mean, look, campaigns matter. And one of the things that we might find after this is all said and done is Donald Trump never shut his campaign down. They registered, 100,000 net more in Florida, 80,000 net more in Pennsylvania, 40,000 net more in North Carolina. In these close races, that is going to make a very big difference.
To pick up on what Yvette says, and this is going to require more data, so I don't want to jump. But if you went up and pulled up Kenosha, Wisconsin today, and just pull it up versus Hillary.
Right.
And obviously, I don't want to tell the cameraman, but look at the difference. 60 versus 37 versus 47.
Again,
47.
before we don't know if they've counted the early vote yet.
Yeah, I said there's a.
We're told they have not counted the mail-in vote yet.
Okay, so we don't know right out, but there's going to be a place that there's a lot of currents in this water. There's not a single current.
Well, I don't want to bring Lindsay
That's not just COVID. There's economy, there's race, there's crime. There's a lot of things we're going to have to unpack here.
I want to bring Lindsay Davis in on that because that was a big part of the dialogue in the summer, from the killing of George Floyd on Memorial Day through the summer. It seemed to fade as we got into September and as COVID was surging, perhaps it had some stickiness.
I think that there's a lot. I think there was a conversation that happened during the break that I think that is worthy of discussion, in that if it does bear out that black voters haven't really turned out, I don't think we can conflate the two and say that means that black voters are voting for Donald Trump, because I don't know many people who were really bowled over by his platinum plan. I mean, President Trump had said in that now infamous speech in Michigan in August of 2016, when he talked to black voters, he was targeting them and said, well, what else do you have to lose, in order to vote for him? And he promised, he said, look, if I win, this was 2016, he said, if I win in 2016 and if I, in 2020, I'm going to get 95% of the black vote. I promise you. At the time in 2016, I believe that he got about 8% of the black vote. Now it seems that he's polling at about 10%. I think that there's a lot of data. I would agree with Ram and Yvette that still needs to bear out, but if it ends up being that race is on the ballot, I think that it also could, as you said, it could cut both ways, that you have a black woman, woman of color, running for vice president when black women are considered to be one of the most marginalized group in society.
We will see if there is an enthusiasm gap when all the votes are counted. Have to take another quick break. Vice President Biden is going to speak, we're told, in just a few minutes. We'll be right back.
Tonight, get ready for a con so big, so outrageous, never seen anything like it before. Meet the Prince, pretending to be part of one of the world's richest royal families. Living large, but...
Holy cow, who is this person?
He stole approximately $8.1 million.
Where was all this money coming from? Buckle up.
Just the tip of the iceberg.
I'm Whoopi Goldberg. This is The Con. All new and royally good. Tonight on ABC.
Good Morning America this morning. The real-time answers, real-time results. Now, the morning after this historic election night. Breaking new details with the most powerful team in politics live on ABC's Good Morning America. With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir.
We have made it through another week together.
America's most watched program across all of television.
Susan Powell was a young, beautiful mother. She just one night vanished.
Where is Susan?
July 29th, making sure that if something happens to me, our assets are documented.
Josh, did you kill your wife? And I'll never forget the first time that I met him. A chill just raced up through my spine. I just shook the hand of a killer.
Now, new details, stunning new interviews.
He ends up revealing the biggest bombshell.
What will happen next? The new 2020 event, Friday night on ABC.
What's the most innovative daily news podcast out there to listen to every day? Well, the Edward R. Murrow Awards say it's Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. Even the New York Times calls us a top news podcast worth listening to. So if you like getting behind the biggest news stories of the day, inside all the details, the backstory, and what will happen next, then listen to Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. It's like no other news podcast out there. Even the critics agree. Listen free on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome to Disney Plus. Are you ready? Drop in and explore. The action, the adventure, and the originals. There's no limit to what you'll find. These are your worlds. So come on, dive deeper into the universes you love. Wherever and whenever you want them, you'll find them all here on Disney Plus.
The reality is our country can collapse from within.
You see the white power movement on the march. Klansmen and neo-Nazis, skinheads, it's meant to incite war.
From the KKK to Oklahoma City to Charlottesville, the new documentary event special.
We just need to start talking about race.
Homegrown Hate, the war among us.
This is a real wake-up call.
Streaming now on ABC News Live.
Listen in.
We're going to go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer. But look, we feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that it's going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted, every ballot is counted. But we're feeling good. we're feeling good about where we are. We believe one of the nets has suggested we've already won Arizona, but we're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just called it for Minnesota, and we're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not one we expected. And we're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan. And by the way, it's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania. Yes. I've been talking to folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see. Look, you know, we could know the results as early as tomorrow morning, but it may take a little longer. As I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. And I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware. Hey, John, the Gov, yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all of my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, "Joey, keep the faith." And my grandma, when she was alive, yelled, "No, Joey, spread it." Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your patience is great. Let's walk over here.
Short message there from former Vice President Joe Biden. Joe Biden there as well in the mask. Got a smile on his face right now. Says he feels good about where they are right now, on track to win this election. Named the states he thought they could win. Confident about Arizona, still in the game. He said in Georgia, didn't mention North Carolina, but then went on to mention the big three, that blue wall, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, saying he was optimistic about the outcome. Chris Christie, he did not declare victory there by any means. He said he expected to win, knows that all the votes have to be counted. Now, it's an interesting game, though, of expectations to set. More of us were expecting to hear from President Trump tonight first, rather than Joe Biden. Is that a sign that perhaps the White House reads this the same as Joe Biden, or they just don't know?
I think they don't know, George. From what they're saying, I think they're optimistic. I think the vice president wanted to get out there and set an expectation that he thinks they're winning and are going to win. And I think what you'll see now is the president will probably do much the same thing. I don't know that. That's just speculation on my part. But I think that's what they'll probably do. I think the American people are pretty sanguine about this. They recognize at this time of the morning that they're not going to know, and they're going to have to wait. And I think if both of them take the same tone, then I think everything will be fine, that smart. People will do that.
Rahm made a smart move right there.
Real smart. Because now he's kind of put out there, he's put the first kind of design, the architecture, and the kind of the molding has been cast. And I think waiting and not waiting for the president to move was a smart move, and also to give people some sense that this is going to take a while, but that he sees light here at the tunnel. I've been in communication with the campaign, and they do see Arizona going that way.
Lift the veil for everybody a little bit. You've worked in campaigns. I'll bring Matt Dowd on this as well. When he comes out and does that, how much is spin? How much is what they know? Tell us what they know, what they're seeing, what they're looking at that all of us may not know.
At about 10:30, it's a little less spin and a little more direction. At about midnight, it's a little more spin. I mean, it switches. So it depends on the time. Look, he's also being clear because it is going to be, look, we're all going to be here for a minimum of a week, all the way through, counting all these ballots, and he is making sure that there's an energy level among his supporters, the legal teams, and also that at no point do people kind of shift off and that, this is not going to happen or whatever. He's got to keep them on the prize. What is the expectation? How long is a journey going to take us? And keep their energy level and focus. And I will tell you, you can look at this glass half full, glass half empty. I know we're not doing this, Arizona's there. There is enough votes on what is in Wisconsin.
Keep plugging, baby.
Listen,
are you guys listening? He thinks Arizona is for the Democrats.
A broken watch is right twice a day.
You've proven that over and over again.
Literally a 50-50 shot.
So here's the thing, and I do think when you see these the early votes come in, or rather the absentee ballots in the upper parts of the states of the Midwest, you have trend lines that you can extrapolate out of Ohio and out of Illinois that can be projected into both Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
Sarah Fagan, that did have a different tone. I'm remembering 4 years ago right now. Hillary Clinton did not come out. Right. She sent John Podesta, her campaign chairman, to come out telling people basically just hold on, don't do anything yet. That's not the tone that Joe Biden struck tonight.
No, I mean, look, Georgia is still out, and there is a scenario if Georgia got called, we don't think it'll get called tonight, but, all of a sudden it's a totally different game, and, people are reporting that this election is, over, even though there'll be more counting to happen. So I want to point out what Rahm said again, which I think this is really, really important, which is he has to signal to all those people that he needs to show up in Pennsylvania, perhaps Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia for sure, maybe North Carolina, and go now fight for every ballot.
Every count.
Thank you. Go ahead, Rahm.
I was going to say, you're going to have your energy level. Tomorrow, you're going to get an hour of sleep. You're going to be in there counting ballots. You're going to be verifying signatures. It is going to be a long week, and I need you to stay as focused as this is 5 days before election, as well as 5 days after the election.
The energy on the Republican side is already there. And by the way, looking at these returns, they're really sensing they're going to keep the Senate no matter what. That's going to get them jazzed up even more.
Heidi Heitkamp.
Well, I think, Biden may be out there rallying the troops, but I remember a couple years ago, in fact, 4 years ago, when Ed Rendell came out and really signaled this is not good. Ed Rendell appreciates his reputation as being a straight shooter. When he comes out and says we're going to win Pennsylvania, I think that means more than the vice president coming out and rallying the troops. And so this is going to take a long time. And, take a look at what's happening in Minnesota, how much of that will affect what's going to happen in Madison, what's going to happen in Milwaukee. Madison, which isn't heavily African-American, but a huge Democratic vote and an early vote. I mean, this is going to take a long time. And I think you have to, I really applaud ABC and all the networks for saying, cool your jets, no one's won yet, let's just count these ballots. But the longer it goes, and this is what I'll say about Pennsylvania, the longer this goes, just like COVID, the more people are going to get anxious. And so the faster they can do it and do it correctly, the better it is for this country.
Thank you. Matthew Dad, I want to bring the question to you that I brought to Rahm Emanuel. You, of course, worked in George W. Bush's campaigns. Talk about, at this point, if you're in the boiler room of the campaign, the war room of the campaign at midnight, almost 1 in the morning right now, what are you looking at? What are you seeing that tells you it's okay to send Joe Biden out there?
Well, it's funny. I did just that in 2000 in the campaign late at night, late on election night, when I said they called it too early for Gore. I told them, and we told the media, and the media pulled it back. And then when they called it for Bush, I told the campaign they called it too early for Bush. In that context of this. And so I think, Joe Biden's campaign manager has been a straight shooter for a year and a half. She told everybody the polls were not right. She told everybody this was going to be closer than it was. She told everybody they were worried about Florida. She told everybody they had multiple paths that they knew they had to keep intact. I think they're actually telling the truth. And if you look at the numbers, I looked at the numbers outstanding in Wisconsin, outstanding in Michigan, outstanding in Pennsylvania, and what's left in Arizona, is you would much prefer to be in Joe Biden's position right now than in Donald Trump's positions right now. That's a fact. When you look at all the ballots out there, you'd much prefer to be Joe Biden right now than Donald Trump.
Except right now we are calling 2 more states, projecting 2 more states for Donald Trump. First one is the state of Iowa. The state of Iowa and its 6 electoral votes are going to go to Donald Trump. Also the state of Florida and its 29 electoral votes will go to Donald Trump. So again, the red states are filling in red. Blue states are filling in blue. John, I want to bring you in on something else right now. Now, we have not seen President Trump speak last night, but we've now gotten the first tweet. We're not going to show it right now, but it was something that we were prepared for. We were expecting coming into tonight. After Joe Biden went out and spoke, Donald Trump put out a tweet where he said the Democrats are trying to steal the election. Apparently it was taken down, but now it's been put back up. Just break that down and let's talk about what that means and what it doesn't mean.
He's also saying he's going to come out and speak, and I imagine he'll say very much the same thing when he comes out and speak. But look, the votes have not been counted yet. Nobody is stealing anything. As I mentioned, in the state of Wisconsin, they haven't even begun counting the mail-in vote. In the state of Michigan, they've only counted about 16% of the early vote. In the state of Pennsylvania, they've only counted 24% of the mail-in vote. There are major urban centers in Georgia and in Michigan and in Pennsylvania where only a small fraction of the vote is in. So the vote has not been counted. Nobody is stealing anything. But this has been a theme for Donald Trump. He has been invoking the idea that the election would be stolen for months and months. And
rigged election was something we heard consistently on the campaign trail.
Really, it was something he said in 2016 as well. It's usually not something that you hear a candidate who thinks they're going to win say, by the way. And I think this is an election, when you look at where the states are right now, I think this is an election that can go either way. I mean, when you look, Donald Trump could knock down that blue wall yet again. He could not. Georgia is still in play. Arizona, we didn't call Arizona, Rom, until November 10th 4 years ago. It was 2 days after the election.
What year?
2016.
No, I'm joking.
Exactly. So it takes time, and this is a really close election, and it's really close in so many of those key states, and it's an election that took place during a pandemic where we have had a massive increase in mail-in voting, which takes longer to process.
Chris Christie, what's the end game here?
Listen, I think the president, this is a guess now, I haven't spoken to him. My guess is that the president felt like he was being restrained tonight by not going out and speaking. His instinct would be to want to go out earlier. He sees Biden go out there and lean in. We think we're going to win this thing.
Feel good about where we are, on track to win the election.
Right. So he's saying, I'm going to win. Not that I have one, but I believe I'm going to win. I think that probably really angered the president.
You know this. There's a big difference then between sending out a tweet or going out and speaking and saying, no, I think I'm going to win. Here's what looks good in Florida and Michigan and Wisconsin, and saying the other side is trying to steal the election.
George, my job here, as I see it, is not to either argue with you about that or to rationalize it.
Okay.
Part of my job here is to help people here and on TV understand what I think, knowing the president for 20 years, what motivated him. I think he heard that. I think he got angry and said, listen, I'm being restrained. This election is completely in doubt, as John Carl just said, and I'm not going to say anything. Then he sees Vice President Biden go out there, and Rom liked it because Rom knew that gave Biden an advantage. He comes out there and says, we think we're going to win. So the president's ticked about it. Right. And when this president gets angry, he goes to Twitter.
I'll give you one example. In 2006, Joe Donnelly in the upper South Bend area was up 100 votes, and I was chair of the
Senator candidate, right?
And no, for the congressional, it's 06. I said, go out and declare victory. He says, they haven't declared it. I said, you declare it. You go out and declare, then they have to prove you wrong. And so Joe going out there, A, keeps his base energized, keeps people focused for the long term, and makes sure, and actually, I like the fact that he got Trump under Trump's skin.
Well, and by the way, to be fair, if Donald Trump had gone out there and done that, there would have been people who would have been reacting differently than they reacted to Joe Biden. They would have said, look at Trump, he's trying to heist the election. And so
he knows that too. Language he used. That's
different messages. They're different messages.
To understand, wait a second, though. They're the same message with different language.
We're gonna
same message, different language.
We got to take a break. We'll be right back.
Good Morning America this morning. The real-time answers, real-time results. Now, the morning after this historic election night. Breaking new details with the most powerful team in politics live on ABC's Good Morning America. With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir.
We have made it through another week together.
America's most watched program across all of television.
Hello? This is Montana Highway Patrol. You're looking for a couple of missing teenagers.
That's right.
Last seen in a red Focus.
The steering wheel is getting stiff. Lock the door. We're fine.
Got ourselves a predicament.
When the night has come. What's the most innovative daily news podcast out there to listen to every day? Well, the Edward R. Murrow Awards say it's Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. Even the New York Times calls us a top news podcast worth listening to. So if you like getting behind the biggest news stories of the day, inside all the details, the backstory, and what will happen next, then listen to Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. It's like no other news podcast out there. Even the critics agree. Listen free on Apple Podcasts.
Razor Crest, stand down.
I've been quested to bring this one back to its kind. If I can locate other Mandalorians, they can guide me.
This is no place for a child.
Wherever I go, he goes.
The Mandalorian, new season now streaming only on Disney+.
Now, when it matters most, the straightforward facts. ABC News is America's #1 news. #1 in the morning, #1 in the evening, and the #1 show on all of television. #1 in late night versus the competition. #1 in politics versus the competition. The #1 daytime talk show. And #1 in streaming news. Most trusted, most watched. ABC News is America's #1 news.
Look at the clear sky.
Hey, clear sky, guys. Made it through.
Change is difficult, but this is my home. This is where I want to be.
I love that town. I'm not going to bail on it.
It's a big deal. New beginning.
Rebuilding Paradise, network premiere Sunday at 9 on National Geographic.
Live from ABC News election headquarters in New York City, here again, George Stephanopoulos.
1 a.m. on Wednesday, November 4th here in the East, and this presidential race for 2020 not even close to over. Let's take a look at where things stand right now. Joe Biden, 16 states, won 205 electoral votes. Donald Trump, 171 electoral votes. Let's put up a new map right now and show people the 14 states that have not yet been projected. We're going to put that up right now and then zero in on those battlegrounds that are most at play in this moment. There you see it right there. 14 states have yet to be projected. Some of those are going to come in pretty clearly for one side or the other, including most likely Alaska and Hawaii. But we're zeroing in now on 6 states that could make the difference in this election. Let's start with the state of Arizona. Let's put that up right now and show we have 78% of the expected vote in now. It's a little bit closer, 53 Joe Biden, 46 for Donald Trump. We just heard Vice President Biden say he believes he's going to win. And Tom Yamas, are we seeing anything new in the vote that's come in so far?
You know, George, to be completely honest, in the last 30, 45 minutes, we have not seen anything new. We still have about a 200,000 spread difference. A reminder, President Trump won Arizona by 100,000 votes. We're going to keep a close eye on Maricopa County. The problem is it's been around 75, 78%. 10-point difference there between Joe Biden and Donald Trump. Joe Biden overperforming in that county. I'm looking at Pinal County because this is where Donald Trump overperformed 4 years ago, and tonight he's not doing as well. He's down 3 points in that county. And, of course, Tucson, Arizona, Pima County, 62% for Joe Biden, overperforming there. That's all great news for him. Mark Kelly is from Tucson. He's running for Senate right now. The astronaut against Martha McSally. That's all good news. And there's been a lot of talk about the reverse coattails. Could that Senate race have helped Joe Biden?
Okay, let's talk to Whit Johnson in Arizona right now. Whit, what are they telling you there about when this remaining 22% of the vote in the state, the expected vote, is going to be counted?
George, not long ago, we got off the phone with officials here in Maricopa County, and they point out that the
numbers you're seeing right now only encompass the early vote. Remember, we talked about the 85% of ballots that were already out and came in before Election Day. They told us that so far they have not started tabulating the votes that came in from the polls today. And we know that those are going to lean heavily Democratic, the early votes, and the Trump campaign expecting a greater turnout today on Election Day. The other thing that officials told us in Maricopa County is that they do expect to keep this going for another 2 hours or so this evening. They were hoping that by 1 a.m. local time, so 3 a.m. Eastern, that they would be able to be close to releasing their full results. The Secretary of State's office says they are deferring to the counties on this. So Maricopa County, we can't emphasize enough how huge it is because of the size of its population, also because of the changing demographics. There's been a population boom here. It's grown by more than 660,000 people in just the last 10 years. It's become more diverse, a migration of people coming from other western states like California. Another thing, though, other officials here are also urging caution with those early numbers. We saw a tweet from Governor Doug Ducey, who said that any projection or prediction at this point would be premature. That said, Senate Democratic candidate Mark Kelly was already out a short time ago. It was not a victory speech, very similar to Joe Biden, saying that they like the numbers where they stand right now and that he is confident that by the end of the night, he too will win here in Arizona. George.
Thank you, John Carr. You reminded everybody how long it took to count the votes back in 2016. It also took, I don't remember the exact amount of time, but a fair amount of time to count the Senate race back in 2018.
It took days to count that Senate race, and that was a Senate race, a seat that was controlled by the Republicans, that was lost by Martha McSally, and then Martha McSally was then appointed by the governor to take over the other seat after John McCain died, and now she's running again, looking at the possibility of potentially losing 2 of her party's Senate seats in the course of just a couple years.
Waiting for the final count to come in. Let's look at the state of Wisconsin now, as well as check in on where things are. 72% of the expected vote in. Donald Trump now leading 51-47. We've cautioned many, many times that the early vote has not yet been counted in the state of Wisconsin.
Yeah, George, we can't stress that enough. But what we can stress is a lot of the swing counties, there were 23 of them 4 years ago. Right now, in a lot of those counties, from the ones we've counted so far, Donald Trump is on top, especially in this area right here. We know the president did well in Iowa. Those are the counties that kiss rural Iowa. That's rural Wisconsin right there. President Trump is on top. Let's look at Milwaukee, because this is going to be a very large part of the story once the vote is in. We only have 36% of the vote, and that's part of the problem with Wisconsin. That's why we can't declare a winner. We're very far from that. At the numbers as they stand right now, Joe Biden not doing great. But again, we want to stress a lot of the vote is out.
That's just the day of vote.
That's just the day of. We want to stress that. Yeah, that's not the early vote. In Winnebago County, though, this is a county that mirrors the state results. This is Oshkosh, Senator Ron Johnson. President Trump overperforming with 77% of the vote. And this is a key county that we look at. President Obama won this county. It swung to Trump 4 years ago. And right now, President Trump is on top.
Okay, let's go to Deb Roberts there. Deb, fill us in more. Give us a little bit more of the timeline you're expecting. Perhaps we'll have results from Wisconsin. I'll put it in my own vernacular before GMA at 7 a.m.
Well, I certainly hope so, George. I don't think it's going to be Thursday and Friday, as Ram was saying about some of the other states, but it's certainly going to be a late night. The Wisconsin election office says that they are just taking their time. In fact, there was a statement they put out earlier saying that that they were basically they are humbled to bring fair elections to this state, that the care and the security, the transparency that goes into each ballot is something that they take very seriously. They expect maybe in Milwaukee, the largest city in this state, maybe by 4 a.m. is what they're saying. But they've had a few hiccups, too, George. In one of the counties here, they had 13,000 misprinted absentee ballots in Outagamie County. They had to kind of repair those. Nobody seemed to think that was a major issue, but it certainly was something to slow the process down a little bit. Those votes have not come in, or certainly they've come in and they were being counted, but they haven't been processed at this point. So there are still a lot of votes out there to be processed. And maybe by 4 or 5 a.m. In the morning, we may have that processing done, but we don't expect to hear anything until a few hours after that. So maybe tomorrow we will know what happened in Wisconsin.
Okay, let's work our way across the map. Thank you, Deb. Let's take a look at Michigan right now. 58% of the expected vote is in. Again, we still see Donald Trump is ahead. This is the day of vote. Still waiting for the mail vote to be counted.
Yeah, when we talk about the day of vote, George, you know, we just made this point in Milwaukee. This is Wayne County. This is Detroit. Only 36% of the vote in right now. Joe Biden is on top, but he's going to catch up eventually. He's just not there yet because this is so much of the early vote. Look, just to give you an idea of sort of how things are sort of twisted at this hour right now in Flint, which Democrats usually always win. Donald Trump's on top. He was at 42 4 years ago, 70% of the vote in. That vote can switch. We're going to have to wait and see what happens there. So what's happening in the counties around Detroit, the suburbs county? Let's start with Macomb. This is where the Reagan Democrats are from. 47% of the vote in. Donald Trump overperforming there. But again, we got to stress, less than 50% of the vote is in over there. Let's check out another one of these counties here outside of Detroit. We'll come into Oakland County. This is Pontiac, Michigan. This is a wealthier county, one of the wealthiest counties actually in all the country. And Joe Biden is where he needs to be, 77% of the vote there. We're going to keep watching that. We move over to Grand Rapids, Kent. This is one of those kind of swing counties. We want to make sure we always take a look at this to see how the rest of the state is going. 66% of the vote in. Donald Trump doing a little bit better. But again, every time we hit these counties, we just want to stress a lot of the vote is still out. If you look at the swing counties in Michigan, George, the president at this hour looks like he's doing well, but there's just so much of the vote left to count.
Okay, thank you. Juju Chang, you've been speaking with officials there as well. What do we think about how the vote count is going there, when we can expect to learn more?
We know that the Secretary of State gave a press conference around 9 p.m. Eastern saying that they are confident they can tabulate the vote within about 24 hours, so presumably 9 p.m. this evening. However, I have been texting back and forth with the Attorney General, Nessel, who said, keep your eye out for Wayne County, because Detroit is the entire ball game here in Michigan. They are confident that, as Tom Yamas is suggesting, Oakland County and Macomb County will break in their direction once advanced voting is tabulated. But I just want to shout out poll workers for a minute, George. I will say we visited a couple polling sites, and Governor Whitman declared yesterday Election Hero Day, that all these election administrators, the 30,000 rather volunteers that help tabulate these ballots, have done amazing work under the pandemic. And we met with one polling official today. Actually, I spoke to several of them, but one of them told me that the mood inside these polling stations was courteous, was waxing poetic about democracy in action. And yet this one poll worker was also the elusive swing voter. We look at Macomb County, the Reagan Democrats who swing back and forth. This was a voter who voted for President Obama in 2012, then voted for the maverick, he said, candidate Trump in 2016, and today switched again to Biden, saying that he had failed to bring manufacturing jobs. And that dovetails with the exit polling that we're seeing. He was really upset at the pandemic handling by President Trump, and that dovetails with Michigan exit polling, where 55% disapprove of President Trump's handling of the pandemic. And he told me, quote, it's like touching a stove. I got burned the last time. I'm not going to make that same mistake. Is this swing voter a unicorn, George? I don't know. Or does he reflect something that's happening here?
It's a very good question, Juju. Thanks very much. I want to keep going on the map, but first I want to go to Pierre Thomas. You just saw him pop up there, our senior justice correspondent. Pierre, we just heard from Juju right there saying it was a peaceful, orderly day for the most part of Michigan, where there had actually been so much concern about potential violence, especially after that plot against the governor several weeks ago. But this is one of the dogs that didn't bark, at least so far on Election Day, at least as we got through Election Day, November 3rd. It seemed like for the most part this process was peaceful. It was orderly, no significant violence.
Peaceful, orderly, and the fact that, you didn't have to come to me to ask a bunch of questions tells you the way the day went. Law enforcement officials breathing a sigh of relief. But the concern going forward, George, is just what we're seeing unfold. We're going to have days possibly before we know the actual result. We now are hearing the president talk about the election being stolen. So law enforcement officials and intelligence officials are bracing to see, will foreign actors attempt to play on this notion of uncertainty? Law enforcement officials also, as you can see, have been concerned about the cities, Washington, New York City, boarding up stores, that kind of thing. So far, there's been calm. The question is, will people continue to be patient? That's what people are hoping for. But again, the longer there's uncertainty, there will be concern.
Yeah, and just to follow up on that, we know from the last election that Russia interfered in a fairly heavy way, putting their thumb on the scale for President Trump. But their big goal, even more than that, was simply disrupting our election, causing Americans to lose confidence in their entire system.
Exactly. And here's what the concern is. If you have time between when we know the results, the concern is that they will put out conspiracy theories. Oh, the American system is broken. They are trying to steal the election from Donald Trump. Those things are concerns. Also, you have domestic groups doing the same kind of thing. The good news is that the social media companies like Google and others, Facebook, have done a better job this time, they say, of identifying fake information so they can block it. Facebook telling us that they have over 35,000 people working in the last few months to make sure that the disinformation does not get spread, George.
Pierre Thomas, thanks very much. We now know that Joe Biden, we can project, is going to win the state of Rhode Island again. That's not a surprise right there. The blue map is filling in for Joe Biden. The red map is filling in for Donald Trump. We want to focus on that critical state of Pennsylvania right now. So, Tom, Yamas, why don't we get back up there now? 65% of the expected vote in. I'm going to say the caveat again. We're counting mostly day of voting right now. The early vote, not yet in, not yet processed.
George, from your lips to the magic big screen. So here it is right here. 26% of the early vote. That's all we have right now. And Joe Biden way on top when it comes to the early vote. But the headline, again, only a quarter of that early vote is in right now. So let's take a deeper dive into Pennsylvania. And George, as I blow this map up, I got to tell you, this looks almost exactly right now like 2016 looked. And 2016 was decided by 44,000 votes. Still a lot of vote left to come in, especially in the area of Philadelphia. We have not called that yet. It's the biggest county there so far. It's going to be more than 10% of the vote. Joe Biden's on top. He's got a comfortable lead. It can still build as the vote comes in, and we're going to be watching that. We're also watching the suburbs around Pennsylvania. Bucks County, this was razor thin 4 years ago. Donald Trump on top right now, but again, a lot of that vote has to come in. We're going to take a look at Chester County as well. A similar story, neck and neck 4 years ago. There was a bigger spread. We're still waiting for some of the vote to come in there. One county that's looking really close, Joe Biden's hometown where he was born, Lackawanna, 99% expected in. Looks like Joe Biden is going to run away with that one. Not a huge county in Pennsylvania, but he's where he's from. He likely wants to win it. Just south, though, an important swing county, Lucerne, right now. President Trump is on top. He's overperforming. We still have a quarter of the vote out, so we're going to have to wait and see what happens there. But, George, again, just looking at the map right now, as it is right now, it looks a lot like 2016. Pittsburgh, Joe Biden is on top, but we still have a lot of the vote that hasn't come in there.
Okay, Tom, thanks very much. Let's go to Eva Pilgrim in Pennsylvania. What more do we know now about where the count is?
Well, we don't know too much more about where the county is, to be quite honest, George. At this point, we're still waiting for an update from election officials. The last we heard from the Secretary of State, they were hopeful that they would have the majority of these votes counted by Friday. But, I mean, as we all know, some of these counties aren't even starting to count these early ballots until tomorrow. So those votes haven't even started to be tabulated. We were just told a short time ago that those Bucks County early mail-in ballots have not been counted yet. That's a huge portion of votes that would potentially go to Biden. So we are waiting to see how those votes come in as well. And here in Philadelphia County, they are counting around the clock. They originally thought they were going to be able to count some 32,000 votes an hour. It looks like they're really only going to be able to count about 10,000 votes an hour is what we last heard from them. So it's going to take some time. People are going to have to be patient. But I do think we should look at some of the counties where we are seeing a majority of the votes already in, and specifically those counties that were expected, and they have gone predominantly for Donald Trump. The Biden campaign has said they didn't need to win those counties, but they needed to get some extra votes in those counties. Pike County, Lycoming County, Wayne County. Biden has seen small gains in those counties. This was a tight race. Is that going to be enough? We'll have to wait and see.
That is the question we do have. You hear the chime right there. Another call. Projection now for Donald Trump. It is the state of Texas, turning to be more of a battleground than people expected this year, but Donald Trump will win again. 38 electoral votes in the state of Texas. Matthew Dowd, it was a battle for a while. Democrats had their hopes up, particularly after they saw that that early vote come in ahead of 2016 votes, but Donald Trump able to pull it out.
Yeah, to me, the fascinating thing about the map as it unfolds tonight, George, and Texas is representative of it, and Arizona is too. Two reliably solid red states are moving in the opposite direction. At the same time, simultaneously, places like Florida that were swing states are moving away from the Democrats. So you have this country now, the electoral map is refashioning itself now, where you no longer have solid red states in certain places and winnable or solid blue states. So the map is shifting, and Texas is one of those. It's taking time. It's probably not going to catch up for another year or two, but soon it's going to be a state that is heavily competitive, just like Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
Matthew Dowd, thanks very much. We have to take another quick break. We'll be right back.
Stand down.
I've been quested to bring this one back to its kind. If I can locate other Mandalorians, they can guide me.
This is no place for a child.
Wherever I go, he goes.
The Mandalorian, new season now streaming only on Disney+.
Good Morning America this morning. The real-time answers, real-time results. Now, the morning after this historic election night. Breaking new details with the most powerful team in politics live on ABC's Good Morning America. With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir.
We have made it through another week together.
America's most watched program across all of television.
Tonight, get ready for
a con so big, so outrageous, never seen anything like it before.
Meet the Prince, pretending to be part of one of the world's richest royal families.
Living large.
But
holy cow, who is this person?
He stole approximately $8.1 million.
Where was all this money coming from? Buckle up.
Just the tip of the iceberg.
I'm Whoopi Goldberg. This is The Con.
All new and royally good. Tonight on ABC.
Oh, look at this clear sky.
Hey, clear sky, guys. Made it through.
Change is difficult, but this is my home. This is where I want to be.
I'd lock that down. I'm not going to bail on it.
It's a big deal. New beginning.
Rebuilding Paradise. Network premiere Sunday at 9 on National Geographic.
Hello? This is Montana Highway Patrol. You're looking for a couple of missing teenagers. That's right. Last seen in a red Focus.
The steering wheel is getting stiff.
Lock the door.
We're fine.
Got ourselves a predicament.
When the night has come. What's the most innovative daily news podcast out there to listen to every day? Well, the Edward R. Murrow Awards say it's Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. Even the New York Times calls us a top news podcast worth listening to. So if you like getting behind the biggest news stories of the day, inside all the details, the backstory, and what will happen next, then listen to Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. It's like no other news podcast out there. Even the critics agree. Listen free on Apple Podcasts.
Now, when it matters most, the straightforward facts. ABC News is America's #1 news. #1 in the morning, #1 in the evening, and the #1 show on all of television. #1 in late night versus the competition. #1 in politics versus the competition. The #1 daytime talk show. And #1 in streaming news. Most trusted, most watched. ABC News is America's #1 news.
This race is not yet over. What we know now is that Joe Biden has won 17 states, 209 electoral votes. Donald Trump, 23 states, 212 electoral votes. The state of Montana, 3 electoral votes, has just gone to Donald Trump. We have a Senate race there as well. We have not yet projected that, but Donald Trump will win the state of Montana. One of the big states still in play right now is the state of Georgia. Let's pull that up right now. Look at where things stand now. 85% of the expected vote in. Donald Trump still ahead. A lot of vote out, Tom Yamas.
Yeah, still a lot of vote out, and we've been talking about the state of Georgia and the state of Atlanta because 50% of the vote is going to come from the Atlanta metro region and the surrounding suburbs. So the big question tonight is, does Joe Biden still have about 250,000 votes? Can he pull those 250,000 votes from this area? Let's take a quick look. Cobb County, early on, Joe Biden took a commanding lead there. There's 80% of the vote in, and you can see he's overperforming in Cobb. In Gwinnett, it's the same story. Overperforming from Hillary Clinton, 80% of the vote in. But when you add all these up together, you're going to get a lot of votes. And DeKalb, which is, a Democratic stronghold right now, only 40%. And this is the number I want to point to when we're talking about the percentage of voted in. We want to get that closer to 90, 99% when you have a firm idea of what's happening. He's performing, excuse me. So if the trend is your friend, George, for Joe Biden right now in the Atlanta metro region, it's going well. But the question is there 250,000 votes out there for him to catch up?
That is the big question. Let's go to TJ Holmes in Atlanta. What more do we know about the process right now? How long it's going to take? What's still out there? When they're going to get to it?
What we know is what we will not know tonight. They have now reported, George, this is a big deal, that the 2 biggest states in Georgia, the 2 most populous states, we're talking about, counties, we're talking about in this state, Gwinnett and Fulton counties, will not be reporting their results tonight. They have told us now we will not get results, and there have been, over the past hour or so, a lot of phone calls we've been on with some of the folks from the Secretary of State's office and also the county officials, and there's been some confusion. You remember we talked to you earlier tonight, George, about what happened in Fulton at State Farm Arena, that big precinct where voting was happening. They had a water main leak. They had a pipe burst, so they had to get people out of there to clean it out, and then they had to have essentially almost a 4-hour delay in processing some absentee ballots. Well, that precinct, we were told from local reports, they had shut down and sent some workers home for the night. Well, the Secretary of State's office then came out and said, I cannot believe that's happened, and criticized the move. And so just a short time ago, Fulton County officials said, we got some people back in there, so that processing is still taking place tonight with those absentee ballots. That is in Fulton County. Then in Gwinnett County, they had a technical issue with absentee ballots. They essentially have some flags that need to be gone through by hand, by people going through and seeing what the voter intent was on some of those. Those are tens of thousands that are still being processed, we're told, but now will not come tonight. So a lot of confusion there, and this was supposed to be avoided, George, because the absentee ballots could be processed here. State law allowed them to process them early. All they were supposed to be able to do today is the ones processed, just click a button and it gives you the vote count. But still, even with that in place, they still have come up with some issues tonight. 2 biggest counties here now will not have results tonight, George.
And if you don't know the answer to this, that's fine, but I have to ask it anyway. Are they giving you any estimate of when they believe they're going to have these votes counted?
No, at this point, they absolutely do not know, because the estimates and again, we're getting different answers from the Secretary of State's office versus the county officials. And a good reminder as well, it's the Secretary of State's office that's in charge of all, of course, elections for states, but the county officials are running these local elections, and it's their responsibility to get these votes counted, to get these ballots processed, and to get those results in. We just do not know, George.
TJ Holmes, thanks very much. Okay, let's take a look at North Carolina now. That is still out there. 95% of the expected vote is in. Donald Trump leading by just under 100,000 votes, Tom.
Yeah, no, it is incredibly tight right now in North Carolina. And similar to the story in Atlanta, will there be enough votes for Joe Biden in major cities like Charlotte and Raleigh? As we see right now, 5% of the vote is still out in Mecklenburg, the biggest county right there. And Joe Biden has been overperforming, just like he has in Raleigh as well. He's at 62% right now with 94% in. He's overperforming in this city as well. This begs a question, though, George, because what we're seeing in North Carolina, we saw in Ohio, and we saw in Texas as well. Joe Biden is doing better in the urban areas. He's overperforming there. But Donald Trump is keeping up, or he's doing better himself. So it begs the question, did President Trump grow his base as well in the rural areas of some of these states?
I want to go to Byron Pitts, but first, John Carl, we saw that happen in Texas.
We did. This is an astounding fact, George. Texas, which has counted 93% of the expected vote, Donald Trump got 1 million more votes than he got in 2016. 1 million more Trump voters.
So more Democrats voted, but
yeah, and by the way, Biden got about 1 million more than Hillary Clinton. But the fact that Donald Trump was able to find 1 million more people to turn out to vote for him in the state of Texas is quite astounding. And you saw it in places in North Carolina. One, you talked about Robeson County in North Carolina. This is near Fayetteville. This is a county that he won narrowly, won not only with a bigger margin this time, it looks like, but with considerably more votes. He's turning out people who did not vote for him last time.
First-time voters for Donald Trump. Let's go to Byron in Raleigh, North Carolina again. Let's walk through this, Byron. What do we know about what's still out there, when it's going to be counted?
Well, George, at this point, we know there are about 117,000 absentee ballots still to be counted, and that may take up to 9 days. And right now, President Trump is up by about 75,000 votes. So he won North Carolina by 175,000 votes 4 years ago. He has a 75,000 vote thereabout lead right now. So I think the Republican Party is feeling like it isn't over yet, but they can probably start putting the sweet tea on ice at this point. And George, I think anything can still happen, though. It feels like it's favoring President Trump at this hour. One of the early headlines, if things stay on the track is going right now, was that in North Carolina, the Democratic Party brought their wallet and the Republican Party brought their friends. That in this state, Democrats have outspent the Republican Party 2-1 in the Senate race by close to $10–15 million on TV and radio ads. When the pandemic hit North Carolina hard, the Democratic Party made the decision to shut down their ground game for the most part, and the Republican Party did the exact opposite. They doubled down, became much more aggressive in going door to door to their voters. And George, consider in North Carolina, evangelicals make up about 30% of the electorate here. They strongly support President Trump. And George, the last point I'd like to make, earlier conversations about race and how the role that played. Every 2 years, every 4 years, we talk about the New South, how it might emerge. And I think separating Georgia, but when you look at South Carolina and North Carolina, what we're seeing again, despite all this progress, that those two states are still pretty much the old South in many ways when it comes to national elections. Conservatives have gone hard for President Trump. Democrats, the voter turnout increased to about 74% statewide compared to 68% in 2016. And so while certainly Democrats were excited, Trump supporters were also excited, and they came out strong for their man.
Which is why we are still here right now, a split country, split election, not decided at 1:29 in the morning on Wednesday, November 4th. Cecilia Vega, what more do we know about the president? We've seen the tweet. Is he going to speak tonight? What is he doing? Is he still watching? What should we expect?
Well, I think we can expect it momentarily. It sounds like the group of reporters who are assigned to be in and cover the president in the White House press corps for the day has just been called to gather. So it sounds like we will be hearing from him soon. And we know that he is here, of course, inside the White House, watching these returns come in with these 2 war rooms that they've got set up, and that he's been in close touch with his team. But, George, I want to go back, if I may, to what Byron was just saying on the importance of the ground game, because President Trump just spoke about that recently in a very sort of bragging way. And this may be what really he has to pride himself on, his campaign, where in terms of where we are at this moment in the night. You know, the Trump campaign, they've been building this ground game for over 2 years now. Listen to some of these numbers that we've got. 2,000 paid field staffers in 17 states. They say they knocked on millions of doors a week. And I've got to tell you, as Byron just said, when COVID hit, the Democrats stopped that because they said it wasn't healthy, and for the safety of their workers and their voters, they didn't want to have any door contact. The Trump campaign kept going, and they knocked on doors in states that mattered all across this country, and we very well may be seeing the fruits of that labor come out. And when it comes to rallying the base, this is something that the president has been heavily criticized on coming into this closing argument, he threw a lot of red meat over and over at the base, this law and order, very kind of dark themes heading into this, closing out this re-election campaign. And the campaign was criticized for that perhaps they weren't expanding the base enough to carry them across the finish line. And the campaign repeatedly said, wait until you see on Election Day, you will see we are bringing in new voters. And it looks like we are seeing that in some of these states coming in right now.
In some, a lot of states left to be counted. Cecilia Vega, thanks very much. We'll be right back.
Tonight, get ready for
a con so big, so outrageous, never seen anything like it before.
Meet the Prince, pretending to be part of one of the world's richest royal families.
Living large.
But
Holy cow, who is this person?
He stole approximately $8.1 million.
Where was all this money coming from? Buckle up.
Just the tip of the iceberg.
I'm Whoopi Goldberg. This is The Con.
All new and royally good. Tonight on ABC.
Good Morning America this morning. The real-time answers, real-time results. Now, the morning after this historic election night. Breaking new details with the most powerful team in politics live on ABC's Good Morning America. With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir.
We have made it through another week together.
America's most watched program across all of television.
Susan Powell was a young, beautiful mother. She just one night vanished.
Where is Susan?
July 29th, making sure that if something happens to me, our assets are documented.
Josh, did you kill your wife? And I'll never forget the first time that I met him. A chill just raced up through my spine. I just shook the hand of a killer.
Now, new details, stunning new interviews.
He ends up revealing the biggest bombshell.
What will happen next? The new 2020 event, Friday night on ABC.
What's the most innovative daily news podcast out there to listen to every day? Well, the Edward R. Murrow Awards say it's Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. Even the New York Times calls us a top news podcast worth listening to. So if you like getting behind the biggest news stories of the day, inside all the details, the backstory, and what will happen next, then listen to Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. It's like no other news podcast out there. Even the critics agree. Listen free on Apple Podcasts.
Now, when it matters most, the straightforward facts. ABC News is America's #1 news. #1 in the morning, #1 in the evening, and the #1 show on all of television. #1 in late night versus the competition. #1 in politics versus the competition. The #1 daytime talk show. And #1 in streaming news. Most trusted, most watched. ABC News is America's #1 news.
Welcome to Disney Plus. Are you ready? Drop in and explore. The action, the adventure, and the originals. There's no limit to what you'll find. These are your worlds. So come on, dive deeper into the universes you love. Wherever and whenever you want them, you'll find them all here on Disney Plus.
The reality is our country can collapse from within.
You see the white power movement on the march. Klansmen and neo-Nazis, skinheads, it's meant to incite war.
From the KKK to Oklahoma City to Charlottesville, the new documentary event special.
We just need to start talking about race.
Homegrown hate, the war among us.
This is a real wake-up call.
Streaming now on ABC News Live.
Live from New York City and across the country, here again, George Stephanopoulos.
And it's 1:35 here in the East on Wednesday morning, November 4th. And I think this is the first time in a presidential election that I've covered where I'm actually projecting a single congressional district and that it may matter. This is in the state of Nebraska. We've now projected that Donald Trump will win the first congressional district in the state of Nebraska, but Joe Biden will win the second congressional district in the state of Nebraska, picking up one electoral vote in that red state. Nate Silver explained to everybody why this is important.
So this is very important because if Joe Biden wins Arizona but loses Pennsylvania, he'd be at 269 electoral votes. He needs one more to break the tie, and that is one electoral vote. So if you look at our map here, showing what ABC News has called so far, before we projected Nebraska 2, we had Biden with a 69% chance of winning. If you add that to Biden's tally, he goes up by quite a bit here. It's going to recalculate for a second. But he goes up to 84%. It means that Arizona now,
for one congressional district, that is a pretty significant increase.
Because it's that plus Arizona. I mean, maybe Biden's easiest path right now, he is ahead in Arizona. There's some question about how much more Election Day vote there is to be counted. But Arizona, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, then he doesn't have to worry about Pennsylvania. And that gives him a lot more options. And so those two together, we have not called Arizona yet, but Arizona plus Nebraska.
That's the simplest way to explain it right there. Arizona plus Nebraska means you can sacrifice Pennsylvania and still have a path to 270.
Exactly.
And what more can we say? Can we pull up the popular vote right now? What more can we say about how what we're seeing tonight is tracking what we saw in the polls coming into tonight?
So there certainly seems to have been a miss in the polls, not as big a miss or as consequential as, well, actually, let me take that back. There may be a miss on the scale of 2016, but because Biden had a bigger lead, he can afford to have that miss. It's also more regionally driven. He's doing fine, for example, in New Hampshire, we think, and probably in Maine. Okay in like the suburban Midwest, like Omaha, where the district is. Maybe not very well, obviously, in Florida or Texas, where polls overrated him a bit. So we're going to have, I think, questions for pollsters. But you know, the reason to have a bigger lead is because things can go wrong, and you can wind up with quirky, frankly, ways to win like this.
Okay. There's a chime. We have another state to now project for Joe Biden, and it's going to be the state of Minnesota for Joe Biden. Joe Biden will win the state of Minnesota, and it's 10 electoral votes. It's good timing there. Picking up on what Nate was just saying, I want to bring this to John Carl. We know that President Trump had some hope in Minnesota. He spent a fair amount of time there, spent a fair amount of money there, because he wanted an insurance policy against a loss in Wisconsin or Michigan and Pennsylvania. It's not to be tonight. You combine that with Nebraska, and we're getting a much clearer picture of what each side has to do in these final hours.
Absolutely. I mean, he went there in the last week. He barely lost. Minnesota was the closest state that he could have flipped, and it's one of those blue wall states that he didn't get that he thought he had a chance. So now, you know, you're looking at a situation where he really has to pick off at least Pennsylvania and maybe Pennsylvania plus Michigan or Wisconsin, depending on what happens in Arizona.
Right, and Chris Christie, this goes back to something you were saying before. It's putting even more focus on that state of Pennsylvania pretty much now. If Joe Biden, assuming Rahm is right about Arizona, if Joe Biden wins the state of Pennsylvania, he's going to win this election.
Yes, the Rahm meter projection makes Pennsylvania. But listen, you and I have been talking about this since July. I have consistently thought that whoever wins Pennsylvania is going to be the next president of the United States, and I think it's shaping up that way. Now, you know, I do think that there's continued encouragement for the president in Wisconsin. And I think he is going to win. I'm going to have the Christie meter. I think he's going to win North Carolina to match up with you on your Arizona prediction and make myself +4. So you're looking at really Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan that I think are still the ones that we have to watch very carefully.
And we're still waiting for Arizona, waiting for Nevada.
And by the way, George, one other thing. I always like to pick out who the biggest loser of the night is. And so far, I think it's Mike Bloomberg. This is a guy who, decided to get into this race, thought he was going to be a factor, spent a fortune, was a blip in the Democratic primary.
Talk about driving out of your lane to hit the guy.
And now he spends $100 million in Florida, and Trump's margin is bigger than it was before. So I think anybody who's looking for spare change, go to Mike Bloomberg. He's apparently giving it away for nothing.
What is it about Florida? Democrats always seem to be lured down to that state, and it never comes through at the end.
You know, I think the changing demographics, we expect it to look more like what we're seeing in Arizona and Arizona and Texas, and it's just not trending that way when you think about black and brown voters, in part because of the heavy conservative vote among Latino voters down there, the growing number of conservative seniors who are moving down and retiring there. I know Biden got a lot more of those than before, but we're just not seeing the trend lines demographically shifting with the party the way we're seeing in places like Arizona and Texas, unfortunately.
Victor Kendo, you're in Miami.
That's right, George. And one Democratic data analyst that we spoke with called what happened in Miami-Dade County a total collapse. And there are some other problems here for Democrats. There's 2 Democratic House seats that were considered safe in this election. Well, not so much anymore. And one of those belonged to Donna Shalala. And speaking to all the money spent on those television ads, well, they were brutal, just relentless. President Trump hammering Joe Biden, labeling him as a socialist. Well, Republicans only spent, according to the latest numbers that we've seen, about $80 million on those ads, while Democrats spent closer to $130 million, and those ads for Republicans really seem to resonate with those Latino groups, not just Cuban Americans, but it's clear that they also reach the Nicaraguans, the Venezuelans, the Colombians. All of those groups seem to turn out for President Trump in this election, not the way the Democrats wanted this one to go. George?
Somewhat different from the way it's playing in Arizona, but David, what do we see in the exit polls about the role race is playing in this election?
Well, if you look at, let's take a look at the question of Minnesota racism in the U.S. It's interesting, if you look here, and given the George Floyd and there's so much coverage of it this year and this, much needed conversation in this country, only 8% of the people, according to the exit polls, said that that is the most important problem. Of course, we are dealing with the pandemic and the economy, and so there are a lot of things that have also shared the news cycle these last few months. 61%, though, who thought that racism is the most important problem to address went with Joe Biden. If you look in Minnesota, the job performance, he was hoping to pick up the state, but 52% said they disapproved of Donald Trump. And again, that whole debate over containing COVID or rebuilding the economy, this was also a state where well more than 50% said we have to get a handle on the pandemic first.
Lindsay Davis?
Yeah, I think that what remains to be seen, with the exception of Minnesota, which we just projected, but how the racial politics are playing out, in particular in these flashpoint areas where we saw the majority of the protests and the unrest over the summer during this so-called racial reckoning in areas like Philadelphia, where we just had the police shooting of Walter Wallace, in Minneapolis with George Floyd, in Atlanta with Rayshard Brooks, and also in Kenosha with Jacob Blake. How is that all going to shake out? 3 of those 4 states still outstanding.
Matthew, Dad, this may have been the subtext of campaigns now going back to, of course, Barack Obama's first win in 2008. We're seeing it play out in different ways every 4 years.
Yeah, and as I said, it's a shifting electoral college, and I'm very interested in seeing what the national popular vote margin ends up, because that's going to tell me a lot. My guess is what we're seeing across all the states, with the huge exception of Florida, which I think at some point the Democrats have to just say, we're never doing that again. That's it. We're done. We'll concentrate somewhere else. Is there's about a 3 or 4 point shift towards Biden in every place, percentage-wise, in every place but Florida, Maine, New Hampshire, Arizona, Minnesota, all of the Texas, all of these places you're having a 3 or 4 point shift. And my guess is that is exactly what the national popular vote ends up, that there was a 3 or 4 point shift, and it gave Joe Biden we'll see, a bare win in the electoral college. And that's why everything broke the way it did.
Thank you, Matt. Byron Pitts, I know you want to weigh in on this.
Yeah, George, this issue of how the George Floyd dynamic play, I'm thinking of the famous New York Broadway play, A Bronx Tale. Would you rather be loved or feared, right? What we saw with President Obama, there was so much pride and love for his candidacy in 2008. Black voters came out in large numbers. We're not seeing that this time in the South. We were at an evangelical Christian church on Sunday. Good and decent people. But when we talked about the issue of the racial divide, almost silence. They didn't have much to say about that conversation. They didn't see it the way that many people of color, many liberals have seen it around the country. And so I think, for all the progress we think we're making as a nation, certainly for all the progress people pride themselves on the South, again, this notion of a new South, I think what we're seeing tonight, it would appear, when it comes to race, oftentimes in this nation, blacks and whites can receive the same information, but see it differently.
That's the story of the country we've seen so many times. We are divided in so many different ways. We have some information now coming in from the state of Nevada. The first votes are coming in from the state of Nevada. So much early vote in that state. It was well over 90% voted before Election Day, and now 74% of it has been counted.
That's right. That's what we have so far. George, in Clark County, this is where 3/4 of the vote's going to come for the entire state. This, of course, is Las Vegas. Joe Biden with a comfortable lead right there. He's up 10 points, overperforming from 4 years ago. A quarter of the vote still out. You can't talk about Nevada without talking about COVID, George. The state was ravaged by COVID, not only physically, but also economically. At one point, it had the highest unemployment rate in the entire country. 70% of the state depends on tourism. Washoe County, this is Reno. This is where President Trump has to keep the margins close, and right now, they're not that close. So the trend right now, Joe Biden on top in Nevada, and from what we're seeing with the data, a quarter of the vote still out. It looks like it could possibly be good news for Democrats.
Okay, Tom Yamas, thanks very much. I have to take another quick break.
Welcome to Disney Plus. Are you ready? Drop in and explore. The action, the adventure, and the originals. There's no limit to what you'll find. These are your worlds. So come on, dive deeper into the universes you love. Wherever and whenever you want them, you'll find them all here on Disney Plus.
Now could be a good time to have another baby.
Are you crazy? I'm in love with you. Now that I said it out loud, it does sound weird. Please stop.
You were so fine, I had to remind myself to breathe.
Let's do this.
How's your quarantine going?
Susan Powell was a young, beautiful mother. She just one night vanished.
Where is Susan?
July 29th, making sure that if something happens to me, our assets are documented.
Josh, did you kill your wife? And I'll never forget the first time that I met him. A chill just raced up through my spine. I just shook the hand of a killer.
Now, new details, stunning new interviews.
He ends up revealing the biggest bombshell.
What will happen next? The new 2020 event, Friday night on ABC.
Admit it. These days, what you need to know
seems to change just about every day.
What is it that you really want to know, need to know?
To help you not just get through your day,
but to make the most of it. Feel smarter.
Feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America in the afternoon?
GMA 3, what you need to know. Lunchtime at 1 Eastern, 12 Central and Pacific on ABC. It's all about you.
Your mom said, comb your hair. Your dad told you, smarten up. Your dog is judging you right now. And your best friend just called you crazy. We all need someone who'll pull no punches and give it to us straight. Now imagine getting your news like that. No bull, no spin, just give it to me straight. Straightforward news, straight to the heart of the story. ABC News, straightforward.
The reality is our country can collapse from within.
You see the white power movement on the march. Klansmen and neo-Nazis, skinheads, it's meant to incite war.
From the KKK to Oklahoma City to Charlottesville, the new documentary event special.
We just need to start talking about race.
Homegrown hate, the war among us.
This is a real wake-up call.
Streaming now on ABC News Live.
The Americans here on the ground and the Iraqis, 18,000 tons. Patatas. Ismail? David.
Over ground zero from Hurricane Michael.
You can see just home after home.
David, nice to meet you.
This was your view.
My favorite view.
Thank you very much.
Coverage of election night continues.
We are back at ABC News Election Headquarters here in New York, coming up on 2 a.m. on Wednesday, November 4th. And let's take a look at the map right now, where things stand for each side here in this close race for president. Joe Biden has 220 electoral votes, 212. 13 there for Donald Trump. 23 states won for Donald Trump. Joe Biden, though, has the lead right now, 220 electoral votes. We're also keeping an eye on the Senate races right now, and we can say now that Joni Ernst in the state of Iowa will win. Her Senate race will be reelected, Republican from the state of Iowa. Kana Whitworth is there. This is an important hold for the Republicans in the state of Iowa.
Absolutely, George. And, you know, yesterday we saw Joni Ernst talk with Ivanka Trump, two voters right here in Des Moines, Iowa. Now, Joni Ernst really aligned herself with President Donald Trump, and that became incredibly important as they came up to the end of this race. Now, Joni Ernst initially was a little bit behind in some of these September polls, but as we inched toward Election Day, she started to make up some of that vote, and we really saw that, George, in these independent voters. Voters here in Iowa are known to split the ticket, but she relied on those independent voters. They turned towards her, and many of them said it was important to people here in Iowa to keep that Republican control of the Senate. So when you heard her, you heard Ivanka Trump, and you, of course, heard Governor Reynolds here encouraging voters here in Iowa to vote Republican up and down the ticket, and they certainly did that here in Iowa, and they kept control of her Senate seat, which has been incredibly important. And she was very emotional and even hoarse tonight, George, when she spoke, thanking her supporters for another chance to represent Iowans in the Senate. And, of course, Teresa Greenfield, relatively unknown, but ran a very tough race, George. She campaigned some 400 stops trying to win this race, but in the end, she just couldn't pull it off. It was Senator Joni Ernst that was able to keep that seat.
Kana Whitworth, thanks very much. Sarah Fagan, Iowa, your home state. Senator Ernst is one of those Republican senators who never wavered in her support of the president.
She did not, and she really fought hard for the ag industry. I mean, Donald Trump came out, did a number of positive things for the ethanol industry. I think that really helped her, and it really helped him in Iowa.
Okay. Rahm Emanuel, you wanted to weigh in earlier?
I think if you look at the map, and this is my one chance again to repeat myself but on a serious note, about you're going to start seeing regional blocks. That when I think Nevada and Arizona, you got New Mexico, Colorado, you used to have the West Coast, you used to have the New England. You're going to start seeing that North Carolina and Georgia are going to start performing more and more like Georgia and less like Alabama, or rather more and more like Virginia and less like Alabama, Mississippi, and Arkansas. I will say that Florida did not perform in 2018 for the Democrats. It is not performing now, and there's going to have to be a real assessment if you're going to go spend $60 million.
Plus Bloomberg's 100.
Plus, yeah, well,
Thank you.
I was just throwing that. Whatever you're going to go spend in Florida, my point is there's going to have to be a discussion about how you spend it, et cetera, because the place is now in 3 elections immune from what Democrats on the congressional level, the Senate level, the statewide level, and the presidential level.
That's right. Mary Bruce, I want to go to you. The Senate Republicans are protecting a lot of those Senate seats they needed to protect tonight.
This was not what Democrats were hoping to see tonight. They still are keeping a very close eye on a few more races here. Arizona, of course, Maine, North Carolina, that runoff in Georgia. But given the optimism the Democrats had coming into this night that they were going to be able to flip the Senate and hold on to the majority, that narrative certainly appears to be changing as the night goes on. That is becoming much harder, George.
Mary Bruce, thanks very much. Cecilia Vega, any updates on the president?
George, I wish I could tell you more. I can't. We're approaching 2 a.m. We're wondering if the lights are going to stay on out here at the White House because the clock is ticking for the hour that they told us that they were going to shut these off. It's crickets from everyone on our team, from me reaching out to sources. We're not hearing anything, and that poll that was gathered to go in to see the president is now not standing outside of the White House. So, George, we wait. Sorry. Come back to me. I'll tell you more soon, I hope.
We will find out more. I'll take that to John Carl. Carl and John, let's talk a little bit more about the Senate right now. You're now looking at North Carolina, 2 seats still in play right now, at least, in Georgia, and of course that Senate seat up in Maine.
Yeah, and the Senate seat in Maine is Susan Collins. She was considered one of the most vulnerable. She's in a very close race, but they have something called ranked choice voting in Maine, which means you vote for who you're going to vote for, and then you have a second choice. So all those people voting
and there's
for
4 candidates.
Yeah,
in
there's
Maine
4
right
candidates. So if you're voting for one of those third or fourth party candidates, you might put as your second choice. Chances are that second choice is not going to be the incumbent senator if you're voting for a third party candidate. So that one we probably won't know for some time. I think the bottom line is, especially if what Governor Christie is hearing out of North Carolina is true, it's looking more and more likely that the Republicans will hang on to control of the Senate pending the expected runoffs in Georgia. We could have 2 Senate runoff races in Georgia.
We should follow up on that. And if we have anything on the board, we know that there's at least 1 runoff in the state of Georgia. We're still waiting to find out. Chris Christie, I know you were in contact with Senator Perdue in Georgia. The question is whether he's going to break 50.
Well, listen, George, there's 90% of the vote in now. He's at 51%. And, you know, the Perdue campaign has been telling me that it's going to be very close and that they are hopeful that they'll avoid a runoff. They're not predicting it yet, but at 90% of the vote now, he's inching closer and closer, and we may be without a runoff. And I think if you look at it that way, Perdue looks like he may avoid it today.
Okay.
He's running ahead of Trump, too, we should point out, right now.
Right. Georgia's still hanging out there. We're going to take another quick break. Some stations are going to leave us now for their late local news, but our coverage is going to continue through the night.
Welcome to Disney Plus. Are you ready? Drop in and explore. The action, the adventure, and the originals. There's no limit to what you'll find. These are your worlds. So come on, dive deeper into the universes you love. Wherever and whenever you want them, you'll find them all here on Disney Plus.
This is what being live is all about. This is ABC News Live, the 24/7 streaming news source from ABC News. Breaking news, live events, streaming nonstop. Original breakthrough storytelling from ABC News, National Geographic, ESPN, and it's all designed differently for you to stream straight to any screen whenever you want.
ABC News Live.
Streaming everywhere, right to you. ABC News Live. It's that easy to go there.
Now could be a good time to have another baby.
Are you crazy? I'm in love with you. Now that I said it out loud, it does sound weird.
Please stop. You were so fine, I had to remind myself to breathe.
Let's do this.
How's your quarantine going?
The reality is our country can collapse from within.
You see the white power movement on the march. Klansmen and neo-Nazis, skinheads, it's meant to incite war.
From the KKK to Oklahoma City to Charlottesville, the new documentary event special.
We just need to start talking about race.
Homegrown hate, the war among us.
This is a real wake-up call.
Streaming now on ABC News Live.
Tonight, get ready for a con so big, so outrageous, never seen anything like it before.
Meet the Prince, pretending to be part of one of the world's richest royal families.
Living large.
But
holy cow, who is this person?
He stole approximately $8.1 million.
Where was all this money coming from? Buckle up.
Just the tip of the iceberg.
I'm Whoopi Goldberg. This is The Con.
All new and royally good. Tonight on ABC.
Susan Powell was a young, beautiful mother. She just one night vanished.
Where is Susan?
July 29th, making sure that if something happens to me, our assets are documented.
Josh. Did you kill your wife? And I'll never forget the first time that I met him. A chill just like raced up through my spine. I just shook the hand of a killer.
Now, new details, stunning new interviews.
He ends up revealing the biggest bombshell.
What will happen next? The new 2020 event, Friday night on ABC.
This is an ABC News election update. Now reporting chief anchor George Stephanopoulos.
2 a.m. in the East, and we're about to hear from President Trump at the White House. Cecilia Vega, I surprised you a few moments ago. Now it is set. We do expect the president any moment.
It is, George. They are there in the East Room here at the White House. You can see that crowd, a bunch of supporters. I see one person who turned there didn't have a mask on. A couple people, doesn't look like they're wearing masks, even though we were told earlier in the day that people in there would be wearing masks and will be tested. We know that they sent out hundreds of invitations for this event for supporters, family members to attend. And there you see it, the podium and the teleprompters up. Seems we are going to actually hear President Trump address the nation tonight.
Right. And John Carl, they originally were supposed to be at the Trump Hotel in Washington, D.C. Apparently, the district said that would violate their local health restrictions. But one of the things we've seen all year long is the president using the White House in a kind of unprecedented way in a political season.
I mean, it's just mind-blowing because I've covered 4 different presidents, and I'm used to a situation where you don't do explicitly political work on government property, let alone the White House. And the president he gave his acceptance speech at the Republican nomination on the South Lawn. He's done repeated events, full-blown campaign events on White House grounds, and that's what's going to happen again tonight.
Chris Christie, I'm going to put you on the spot again, but in a slightly different way.
All right.
What should we hear from the president in these next 2 minutes?
He should say pretty much the same thing Joe Biden said. I see a path to victory here. I think I'm going to win this race. It's going to take a little while for us to be able to get all the votes counted, but that's what I think we should do. I think he should pretty much say that.
One thing I think Biden missed is there was no conversation about policy. He didn't say why he was running, what he was going to do for Americans. I think the president should talk about what he wants to see in the next 4 years. A couple sentences on it at least.
Everybody's already voted. It's like the campaign's over.
This is about shaping a narrative over the next couple days or perhaps longer, and you've got to keep your people motivated. You've got to have, in a pandemic, counting votes. That's where we're headed.
And say, what this is about, why he wants to run.
Why he wants to lead.
But he hasn't done it for an entire year going into the campaign. I don't expect him on the eve of the election to do it. I do think this when you speak tonight and it's not clear, it's about trying to shape the way that we're going to look at the next 3 days and what the prism is. Every candidate's got to form the prism in which people start interpreting these late results coming in.
It turned out, Yvette, that whatever efforts were made to intimidate voters, suppress the vote, didn't work on either side. We're seeing record turnout tonight. What's your expectation about how this will play out in the coming days if indeed we are in this series of recounts, legal battles?
Well, you can't undercut the fact that the post office was compromised, the fact that rules were still shifting as people were voting, the fact that there's litigation still happening as we speak. In Texas, for instance, of the very important monumental decision to limit the number of ballot boxes in the state of Texas could have had an outcome. We know the very long lines that people waited in. So I wouldn't rule out the fact that voter suppression had a role in these very key states. We will see whether or not it is a consequential outcome, and that's why I think we need to wait and see all of the ballots that will be counted. We know there's a lot of push and pull in Pennsylvania about when ballots will be stopped, like how long we will count ballots, and those ballots that are being held back, the naked ballots. And so I just want to make sure I make clear that the efforts that were made to undermine this election probably did have an impact on this.
By the way, George, it's just that, given the conversation John was having, I checked on it, and I thought I recalled President Ford conceded from the White House in 1976 to Jimmy Carter Betty Ford spoke because he had lost his voice, but they did it from the White House briefing room behind the podium with the seal of the president. So it's not as if this is completely unprecedented in the last 50 years. Unusual, I agree, John.
Well, yeah, the convention
unprecedented.
speech was unusual. The
convention speech very unusual. I'm talking about tonight on the night of the election as the sitting president.
Right, that's right.
Well, imagine this will look a little different than Gerald Ford's concession speech.
Yeah, I don't think. You're not going to hear that tonight. I can guarantee that.
I would vote for Donald Trump losing his voice. That one I'll go for.
Don't forget the big coronavirus speech from the balcony, too. Remember that one happened when he was flown in the helicopter and did the big Evita wave from the balcony. That was also on White House.
But as we wait for him to come out, and I assume he is going to do what Biden did, but a little bit more. I assume he's essentially going to declare victory. Yeah. So let's keep in mind, Pennsylvania, we're talking about how it can come down to Pennsylvania. There were about 2.5 million mail-in absentee votes in Pennsylvania. They have only counted about 500,000 of those. And by the way, they've gone by about a 78-22% margin for Biden. So let's keep in mind there's a lot of outstanding. There's about 2 million mail-in absentee ballots that still have to be counted in Pennsylvania, and it's going to take a lot of time.
Right. And I want to bring Kate Shaw and Dan Abrams back in on this on two different points. First of all, and either one of you, actually, Kate, why don't I start with you on this? It seems, at least coming into tonight, the rejection rate on these ballots, which could be subject to challenges going forward, has been relatively low, somewhat lower than people expected.
Well, you know, we always have a higher rejection rate on absentee ballots as compared to votes that are cast in person. But I think it's right. It's another sort of example, I think, of something we all feared, which was some kind of election meltdown that hasn't really materialized. We haven't seen huge swaths of absentee ballots disqualified so far, although I think we do need to say many of them haven't even been opened, although, you know, as of now, probably yes, but it's all happening in real time. But I think it's right. We at least, you know, there have been efforts to disqualify certain categories of votes, but as to errors, so far it does not seem to be a huge issue. But if the margins are close enough, we may still see litigation around those that have been rejected.
Right, and even though the Supreme Court has waited and allowed the county to go on in Pennsylvania through at least Friday, Dan Abrams, that doesn't necessarily signal how the Supreme Court is going to deal with these questions going forward.
Correct, not necessarily. They were only faced with the question of, do we need to do this immediately, or can we basically push this off a bit? But by pushing it off, you also increase the chances that the court is going to let it stand. Because once you've had the vote, once the 3 days have passed and they've counted all the votes, it simply makes it more unlikely. I'll add one other thing. We talked about absentee ballots. One of the other litigation issues in Pennsylvania relates to what happens if your absentee ballot is rejected, because there have been certain counties where people are, someone gets in contact with them and says, hey, here's a provisional ballot. Your absentee ballot was rejected. A provisional ballot means this is an opportunity to vote. We'll see if it ends up counting. But that's another area where it's not just going to be absentee ballots, it's going to be provisional ballots. I mean, these are going to be the sorts of details that we're going to have to get into if this gets that close in Pennsylvania.
And we are not there yet. But Terry Moran, John Roberts, the Chief Justice, has been so protective of the reputation of the court. I can't imagine he wants to be anywhere near this.
I think you're absolutely right. He's having a bad night, George, because he does not want the Supreme Court to be in the middle of this, in part because if and as this election moves into the courts, these are not like antitrust suits. This is going to be a political fight. At the same time, it's a legal fight. Some of the actors will be politicians. Remember Katherine Harris, the Secretary of State in Florida in 2000, who was one of the main officials deciding how that recount would go. And the Supreme Court itself has a sort of larger political dimension. Does it really want to be the court that for the second time in a generation would award the presidency to the loser of the popular vote? That is something Chief Justice John Roberts and none of them should really want if they can avoid it, because these are coming not just as pure legal cases, but as political catfights.
Kate Shaw, we were talking a couple weeks back, and I think you said it was your gut that perhaps Amy Coney Barrett would recuse herself from these cases. She then showed up at the White House for that ceremony after she was confirmed by the Senate. What's your guess now on whether she'll recuse herself or decide to rule on these election cases if indeed we see them?
Yeah, you know, so she just started hearing cases yesterday, so she's now a full-fledged member of the court, and I think it remains hard to call. I mean, I still think she is, at the very beginning of what will likely be a long career on the Supreme Court, and I think she's someone who will care about her, reputation for integrity, her legacy as a justice. So I think she would want to avoid casting, the fifth vote, say, in a way that functionally hands the election to Donald Trump. So whether that means recusing herself or finding some way to, avoid actually casting that decisive fifth vote, I'm not sure what form it takes, but I do think that it's something that she would like to avoid doing as her first big action on the Supreme Court that she's just joined.
Of course, we are not there yet. Pierre Thomas, you want to weigh in on this?
Well, one of the things that will be interesting, we know that the Attorney General has irritated President Trump by not launching an investigation of Biden, or at least announcing such an investigation. But will he use the power of the Justice Department to weigh in on any of these issues if it's drawn out? We don't have an answer to that, but it's something to watch for sure, George.
Well, and if we've seen the Justice Department even become involved in cases having to do with this defamation suit, a woman who was accusing him of sexual assault, saying she defamed him, and the Justice Department stepped in on the side of the president.
Absolutely, you've seen that, but this would be extraordinary in terms of using the power and the influence of the Justice Department to determine or help determine an election. It's a big question.
And have you gotten any read? I know you speak with people close to the Attorney General, William Barr. Any read on how they're seeing that right now?
Well, he's been incredibly quiet the last couple of weeks. He's wanted to stay out of the headlines, not be in the news, just how the department do its work. So they've been very quiet concerning anything regarding this election, George.
Okay, Pierre Thomas, thanks very much for seeing the president's entourage enter the East Room right now. Let's get a full screen, hearing the crowd cheer a bit as well. We're expecting the president momentarily. A couple hundred people there in the East Room tonight. It's been a long night there. We're now coming up on 2:15 on November 4th, and we're nowhere close to knowing how this election is going to turn out yet. Already heard from Joe Biden tonight saying he believes he is on the path to victory, feels good about where he is right now, on track to win the election, laid out where he thinks he's confident now about Arizona, he said, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. We'll hear from the president on how he plans to approach the next several days as well. John Carlos, we're keeping an eye on this. Kind of a remarkable run, though, for the president. It's hard to imagine that he was in the hospital with COVID less than a month ago.
It's mind-blowing. He was in the hospital. He was on supplemental oxygen, and it was less than a month ago. He's gone out, and he's been to 9 different states over the last, I believe, over the last week. Some 27 stops. The last 2 days, he was doing 5 rallies a day in multiple states. It's really something else, and he has motivated his core supporters. I mean, George, it's often been said, I've said it myself, the team, well, surprise, take a look at it. He's actually found voters who did not vote for him last time around.
Matthew Dowd, this is something that's been a lot of them. A trend that's been moving for basically the last generation. When Ram and I worked in the Clinton campaign in 1992, it was all about reaching out to people in the middle. Increasingly, after Bush v. Gore in 2000, you've seen each presidential election after that focus far more on turning out their own bases.
Yeah, George, I think this is a huge concern that for the American experiment of democracy, actually, because we are creating more and more enclaves of people that not only don't communicate with other people, they don't live around other people that aren't like them. And so these sort of totally political tribes that we used to have, and then there'd be this large group of people in the middle, and you'd persuade them, and everybody would pursue the middle. Now, I think tonight is really proof to the Donald Trump sort of playbook that there is a tribe that he could appeal to that is much bigger than anybody imagined. I mean, he's going to end up tonight with more votes than he got in 2016. And he turned out, and he's going to have bigger margins in some places than he had in 2016 when he barely won Electoral College victory. I think it's a big problem, George. It's a huge problem. And each tribe consumes totally different kinds of information.
And one of the things we're seeing, Chris Christie, as this division takes hold in the country is your former governor now in the Northeast, Republican, but Charlie Baker in Massachusetts, Larry Hogan in Maryland. Republican governors of blue states have to figure out a way to govern their state without supporting the president of their party.
Yeah, and listen, I think it's really relatively straightforward. Baker and Hogan have done a great job of it. And I've talked to the president about this, who at times gets annoyed at Baker and Hogan. And I said to him, let me tell you something. That's the practical nature of this. And I will tell you, George, when I, as a sitting governor of New Jersey, endorsed President Trump in late February of 2016, in the next poll, my poll numbers went down 15 points. That's the reality of being a Republican governor in a blue state getting involved in federal politics. And so, I think that what we need to understand as a party, if we want to be in these blue states and have Republican governors in these blue states, we got to give them a pass on the federal issues. If we don't, we're going to sink them.
Martha Raddatz?
I'll tell you, George, one of the things that is a concern is because this is so close tonight and may go through the rest of the week and the divided country. I've seen voters change to President Trump. That was one of the things that surprised me in Texas. People saying, I didn't vote for Trump before, I'm voting for him now. And again, they cite his record. But we also asked tonight and during the week, what happens if your candidate doesn't win? And we talked about this earlier in the evening, or last night, really, about those signs in neighborhoods and people ripping down those signs. I've had people across the country say they were scared to put up Biden signs. I've had others say their Trump signs were defaced. So I think the real question is the concern about what happens after. We have not seen Donald Trump try to bring the country together. So if he ends up being the winner and full of confidence, what happens to the country? What happens to the other half of that country? And if it is Joe Biden, that is a huge, huge challenge for him as well, because people are dug in on their sides, and that is evident tonight.
Thank you, Martha. Presidential historian Mark Updegrove put this election in context. Most people, when they look at how this was conducted over the last year and saw that everything that happened in this year of 2020, saying it seems like it's the most contentious, most divisive election probably since 1968.
There's no question about it, George. This is an incredibly divisive election. And I think that if Donald Trump ekes out a victory here, it will be reminiscent. John Carl talked about the sheer stamina that we've seen from Donald Trump in this campaign, despite getting COVID. And it's reminiscent of Harry Truman in 1948, when it was assumed that Thomas Dewey was going to win the election. And we know that famous picture of Truman with the newspaper over his head, Dewey defeats Truman, the erroneous headline. And somehow Truman eked it out because of his pure stamina. He did a whistle-stop tour across the country, and just through sheer grit earned back the presidency. And that's what we might see here. But the division is what's different here. Even in 1968, you didn't see quite the contentiousness between the two candidates, Hubert Humphrey and Richard Nixon.
Okay, Mark Updegrove, thanks very much. Lindsay Davis?
I think what's interesting is if we look at what could have been, and so much of this has been talking about the racial reckoning. I've always called it the so-called racial reckoning, because in the end, what has it gotten us? I mean, if we just do like a quick history minute here, in this country's 244-year history, we've only had 10 black senators. Tonight, and 2 of them, by the way, were during Reconstruction, so that was 150 years ago. Tonight, you had at least 309 people of color on the ballot running for various positions in Congress, 7 of them black candidates who are running for the Senate, 5 of them in the South. Prior to tonight, and still at this moment as we stand, Georgia, we kind of have to put a pin in that because that'll go to the runoff. But at this point, kind of goose eggs straight across. And so while there's been so much that's been said, for those candidates who are running in the South, they were really leaning into race, which is kind of unusual in the South. Quite often when you're trying to convince these white voters to vote for you, it was like something that you would stay away from. But they were telling them, the message was, it's time to meet the moment. And yet we don't know that. I think there's still one potentially competitive race in Michigan, John James running for Senate there. And so we'll see what happens. But in the bigger picture, it looks like at this point anyway, as things stand, that the Senate would still stay in control of the Republicans. And what does that mean now for a COVID relief bill?
And David Muir, one of the few things we can say about the outcome of this election right now is that we came into this election divided by race, by region, by party. At least at 2:19 on Wednesday, November 4th, we are still divided by race, by region, by party.
And we will be. We will be for some time to come, no matter who ends up winning this election, George. And, you make the great point about this country, and I just think about what Americans are going through tonight right here with us at the early morning hours. I mean, we're asking a lot of Americans right now, this great experiment of ours that is a democracy, and we saw a record turnout even in the midst of a once-in-a-century pandemic. But now we're asking America to be patient and sit with us for not just the rest of this morning and throughout the next day, but as we heard, and now the president's coming out, possibly through the end of this week. And you can't forget, President Trump, 27 rallies just this past week, had coronavirus, recovered, his voice raspy this morning.
There's the president's family right now. We're seeing his son Eric, his daughter Tiffany as well entering. Lara Trump as well, the wife of Eric Trump. She was quite a campaigner herself. Throughout this campaign, a spokesperson for the president.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please sit. Thank you. This is without question the latest news conference I've ever had. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it very much. And I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support. Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight. And a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people, and we won't stand for it. We will not stand for it. I want to thank the First Lady, my entire family, and Vice President Pence, Mrs. Pence, for being with us all through this. And we were getting ready for a big celebration. We were winning everything, and all of a sudden it was just called off. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good, such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it. To support our incredible movement. We won states that we weren't expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot. And we won the great state of Ohio. We won Texas. We won Texas. We won Texas by 700,000 votes, and they don't even include it in the tabulations. It's also clear that we have won Georgia. We're up by 2.5% or 117,000 votes with only 7% left. They're never going to catch us. They can't catch us. Likewise, we've clearly won North Carolina, where we're up 1.4% or 77,000 votes with only approximately 5% left. They can't catch us. We also, if you look and you see Arizona, we have a lot of life in that. And somebody declared that it was a victory for, and maybe it will be. I mean, that's possible. But certainly there were a lot of votes out there that we could get because we're now just coming into what they call Trump territory. I don't know what you call it, but these were friendly Trump voters. And that could be overturned. The gentleman that called it, I watched tonight, he said, well, we think it's fairly unlikely that he could catch. Well, fairly unlikely. And we don't even need it. We don't need that. That was just a state that if we would have gotten it, it would have been nice, Arizona. But there's a possibility, maybe even a good possibility. In fact, since I saw that originally, it's been changed and the numbers have substantially come down just in a small amount of votes. So we want that obviously to stay in play. But most importantly, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount of votes. We're up 600. Think of this. Think of this. Think of this. We're up 690,000 votes in Pennsylvania. 690,000. These aren't even close. It's not like, oh, it's close. With 64% of the vote in, it's going to be almost impossible to catch. And we're coming into good Pennsylvania areas where they happen to like your president. I mean, it's like very good. So we'll probably expand that. We're winning Michigan, but I'll tell you, I looked at the numbers. I said, whoa. I said, wow, that's a lot. By almost 300,000 votes, and 65% of the vote is in. And we're winning Wisconsin. No, so we're winning. We don't need all of them. We need, because when you add Texas in, which wasn't added, I spoke with the really wonderful governor of Texas just a little while ago, and Greg Abbott, he said, congratulations. He called me to congratulate me on winning Texas. I mean, we won Texas. I don't think they finished quite the tabulation, but there's no way. And it was almost complete, but he congratulated me. Then he said, by the way, what's going on? I've never seen anything like this. Can I tell you what? Nobody has. So we won by 107,000 votes with 81% of the vote. That's Michigan. So when you take those three states in particular, and you take all of the others, I mean, we have so many. We had such a big night. You just take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight, and then you take a look at the kind of margins that we've won them by. And all of a sudden, it's not like we're up 12 votes and we have 60% left. We won states, and all of a sudden, I said, what happened to the election? It's off. And we have all these announcers saying, what happened? And then they said, oh, because you know what happened? They knew they couldn't win. So they said, let's go to court. And did I predict this, Newt? Did I say this? I've been saying this from the day I heard they were going to send out tens of millions of ballots. I said exactly, because either they were going to win, or if they didn't win, they'll take us to court. So Florida was a tremendous victory, 377,000. Texas, as we said. Ohio, think of this. Ohio, a tremendous state, a big state. I love Ohio. We won by 8.1%, 461. Think of it. Almost 500,000 votes. North Carolina, big victory with North Carolina. And so we won there. We lead by 76,000 votes with almost nothing left. And all of a sudden, everything just stopped. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list, okay? It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment, and we will win this, and as far as I'm concerned, we already have won it. So I just want to thank you, and I want to thank all of our support. I want to thank all of the people that worked with us, and Mr. Vice President, say a few words, please. Please.
Let's try to unpack now some of what we saw from the president right there as Vice President Pence starts to talk. It is true that President Trump has won the states of Ohio and Texas and Florida according to our projections. But it's a matter of fact right now that at this hour, at least, Joe Biden has 221 electoral votes to the 213 electoral votes of Donald Trump. And in the popular vote right now, Joe Biden is also leading the popular vote right now. It's close, but over 65,634,000 votes plus for Joe Biden, and 63,952 for Donald Trump. So what we're seeing right there is Donald Trump is losing right now in both the popular vote and the electoral vote, and there are many states left to be called. We have not yet projected the state of Nevada, the state of Arizona, the state of Alaska, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, and Maine, still yet to be called. An awful lot of votes yet to be counted. I guess I'm going to start with our legal team right here, because the president said something. I'm not sure if he means it. I'm not sure if he can do it. But he said, and Dan Abrams, let me start with you, and then Kate and Terry also weigh in. He says he's going to go to the Supreme Court and get them to stop the counting of the votes.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what he's talking about, because they already tried to stop certain votes, for example, in Pennsylvania, from counting that are coming in. They're not going to have any success in stopping the vote counting right now. The only success that they may have down the road is in assessing which votes will ultimately end up counting. But the idea that somehow—
Stop you right there. It would be illegal now to stop the votes that are out there waiting to be counted from being counted.
Let's be clear. Votes are still being counted. Stepping in right now and saying, let's stop counting votes, would be the equivalent of like a baseball game where you've just played the top of the ninth inning and the visiting team says, you know what, it's not fair that the home team gets a last bat here in the bottom of the ninth. We're calling the game. It's over. We're not playing the last half of the ninth inning. That's just not the way the rules work. So you can't just say we're not going to allow the rest of the votes to be counted. The question becomes, what happens once the counting process has basically ended, at least round one? There can be recounts, there can be challenges, but the notion that somehow the counting is going to stop simply isn't going to happen.
Kate Shaw?
I mean, litigation has been a major component of the campaign strategy for in recent weeks and months of the Trump campaign, and I think it's pretty clear based on the remarks that we just heard that, if anything, is just going to kick into higher gear. But I do think it's important to make clear there is no basis in law for a claim that counting must stop simply because it sounds like the president likes how the numbers look in some states, although he also said he, of course, wanted counting to continue in Arizona, where he believes he can make up ground. But there's no legal significance to any of the claims, I don't think, about stopping counting, nor is there a route to actually seek that redress in court in a broad sense. But I do think he has very clearly signaled an intention to really double down on this litigation component of the campaign strategy.
Terry Morani says a major fraud has been perpetrated on the American people, and there's a sad group who are trying to disenfranchise his voters.
Well, this isn't law, George. This isn't politics. This is theater. And let's be blunt. It's the theater of authoritarianism. What is happening right now. Every American knows that when you cast a vote validly, it should be counted. The President of the United States, no matter what he says, is trying to stop the counting of valid votes, the ordinary, everyday counting of valid votes. There will be fights about some votes, but he's trying to stop the counting, except in Arizona, where he's behind. He wants his votes counted. We should be blunt about this. This is not law. This is not politics. This is an attempt to end the election illegitimately so that he can maintain power. And we should be blunt about that.
Cecilia Vega, it's also not a surprise. The president has been signaling this for months and months and months.
Literally just wrote down, not a surprise, is a point I wanted to tell you about because he has been ramping this up. It has been a steady drumbeat. We had been told by sources leading into today that behind the scenes, privately, the president had been talking about this conspiracy theory of fraud and a stolen election more and more and more. And we should say, when the president says this is a fraud, George, this is not a fraud. This is the American democratic system in action, working exactly as it should be working. I also want to point out that the president said that he's going to take this to the Supreme Court. We saw this coming too, because before the appointment of Judge Amy Coney Barrett to the Supreme Court, he had said that he wanted her appointed in this expeditious manner, the fastest we had ever seen a Supreme Court nominee approved this close to an election day, because he said that he knew this case over the election would come before the Supreme Court, and that gets right at the heart of the controversy over how quickly and close to the election that she was approved. This is exactly what Democrats had been fearful of and warning about heading into this election, George.
John Carl.
George, we should also be clear, though, that the president can say whatever he wants to say at his party in the East Room. He has no power to stop the counting of the votes, and the Supreme Court is not going to stop the counting of the votes. There is no basis in law for doing this. As we mentioned a short while ago, in the state of Pennsylvania, which is where it might all come down to, the president said he's up, and he's right. He said up about 690,000 votes. Well, there are almost 2 million mail-in absentee ballots that have not been counted yet in the state of Pennsylvania. Of the 500,000 that have been counted, about 78% of those have been going to Biden, because Democrats are more likely to vote by mail than Republicans. So if you do a little bit of math, that lead of 690,000 could well go away when the ballots are counted. And there is nothing the president can do to stop that counting. Now, there are still counting that has to happen in Wisconsin and in Michigan. The president may win those states, or he may lose them. But the counting will happen, and we will have results. And the Supreme Court is not going to stop that, and the president doesn't have the power to stop that.
Sarah Fagan, one of the other questions is going to be, depending on how far the president decides to push this strategy, if indeed he does decide to push it beyond the speech tonight, is whether those Republicans in the Senate especially, who've defended him for the most part through thick and thin, will go along with this. There were some signals in recent days that Republicans in the Senate would not go along with any attempt to stop the vote.
I don't think Republicans are going to back him on this. I mean, it's one thing when you're in the throes of a hand-to-hand counting and all of a sudden there's a recount and 13,000 ballots appear. That's a different legal matter. What John Carl said is exactly right. Whatever he said just now, it was bizarre, first of all. It was politically stupid. He was having a good night tonight.
Yeah, don't hold back now. Keep going on the other side.
No, he was having a good night tonight, and frankly, a better night than most people thought he would have. And he just stepped on his message for the next 3 days.
And Martha Raddatz, the other question is, what other institutions will go along with this if indeed the president pushes it?
Yeah, and if he pushes it, and it's exactly right, he doesn't have the power to do this. But what we saw tonight is what Donald Trump, if Donald Trump loses, that's how he's going to lose. He's going to be a sore loser. He's going to help divide the country even further. And other institutions going along with him, we'll have to wait and see. In terms of voters, in terms of those who back him, I think this is even a step too far for many of them, calling this a fraud before it's even over. But if anyone had any doubt how Donald Trump, if he loses, will go out, it will be this way, that he will call it a fraud. He will say the election was stolen no matter what happens.
But Heidi Heitkamp, people are listening tonight, even though it's 2:38 in the morning.
You know what, George? I think that you're missing one really important part, which is his backers the people who form militias, the people who slow down buses on roads in Texas, they're hearing quite a different story. You're saying this is going to hurt him. He is calling on, when he says stand by and wait, that this is the moment. And so this is more than maybe not politically smart. It's more than not being, right as a matter of constitution or law. This is a dog whistle, and it's very, very dangerous.
Chris, you want to respond to that?
Listen, as a talk tonight now, not as a former governor, but as a former U.S. attorney, there's just no basis to make that argument tonight. There just isn't. All of these votes have to be counted that are in now. In Pennsylvania, the argument won't even start in Pennsylvania until tomorrow or Thursday or Friday, because the Pennsylvania Supreme Court extended for 3 days when you could accept ballots. Now, I understand there could be an argument on that based upon Pennsylvania law, but that argument's for later. Tonight, this was not the time to make this argument. And
it's not about law, it's about politics, right? He's preparing the battlefield.
Well, listen, it is, but it's got to be bigger than that. And I disagree with what he did tonight. And I think Sarah's right that, there comes a point where you have to let the process play itself out before you judge it to have been flawed. And I think by prematurely doing this, if there is a flaw in it later, he has undercut his own credibility in calling attention to that flaw. So I think it's a bad strategic decision. It's a bad political decision. And it's not the kind of decision you would expect someone to make tonight who holds the position he holds.
Rahm Emanuel.
This is Donald Trump. If he's going to lose, I actually think he indicated that he's going to lose, and he's going to be the victim of unfair play. That is always how it happens for him. This is actually in his wheelhouse. He either is a victim of something unfair. Now, we can say all about the legal. This has nothing to do with the law. I appreciate the legal team we've assembled. This is all about politics, and he is now going to be the victim of unfair play, and he is now casting a delegitimacy to Biden in the way that he think he was done on the Russia investigation. That's what
we have to take a break. You get the last word.
I think the fact that he used the word disenfranchised is disrespectful, because if anything, the voters that have been disenfranchised have been the Democratic voters who have, waited for decisions, have waited in line, the post office has been compromised. If anybody's stealing an election, if anybody's compromising an election, it's been his side. So I think it's deeply disrespectful for him to use those words. I do agree with Heidi that I think the signaling to the folks who are standing back and standing by to redeem him if this election is quote unquote stolen from him, I think that rhetoric needs to be completely squashed and brought down. There are a lot of people who are afraid of that. And I think really when I look at that red map, all of these red states that have voted for this guy, this is your guy. This is a guy who is not respecting the foundation of our very democracy, and I think it's a shame.
Have to take a break.
ABC News, straightforward.
Tonight, get ready for
a con so big, so outrageous, never seen anything like it before.
Meet the Prince, pretending to be part of one of the world's richest royal families.
Living large.
But
holy cow, who is this person?
He stole approximately $8.1 million.
Where was all this money coming from? Buckle up.
Just the tip of the iceberg.
I'm Whoopi Goldberg. This is The Con.
All new and royally good. Tonight on ABC.
Good Morning America this morning. The real-time answers, real-time results. Now, the morning after this historic election night. Breaking new details with the most powerful team in politics live on ABC's Good Morning America.
Susan Powell was a young, beautiful mother. She just one night vanished.
Where is Susan?
July 29th, making sure that if something happens to me, our assets are documented.
Josh. Did you kill your wife? And I'll never forget the first time that I met him. A chill just like raced up through my spine. I just shook the hand of a killer.
Now, new details, stunning new interviews.
He ends up revealing the biggest bombshell.
What will happen next? The new 2020 event, Friday night on ABC. Now, when it matters most, the straightforward facts. ABC News is America's #1 news. #1 in the morning, #1 in the evening, and the #1 show on all of television. #1 in late night versus the competition. #1 in politics versus the competition. The #1 daytime talk show. And #1 in streaming news. Most trusted, most watched. ABC News is America's #1 news.
Welcome to Disney Plus. Are you ready? Drop in and explore. The action, the adventure, and the originals. There's no limit to what you'll find. These are your worlds. So come on, dive deeper into the universes you love. Wherever and whenever you want them, you'll find them all here on Disney Plus.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir.
We have made it through another week together.
America's most watched program across all of television.
And we are back at ABC News Election Headquarters, 2:45 on November 4th. Right now, Joe Biden has 221 electoral votes. Donald Trump has 213. But let's take a deeper dive now at the remaining states that still have not been projected by ABC News, starting with the state of Arizona. 82% of the expected vote is in right now. Joe Biden holding on to a 5-point lead. Tom Yamas, the vote is trickling in these early morning hours.
Yeah, you know, George, we've been talking about politics all night. I think we're going to be talking about physics now. It's just getting so late. They're counting the votes slower and slower. The headline out of Arizona, though, Joe Biden on top, a state that President Trump won 4 years ago by more than 100,000 votes. The roles have reversed now. The Democrat is on top by 100,000 votes. The story of the night is going to be Maricopa County. This is where most of the votes come out of the Arizona state. We're talking about Phoenix, Scottsdale, that has rural communities. It has suburbs. It basically has all of America in one county, and it's very large. Phoenix by itself is the 6th largest city. You can see right now Joe Biden overperforming in this area, doing much better than Donald Trump. And down here in the Democratic stronghold of Pima, this is Tucson, you can see he's just doing well. Where he's at right now, Joe Biden's doing well. We still have 18% of the votes still out, and we just heard President Trump say they're still counting votes here. We're going to have to wait and see. But the trend so far has been good for Joe Biden in Arizona.
The next door neighbor, Nevada, 78% of the expected vote is in.
Yeah, you know, we've been watching this one. This one's been coming in a little bit slower. We're going to talk about Clark County. 3/4 of the vote is going to come from Las Vegas. It's a 10-point spread right now as we look at this. And you can see Joe Biden slightly performing better than Hillary Clinton. But when we look at Nevada, we really want to look at Reno and Washoe County because President Trump has to keep it close here. And where he's at right now, it's not great news for him. It's sort of where he was last year. It wasn't enough to win. He has to get a little closer in Reno. It doesn't look like that's happening. But again, we still have 20% of the vote out in Nevada.
What's that big hole in the center of the state?
This is a whole. It's a county that we don't have any information yet. And
so large an area, but low in population.
Yeah. This is a rural. Look, like I said, you're gonna have about 70% of the vote out of Las Vegas. You're gonna have Reno, which is the second biggest city. In the middle, you have a lot of the rural vote. But this is the area where Donald Trump has to run up the vote. He has to offset his losses in Las Vegas and Reno.
Okay, let's quickly take a look at Georgia and North Carolina as well. Let's pick those up as well. See what's happening in those states right now. Georgia, 91% of the expected vote in. Donald Trump holding on to the lead.
Yeah. So George, here's the story here. We were talking about a 300,000 vote spread, then it turned into a 200,000 vote spread. Now we're at about 100,000 vote spread. So Joe Biden is catching up little by little. But we heard T.J. Holmes reporting earlier about some of these counties. Cobb County, 90% of the vote essentially in, and he's doing well. He's overperforming there. But some of these other counties like DeKalb County, we're still waiting on 20% of the vote. Joe Biden's doing really well. If he can expand his voter base in Atlanta and the metro area, he's going to win Georgia. But it is so close close right now, and several counties, we're still waiting for the vote to come in. 95% in Gwinnett, but that extra 5%, those likely are going to be Democratic votes, most likely, because you can see the pace that they're going at here, and that's why Joe Biden needs those votes to come in, and that's why we haven't called this state yet. It's just too close.
Quick look at North Carolina.
Yeah. Take you in there. And we've been holding, like George, I said, we're up against physics here. Let me bring this up for you. We've been at 95%, I think, for the last 2 hours or so. The spread, I haven't seen in a while, so let me see. Let me do some quick math. We're about 100,000 in the spread, a little under 100,000 in the spread, about 80,000 votes right there. This was a vote, this was a state that President Trump won by +3 points 4 years ago, so this is not a position he wants to be in right now. We've been looking at the cities, Wake County, Raleigh, Joe Biden overperforming there. In Charlotte, Mecklenburg, this is the biggest county right there, and you can see he's overperforming. But George, I was telling you this just a couple hours ago. Donald Trump's keeping up, and that's because people are coming out in the rural areas, some of these country towns out here. He's driven up the vote. They could be new voters. They could have been Trump voters the entire time, but he's keeping pace with the gains Democrats are making in the cities.
A lot of big states are out there. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Disney Plus. Are you ready? Drop in and explore. The action, the adventure, and the originals. There's no limit to what you'll find. These are your worlds. So come on, dive deeper into the universes you love. Wherever and whenever you want them, you'll find them all here on Disney Plus.
Now could be a good time to have another baby.
Are you crazy? I'm in love with you. Now that I said it out loud, it does sound weird. Please stop.
When I see you were so fine, I had to remind myself to breathe.
Let's do this.
How's your quarantine going?
Good Morning America this morning. The real-time answers, real-time results. Now, the morning after this historic election night. Breaking new details with the most powerful team in politics live on ABC's Good Morning America.
Okay, we are back now from our ABC News election headquarters, and you see there we have the popular vote up there. 82% of the expected vote is in nationwide, 132 million total votes, plus that is approaching the total number that voted in 2016. The estimate is 160. That would shatter all records. Rick Klein, our political director, this helps underscore how much outstanding vote there still is left to be counted.
Yeah, we're talking about hundreds of thousands of votes in a series of states, including Georgia, including Pennsylvania, including Wisconsin, including Michigan. And in so many of these states, George, it's important to underscore, we always knew that these votes would not be counted on election night. In fact, election officials have been telling us that for months. And in fact, in many of the states, the reason that they aren't being counted right now is because Republicans at the state level blocked efforts to get those ballots processed earlier. So we have been talking about this and being told about this possibility for weeks now. And despite what the president says, there is nothing nefarious going on in the fact that there are many ballots that have not been processed in these key states.
And the votes will continue to be counted. We have to take another quick break, but we'll be right back.
Stand down.
I've been quested to bring this one back to its kind. If I can locate other Mandalorians, they can guide me.
This is no place for a child.
Wherever I go, he goes.
The Mandalorian, new season now streaming only on Disney Plus.
What's the most innovative daily news podcast out there to listen to every day? Well, the Edward R. Murrow Awards say it's Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. Even the New York Times calls us a top news podcast worth listening to. So if you like getting behind the biggest news stories of the day, inside all the details, the backstory, and what will happen next, then listen to Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. It's like no other news podcast out there. Even the critics agree. Listen free on Apple Podcasts.
Now, when it matters most, the straightforward facts. ABC News is America's #1 news. #1 in the morning, #1 in the evening, and the #1 show on all of television. #1 in late night versus the competition. #1 in politics versus the competition. The #1 daytime talk show. And #1 in streaming news. Most trusted, most watched. ABC News is America's #1 news.
Oh, look at this clear sky.
Hey, clear sky, guys. Made it through.
Change is difficult, but this is my home. This is where I want to be.
I love that town. I'm not going to bail on it.
It's a big deal. New beginning.
Rebuilding Paradise. Network premieres Sunday at 9 on National Geographic.
Welcome to Disney Plus. Are you ready? Drop in and explore. The action, the adventure, and the originals. There's no limit to what you'll find. These are your worlds. So come on. Dive deeper into the universes you love. Wherever and whenever you want them. You'll find them all here on Disney Plus.
Good Morning America this morning. The real-time answers, real-time results. Now, the morning after this historic election night. Breaking new details with the most powerful team in politics live on ABC's Good Morning America.
Welcome to Disney Plus. Are you ready? Drop in and explore. The action, the adventure, and the originals. There's no limit to what you'll find. These are your worlds. So come on, dive deeper into the universes you love. Wherever and whenever you want them, you'll find them all here on Disney Plus.
Now could be a good time to have another baby.
Are you crazy? I'm in love with you. Now that I said it out loud, it does sound weird. Please stop.
You were so fine, I had to remind myself to breathe.
Let's do this.
How's your quarantine going?
Susan Powell was a young, beautiful mother. She just one night vanished.
Where is Susan?
July 29th, making sure that if something happens to me, our assets are documented.
Josh, did you kill your wife? And I'll never forget the first time that I met him. A chill just raced up through my spine. I just shook the hand of a killer.
Now, new details, stunning new interviews.
He ends up revealing the biggest bombshell.
What will happen next? The new 2020 event, Friday night on ABC. Good Morning America this morning. The real-time answers, real-time results. Now, the morning after this historic election night. Breaking new details with the most powerful team in politics live on ABC's Good Morning America. With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir.
We have made it through another week together.
America's most watched program across all of television.
Live from ABC News election headquarters in New York City, here again, George Stephanopoulos.
And we are back 3 a.m. in the East, midnight in the West, and this is where things stand right now. Joe Biden has 221 electoral votes, winning 18 states. Donald Trump, 213 electoral votes. He's won 23 states so far tonight. One of the things we want to keep an eye on now is what's happening in the financial world as they digest these results that are coming in through the night. I want to go to our chief business correspondent, Rebecca Jarvis. Rebecca, track what's been happening over the last several hours.
Well, and George, stock futures, which are an indicator of where the market might trade when it opens tomorrow, had been bouncing around throughout the night. They were up a little bit. They were flat going into President Trump's speech. Now they are down more than 400 points. And what Wall Street was looking for tonight was this decisive victory, some sort of closure. And many veterans on Wall Street told me they weren't even necessarily concerned with who would be the winner, but that there was a decisive victory. But this closure that we clearly are not going to have for an extended period of time now, that is the uncertainty that weighs on the market. We've seen it weigh on the market for political reasons, because of the pandemic, because of the economy. And without having closure here, it's not just a matter of what may happen inside America as we wait for these results, but also what happens to businesses. Businesses make plans. They adapt to whomever is in office, and they make choices about how they're going to hire, where they're going to spend money. And what I've been hearing from a number of CEOs and founders of companies, including small businesses, is that without a sense of who is going to be in that office, they have to delay big decision making. And the longer they delay that decision making, especially in an economy like this one, where unemployment is 7.9%, 12.6 million Americans are out of work, 22.7 million Americans are on some form of unemployment benefits, and almost 8 million people have slipped into poverty in the last handful of months. These are really significant. That time delay, it becomes a more significant and pressing issue. Not to say that they're looking for an answer without having something out there, having something to hang their hat on. But Wall Street wants that decisive victory that they know that they can trust.
Yeah, we did 4 years ago. Once it became clear that President Trump would get elected, we saw for a moment the markets dive, and then they had recovered pretty much by the end of the day or within days right now. But what you're saying now is that they're likely to be volatile until we have some sense of who the next president is going to be.
Absolutely. And your point is a very valid one. I was thinking a little bit deja vu 2016, because at this point in 2016, overnight, the futures market was selling off, but by the following day, stocks had rebounded and actually closed higher the day after Election Day. That said, this is a very different time, and the economy is facing very serious headwinds. While we've recovered a great deal from the losses imposed by the coronavirus and the pandemic, there's still a long way to go. And George, when you look at where things stood when President Trump took office, 4.8% unemployment. Today, 7.9% unemployment. That is the highest unemployment rate a president facing re-election has had going into an election. And you have so many small businesses that are also really concerned right now. Over 100,000 of them have permanently closed as a result. And there is a question to be had about where the onus lies, where small businesses, I speak to small businesses on a regular basis, and for some, they look at their local government, and that's where they keep the responsibility. That's where they believe the responsibility lies. But for many, they also look to their national federal government and say, where is the leadership right now?
Rebecca Jarvis, thanks very much. Let's take a look at some of the sources of that uncertainty right now. Those three states that made up the blue wall for the Democrats before 2016, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. You still have about 19% of the vote to be counted in Wisconsin, 30 in Michigan, 26 in Pennsylvania. I want to bring in Nate Silver right now. Nate, I don't know where this came in your list of probabilities coming in tonight, but just give us a sense of what you're thinking now, what you're looking at, how you see this going.
So Joe Biden still has a few different routes to victory. If he were to win Georgia, which is going to be very close once all votes are counted in Atlanta, that would probably be enough for him. If he were to win Arizona, which the AP has called, we are being more careful. There are still quite a few votes there in Arizona. If he were to win Wisconsin and Michigan and then win Pennsylvania, I mean, so he has like three different paths basically that are plausible. And Trump has to kind of win every path or prevent him from winning any of those paths. So it's leaning Biden at this point. Ironically, we kind of wind up probably about where we were at the start of the night, where if you were putting odds on it, you might say Trump has a 1 in 10 chance or something. But, you know, every different state has a different story.
After everything we've gone through tonight, we're still at about where we started. And I guess that makes sense because we're still waiting for Arizona. So far, every state that's been projected has gone the way it went in 2016.
Yeah, although, again, Arizona, you do have Biden ahead right now. And you have seen some interesting shifts. Florida became more Republican, actually, than in 2016. Trump won it by a bigger margin, as he said correctly, this year. So it is a little bit of a realignment in some ways. It's another very close election, but you do see subtle shifts. If Georgia turns out to be the decisive state, which it could, as any of the states, then that I think would tell us that like the map is changing a little bit, but not necessarily ways that are purely favorable for Democrats.
At 538 right now, you've got Arizona, not deep blue. You haven't projected. You've got a sort of light. You've also got Wisconsin in the same position right now. What's that based on?
So Wisconsin is based on the fact that Minnesota was called for Biden. Wisconsin, pretty similar. You have Minnesota with a 7-point lead, roughly, for Joe Biden. Wisconsin, it seems like the votes that have not been counted yet are very blue votes, right? It'll be close, but that's our model, doing the work ourselves and projecting Wisconsin. But, you know, again, none of these are sure things. By the way, North Carolina is also not a sure thing. North Carolina, you are allowed to have ballots come in after Election Day, so Trump has a narrow lead there, but there could be more